amazing to watch. The LPL Finals will be held this Friday. Edward Gaming take on Royal Never Give Up to decide who is the #1 seed in China. With the recent lane swap changes, it makes the lane matchups even more important. In this final series, none will be more important than Uzi and Mata against Deft and Mako.
Oh man, these guys are incredible. You've got, I think, easily the best 2 bot lanes in China. I mean, these guys are
You're
insane.
Almost speechless.
These are insane. These players are incredible. You look at the stats, and okay, yeah, KDA a little bit higher. EG wins more games. Their kill participation pretty reasonable. And you can kind of see the difference in styles, though. Uzi just spends a lot more time farming, hence the lower KP, hence the highest CS per minute. But these are incredible AD carries, incredible supports as well. Oh man, it just these are the best players practically in the world. You should watch this series. Everyone should watch this series.
So I love working with this guy. He just hypes everything up.
I just fanboy about players.
The regional qualifier for China's 3rd seed to Worlds looks like this. Snake Esports will take on Vici Gaming, and the winners will then face Team WE, and finally IME to see who will go to Worlds with EDG and RNG.
Yeah, and Snake has been a little bit more consistent than Vici, but it's Dandy and Easy Who, and these guys I know can play incredibly well. I actually think Vici has a small edge in this series overall. I don't know, Snake's been having trouble actually winning in best of fives and whatnot. They're just incredibly inconsistent as a squad. And then you go on from there, and it gets closer and closer. I think WE is expected to win their matchup, and then coming into the match against IME, I think edge to IME a little bit. It feels like they're a stronger team overall. I mean, both these squads are very close. Keep in mind the Chinese semifinals went to 5 games. That could have been just the Chinese finals in the first place.
Yeah.
So I mean, all the sort of top 4 teams in China are very, very close in skill. I think it's going to be really tight. I think, honestly, that whoever goes to the 3rd team's going to deserve it. And they fill in the shoes of what IG did last year, and I think there's a good shot to do quite well.
Worlds is going to be amazing this year. Despite who goes, already we're seeing who has locked it in to be an amazing lineup. And to finalize the episode in honor of Canada, we're going to chug this maple syrup in the time it takes us to show you this next video.
Cheers.
Or as the Montreal Canadians can call it, Penta. Oh. Coming in at number 5, from the LMS Finals, J-Team's Morning sliced through the Flash Wolves to pick up the quadra kill.
反打避难的进场，被灵魂链接给绑了下来。风风也是开始计时，开始先回到队友身边。灵魂后面直接一拳，直接送到2个、3个，然后3个，然后第4个 quadra kill， 开了一个绕背，拿到了4连杀，就等这一刻。
At number 4, everything was K for TSM's Haunter as he survives this 1v3.
And we're actually going to get to see Haunter, who has his flashback, but where are you going to flash, bud?
Same focus here for CLG on topside diving.
Oh, he has the ult. He can throw down a little bit. What a play! Has to watch the retaliation here. He gets himself out alive. From the LCK Finals, Rox Tigers Smev equalized the playing field for Kuro to pick up an instant triple kill in our number 3 play.
Oh, Prey caught. He's in big trouble. Goes down. Gorilla as well. Nearly taken out. There's the equalizer. Oh, it traps a lot of members of KT, but it's still 2 kills for KT Rollsters. Smev coming back in. Oh, 3 kills for Kuro. How did he do that?
Watch the equalizer. The fact that it forces both score and fight. One of them's taking damage. They can't both sidestep it, and then the flame spitter here does unbelievable damage.
At number 2 from the Latin America North Finals, Lion Gaming's Arsa flexed some serious muscle with this flash unbreakable play.
Pega bastante fuerte. Adiós, ¿cómo no?
Y nada para hacer, aparecía justamente Arce por atrás.
¡Uy, Arce! ¡Arce!
Increíble, increíble los reflejos de Arce, los reflejos de ese Brown.
And in our number 1 play of the week, it was Smev with the Game 5 Baron steal in the LCK Finals to save the series for Rox Tigers.
Rox Tigers fighting for their tournament life here, fighting for perhaps their team life. Baron taken. Oh, it's taken by Smev. Smev stole the Baron. Smev stole the Baron. They're going after Fly now, and Rox Tigers turning it around. Hachani so low. That's 2 kills. That's 2 kills for Smev.
Unbelievable Baron steal.
He did it.
It's game 5 when you can have Merton. This
2 HP.
Oh my God.
2 HP on that Baron, the cannon barrage.
Holy crap.
Unreal.
Oh, if you see a big play, remember to tweet at UOL eSports, hashtag the Penta, and yeah, try to share them.
Tastes like Canada.
That's great. Yeah.
Tugging maple syrup aside, us casters have been doing some serious prep work into heading to Toronto. You can check out a sneak peek in this week's last hit.
With all of its beauty and charming ass backwardness, Canada is one of the greatest countries in the world. Welcome.
Hi.
Today I'm going to test you on your Canadian knowledge. The caster with the most correct answers will also win the highly coveted Golden Maple Leaf.
I believe that's actually the highest award you can get as a Canadian.
It is.
Yeah, wow.
This is big. Are you ready?
Sure. I guess I'm ready.
First question. What is Canada's national animal? Is it a polar bear, a moose, or a beaver?
I really want it to be a polar bear, but I think it's a moose. We'll go with moose.
It's a beaver.
Moose?
I mean, I was gonna go with Pamela Anderson, D, but I think that out of those, I would have to go with beaver.
Beaver. Final answer.
Great job.
So I just wanted you to know, I actually looked up Canada facts like 10 minutes ago. That was one of them.
That's cheating. What food do Canadians not eat? Poutine, Mongolian bulldog, or bacon?
Bacon. They like Canadian bacon.
I'm gonna have to go with Bulldog.
What's your final answer? A, B?
Bacon. Screw it.
Bacon?
Sure.
No, you're wrong. It's Mongolian bulldog. They
Yeah.
don't eat that.
I'm not sure that's accurate because Canadian bacon is not bacon.
Yes, no, but Canadians eat bacon and Canadian bacon.
Do they though?
They do. We do. I do. I'm Canadian.
Do we get like a phone a friend?
No.
No. I'm gonna have to go with the Mongolian.
The Mongolian
I can't remember what it was.
bulldog.
Boondock. Okay.
Mongolian bulldog.
Which haircut do Canadians sport the most? Is it dreadlocks, mohawks, or mullets?
I hope it's mullets.
Nice.
Probably mullets.
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 Boom, boom, boom.
It's definitely gonna be mullets. It's like a cape for your head.
I am really good at answering these.
What is a stag party?
That's Canadian?
Can you use it in a sentence?
Sure. Me and my bros are heading out for Billy because he's getting married, and we're gonna do a whole bunch of and bang a whole bunch of at the stag party.
Bachelor party?
Is it a party where you get a moose really drunk? That's what I want it to be, but I'm pretty sure it's not that.
See, the fact that you think these are Canadian are terrible.
What does it mean to bang a Laird?
I have absolutely no idea.
Take a shot.
Take a dump.
Shotgun a beer? Have sex with a dude?
I'm pretty sure that's like taking a left turn.
Wow. What is Canadian bacon?
Stupid.
Really bad bacon.
Is it like regular bacon with maple syrup?
It's ham. It's dumb as hell, though.
Ham.
Ham.
Boom.
Which they eat instead of bacon in Canada.
We're going back there, are we?
Yeah.
Who is the greatest Canadian of all time?
Wayne Gretzky.
Wayne Gretzky.
Boom.
Is that like a general question? Wayne Gretzky.
The test is over.
Sweet.
That was fun.
Yes, it was.
I'm going to tally up the score and see if you won.
I won. I mean, just, you don't have to count anyone else. I did win.
Okay. Well,
I won.
unfortunately, you won.
Yes!
I shall now bestow upon you the golden. Ooh, it's on your microphone.
There we go.
The golden maple leaf.
I feel like I gotta thank, my friends, my family, everyone who has helped me get to this moment. Tim Hortons, Wayne Gretzky, Pamela Anderson, a big contributor, and I'd like to thank you as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Really, it's my fault. I'm sorry. Thank you.
I'm sorry, eh?
I'm not sure.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure you understand that. How sorry?
I don't know if you know what this is a boot, but I'm very sorry.
I'm pretty sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
from beneath the sand. Please don't take me close, seem so far away. Across this universe, she lives another day. I know the reason she's hate. I know the reason she's so far away. I know the reason she's hate. I know the reason she's so far away. She's so far away.
Take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night, erase all of these broken dreams and flight. And we'll bound only by frozen memories. Lost in time, racing all these broken dreams tonight. And we'll
I'm really happy that I will have a chance to play in front of, on the big stage again in some arena. Playing in Poland is even better for us because it's our home territory for me and Jankos. I hope the people will cheer for us in our fair place match and we will do our best.
Wonder knocked back into the team. It's going to be his burial. It's Forgiven picks up the kill. H2K looking for more. Odo looking for more. He's going to grab it.
If we win against H2K, we have better seat in Gauntlet, and this will make our path to Worlds a lot easier.
Unicorns actually should be okay. They used one flash. Oh! Sal takes him down!
Just winning even in front of Polish crowd would make me really happy.
Winning against H2K will be huge for us.
Welcome to Krakow, Poland. We're coming to you live from the Tauron Arena with the EU LCS Summer Split third place match. H2K is looking to qualify for Worlds, but to do it, they'll have to fight the magic of the underdogs, the unicorns of love. There, the fans were filing in. A lot of H2K fans for these guys here, holding up the Polish flag there. Vander and Jankos, as well as the unicorns of love with their manager, always very, very colorfully dressed up as a unicorn. Fantastic. Good evening, I'm EpicSkillshot supporter, joined here at the desk by Mitch Kreppel-Voorspools and Splice coach Jacob Yamato Cannon Mevdi. Well, welcome to the both of you. And you are playing tomorrow, but I also heard that you are, in fact, half Polish, so this is a super special occasion.
Pewnie, że jestem. Polacy są najlepsze.
Dziękuję. There we go.
I only know one Polish word. I don't think it's suitable for broadcast.
No, I don't think so. I think we should dive straight into the bracket because it's been a long road to Krakow, but we are finally here. Let's take a look at how these two teams got here. Unicorns of Love besting the Giants, but then falling to G2, and H2K crushing Fnatic, but then not making it versus Splice in that very, very excruciating 5-gamer.
Yeah, really interesting series overall, looking at it when all 5 games, and more importantly, just very stagnant in terms of picks and bans from H2K, and that to me was surprising because probably Lauded is one of the best coaches. Yamada, what was your take on just sticking with all those bans all the way through?
I felt like a glaring weakness in what H2K did was the fact that something worked for them in the first game, but that was us just showing weakness in the early game. We adapted, and then they just stuck to the same strategy because it worked one game. I feel like adaptation is very important in the best of 5, and H2K showed that they are not willing to do it.
And on the other hand, the Unicorns of Love have shown that they are able to fall back on different strategies when they play, and even though they were the underdogs versus G2, not a lot of people had expected to win, but for me, that left a good feeling about the Unicorns of Love after even that loss 3-1.
Yeah, they've shown progression mostly in their solo lanes. Vizicsacsi and Exileh just grew as players. Like Vizicsacsi got back to what he used to be, in my opinion, and Exileh, if you compare from where he came in initially, the growth that he's shown as a player was actually marvelous because a lot of mid lane talent in Europe kind of took a dive down, in my opinion. That's why the likes of Jankos and Exileh could come up there and challenge for, honestly, top 3 in positions.
I feel like looking at both of these teams, 6.15 feels like the perfect patch for them because I think you could critique them for their macro game in a lot of cases, team fighting, etc. But right now the focus is on the early game, and I feel like both of these teams are very good at that.
We'll dive a bit deeper into this specific matchup in just a bit, but before we get into that, we have something special. Throughout the summer split, we've been watching closely, awarding player of the game to the hard carry of every match. Those votes have been counted, along with those of a panel of experts, and tonight we can reveal who has the biggest shoulders of the EU LCS. Spoiler, it's not me. Let's meet our MVP of the summer split, G2 eSports Trick.
I'm very honored to have received the award of MVP in my first split, and I'm really motivated right now to do even better and show even better performances.
Trick. Getting aggressive, wants to kill on Desira. All right, I guess you can do that. But Trick, huge show of confidence there.
They turn to Reckless, pounce on him, a double kill, over to Trick, and it's Yellowstar's turn to fall. A triple kill for the Kitty Cat, and that's gonna be base.
Go in.
Really solid performances from Trick.
They see him here move, he's coming in. Now they've got to stop it before it goes down, before they can smite Arrow, but Exileh, he's turned into an egg, and I don't believe it! Trick steals off the Baron!
He's been so instrumental in the early game, so instrumental in plays. This is one of the reasons why he has secured player of the game.
And here we are, 2-time split MVP here with Trick. And I mean, obviously, the fans love you. And the first question has to be, what does it mean to you as a player in your professional career to be our season-long MVP?
Oh, I'm really happy because I get first time or 2 times get MVP. And really work hard with my teammate and coach. They my MVP.
Fantastic to hear, Trickers. And also, you guys are, of course, locked for Worlds going into that championship. So do you as a player maybe look to other regions for their MVPs and players you're looking to see as potential challenges for yourself in G2?
I think Smap and Karsa, because Smap is one of the best players in H2K, and Karsa is good in MSI, so I want to play against them.
It should be very interesting as well. And looking towards the international stage, coming out of MSI, Europe didn't really look too hot, and perception from the community is maybe Europe isn't a strong region. But with that in mind, looking at all the teams that we have here at Krakow, of course, in the Gauntlet coming up, who do you think will be good representatives for Europe at Worlds?
I think Supply is a good team because they don't have a weak player and they good teamwork. Yep.
A lot of respect for your opponents tomorrow. Very, very interesting. I just have one more question for you here, Trek. I don't want to keep you here for too much longer, but back in spring, of course, I spoke to you at the MVP interview and how you're adapting maybe to Europe. And so how have you adapted now coming from them? Because, of course, Expect has now joined your team. So how has Europe been for you since then?
I really like EU cultures, and my coach is Joey Food and Kebab, and Expect like EU base. Yeah, so I like EU.
Well, I can confirm kebabs are very good. Thank you very much. Congratulations once again on the MVP. For now, we're going to send it back to the analyst desk to set the stage for H2K and the Unicorns of Love.
Thank you so much, Paul. Fantastic. First up, props to Trick, of course, a well-deserved MVP. I don't think anyone could argue with that. And then mention of kebab. I know you want to run out and get one, but we can't. We have a show to do. But I mean, honestly, you can say anything against Trick being MVP, hard carrying, or hard working within G2 always.
I don't think anyone can question it because, you know, everyone says that he's consistent, but his level of consistency is above anyone else. It's very rare for me that I can criticize anything that Trick does. I always get new ideas from him. He's simply amazing as a player.
Yeah, the things he did to move in the last time they faced off was actually quite dirty. Shouldn't even be allowed in a jungle matchup. So Trick is... It's going to be super interesting for me to watch him play against Trashy because they have, in my opinion, very distinct different styles. But we'll get to that tomorrow.
We'll get to that tomorrow. Before we get into tonight's third place match, a bit of housekeeping. We already mentioned that we are on 6.15 and Aurelion Sol will be disabled for the rest of the playoffs due to the visual bug we saw last week in the NA LCS, something that was consistently banned against you guys in the semi-final. Are you panicking?
No, like, it was, you know, it was something that we planned, you know, Aurelion Sol definitely a strong pick. We're kind of sad about it, but who cares? We have other things, no problem.
A lot of things up the sleeve, we'll see that tomorrow. But without further ado, let's dive into our series of today, the third place match between the Unicorns of Love and H2K. Let's start off with what is at stake for the Unicorns of Love. They're playing for Gauntlet placement and Pride. If they win, they are the regional final boss. That means they only have to win one best of 5 to make it into Worlds.
Yeah, and more important, if they lose, they drop all the way to 3rd seed in that gauntlet. So that's a lot more matches to play. And even more important, if they beat H2K today, H2K will incredibly likely beat their opponent in that gauntlet if G2 win the split, I think. And then that's so important for them that if they show their test of faith today, they can beat H2K once. They will have the mental edge. They will have preparation done. Everything will be ready for them to hopefully beat them again. And they basically have 1 foot into Worlds already if they win today, and that's massive.
And Yamato has another horse in the race because if they win, then you guys go to Worlds anyway.
For sure. This is the first time in my entire lifetime that I'm rooting for Unicorns of Love.
Okay, well, just to clarify, if the Unicorns win, that means that Splice has or the most championship tomorrow if G2 wins, or if they win the whole thing, then they go to Worlds like that. So.
And both will go as equal seeds,
yes.
seed number 2s, because something happened at MSI that lost us our number 1
We
seed.
never talk about that again. So, to dive into the UOL a bit more, after looking at that semi-final, 2 players that stood out for us, Exileh and Vizicsacsi. Vizicsacsi, I would say, has always been regarded as a fantastic player, but Exileh is someone who went up and down, but found his form by the end of the split.
I feel like Exileh as a player knows how to play with his jungler. His jungler plays kind of inefficient in terms of farming, but he's always around Exileh, so he can always play aggressive. Something that I want to point out about Exileh, he finally found his champion pool. He found the Ryze, the Kassadin, the Vladimir, but I feel like this is something that can be cut in half if you've watched Unicorns of Love play.
Yeah, you mentioned Move and Krakow. You were not impressed by Move in their playoff run so far.
Yeah, he was consistently behind in farm, but usually when you're this far behind, we're talking like 1 or 2 levels, like 20 creeps on average that you need to make up for that in pressure. When he played against Trick, this was, and it didn't happen. And if you look at the man on the other side here, you know, local hero Jankos, he could abuse Move in the jungle and actually make it a pure win condition for H2K to just win from the jungle and then spill over in the lanes, because in standard lanes, Yamato, you've noticed it too, jungler has way higher impact these days.
I feel like in this specific matchup, I feel like if Move plays against one of those more consistently playing junglers like Trick or Trashy, he instantly gets outfarmed. The first initial gank he does gets punished. But I feel like against Jankos, the first initial level 3 gank, the level 4 gank is going to be very important, very, very impactful. But of course, I agree with you that Jankos has the edge because the first block king.
Jankos has the edge as we see them huddling right there, and they need to huddle and they need to win if they want to go to Worlds, because if H2K do it here today, win the 3rd place match, and G2 wins tomorrow, then H2K goes to World on championship points, and Splice has to run the gauntlet.
Yeah, and worst case, H2K is promoting themselves into a better seeding in the gauntlet. If the odd thing happens where Splice win the entire thing and G2 end up 2nd.
That's the odd thing.
Come on.
Come on.
We're going to beat G2 and be pissed about the fact that we have only the 2nd seed, you know, no 1st seed. That's going to be the problem we're going to be facing.
We'll see what happens. Let's talk a bit more about H2K. I said fantastic versus Fnatic, very convincing performance also there for Jankos, and then just falling to you guys in the end. We already mentioned the drafting, which is just a sign of the non-adaptability, and that really surprised us. As for Prolly, someone who usually comes with a game plan that could change, so how will he bounce back here?
Yeah, it's been universally condemned. I actually just want to make that into a different question. Yamato, like as a coach, how much risk can you take in a game 1 by not banning these champions out and kind of getting the feel of a team? Because I feel like champions like Bard and Aurelion Sol against Splice or kind of fringe bans, at least would you give a team a chance to whip them out and then ban them if they prove powerful? Because in my opinion, H2K were essentially wasting their bans.
I think, like, in my eyes, we did well with other picks. So I think after the first game, they could have thrown the picks out of the window. But I feel like in H2K's case, just because they had success the first game, they kept sticking with it. And I think the big issue for H2K is the fact that while they didn't adapt in their pick and ban, they also didn't adapt in their play. Jankos kept doing the same patterns over and over again. Eventually, Trashy, I could tell him,
blue buff.
take his blue buff every game, and it happens. Gragas being ahead of Rek'Sai, that's a big problem in that matchup.
Yeah, they will have to adapt. We saw them in the huddle. They are sitting at their stations right now, so it's almost time to go. Predictions, you guys, with exact numbers, please.
Gotta piss off the crowd here, but I think Unicorns will take it 3-1.
Any special reasoning?
I don't know, man. H2K looked shaky, and historically speaking, they do not recover well from losses, from a like team atmosphere kind of feel.
They keep on tilting?
The tilt is real. They're like me in solo queue, you know, never stops.
So?
I have to agree, this is definitely like a mental battle. I feel like if H2K are going to win this, it has to be a 3-0 sweep. I feel like if they fall down in one game, then UOL will just take it home.
But something that could help them is the local support here.
Yeah.
So if you're in the crowd and you're an H2K fan, definitely make a lot of noise whenever Jankos gets a kill.
You didn't actually say your prediction.
Oh, my prediction is 3-1 UOL.
Right. Wow. A double UOL win here from our analyst. Well, we'll see how that pans out. Our players are standing by, so let's hand it over to the guys at the caster desk.
Unicorns.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and good evening, esports fans. Welcome, everybody. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young. I'm joined by James Stress O'Leary and Martin DeFicio Linga. We're going to bring you this best-of-5 third-place match between H2K Unicorns. How you doing, gentlemen?
Doing great.
I'm doing perfectly fine.
Excellent.
It's
Good to hear.
upside down land. The crowd like H2K. Everybody's favoring unicorns. I have no idea
It's
what's
crazy.
going on.
It's going to be a great match.
This is like one of the first times unicorns are like favorites, honestly, when we talk to experts to win. I'm not sure when we see the games on stage here, a lot of things can still happen.
Oh, yeah, and it always changes things up being on a big stage. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Before we get on to the Rift, we got to meet our players for the evening. On the blue side, they're representing the Unicorns of Love. Up in the top lane, he's the carry full of surprises, Vizicsacsi. And in the jungle, the former outstanding rookie from North America, Move. In the mid lane, the solo kill machine, Exileh. And at ADC, from Australia to NA to right here in Europe, it's Veritas. Finally, the backbone support of the Unicorns, none other than Hylissang! And of course, their coach, the Unicorn herder, Sheepy. Can't forget about him.
We'll see if he can wrangle his unicorns in line. They're on the blue side. Let's take a look at the team on the red side of the Rift. Pyro representing H2K in the top lane. Let's see if he'll sink or swim today. It's Odoamne. In the jungle, the king of First Blood. Can he be the king of Krakow? From Poland, Jankos. Out of the mid lane, looking for his third place finish in the EU LCS, it is Ryu. At AD carry, hungry for his first Worlds appearance, Forgiven. And the fifth and final starting member of H2K, he's dazzled us with his Taric performances, Poland's very own Vander. As always, joining H2K on stage will be former coach of the split, it is Broly.
Yes, indeed. This is gonna be big. Important for both teams looking to make their way to Worlds this year. Starting things off too, H2K, you know, they elected to take the red side in game number 1.
Yeah, which is very different compared to what we saw in the semifinal from H2K, where it was blue side 5 games in a row, same band 5 games in a row.
Well, we know at least one band will be
well.
different this time.
Yeah, no Aurelion Sol disabled, obviously this time. Red side from H2K, they were the highest seed, they get to pick first. It makes a lot of sense if you consider the fact that Unicorns tend to have like 500 different counter picks. Half of them are not even counter picks, they're just like pocket picks they pull out from time to time. But like Cannon from Chachi, obviously in the top lane, Exileh with the Kassadin, different kind of picks you want to get rid of, and that's why red side makes a lot of sense, so you don't have that counter pick option for one of the solo laners.
Can be very interesting though, because this has the potential, depending on the ban phase, to turn the jungle matchup slightly.
Yeah.
If jungle is first pick, say a Rek'Sai sneaks through or an Elise, it does mean in game one Unicorns would likely get their hands on it. Obviously, that's all speculation based on what the 6 champions removed are. So there's a lot of kind of risk and reward. Typically red side, as we always say, will have that 2 power picks after the bans phase. So H2K clearly want that plus the counter pick.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting. And just to highlight once again for everyone watching, before we go into the game, what the teams are playing for. Obviously, Unicorns of Love, even if they win today, they will not make it straight to Worlds. They will have to play the gauntlet, but they can put themselves in a super good position to be the last team in that gauntlet in terms of points, in case Splice obviously wins the final, so they don't have too many points up there. Where for H2K, it's win today, and hope the G2 wins tomorrow, and then suddenly you are now a 2nd seed at Worlds.
Oh yeah, this is absolutely massive for both teams. Going back to the Unicorns, even if they cannot go on points because of their performance in the spring split, they still get 2 less best of 5s they have to play just by winning here today. It gives them such a more time to rest, relax, scout their opponents out, rather than having to grind through that gauntlet, all those other teams that they'd have to face off against. That's really important for them. On the other hand, H2K, yes, they still are keeping that dream of going to Worlds on points alive.
Yeah, as you don't really want to have to do the Cloud9 from last year.
3
or the Origin. We're in Europe, remember?
Exactly. You can see the players are just getting runes, masteries, item sets even getting put together there on stage. So we are just a few moments away from getting into Champion Select. We, of course, here in a different arena. Normally we're over in Berlin, here at Krakow, in the Tauron arena, getting all the players
Slightly bigger,
set up.
Slightly bigger, I feel. Definitely a lot more noise
airier
as well. But this game, pick and ban wise, we talked a lot about it, Stress, before the game started, with H2K picking that red side. High chance we see bans towards Exileh. Again, teams like to ban him out because coming into playoffs, he kind of relied on 3 champions only in Vladimir, Kassadin, and Ryze. And G2 figured that out during the semi-final, just banned all 3, and then suddenly he didn't really have any picks left. H2K could look to do the same, at least for game 1, and just force Exileh to show something new, something different.
Exactly, and that's an interesting point, because when I was looking down, I was thinking, well, what picks then do the Unicorns look at for Ryu, if you want to get the matchup in your favor back again? And I was thinking, well, Ryu played Vlad, and then he played Vlad.
And Vlad.
Vlad again.
And one Talia.
Yeah, one Talia game. So, I mean, unless the Unicorns are just going to be like, okay, well, we hope you ban Vlad, or we'll take it early, they also risk giving that pick away to H2K.
Yeah, and technically, they could first pick the Vladimir, but then again, you might give a jungle priority pick for Jankos, which we know is a big mismatch compared or against Move. And also, Vladimir, like, he does have counters in lane. Like, pick something like a Cassiopeia against him. We know Ryu can play it. He has a big champion pool. So, it is kind of tricky for Unicorns with this first pick. That looks very good, by the way.
That does. That is impressive. And dedication by the Unicorns fans. They always travel well. But I want to cycle right back to Ryu a little bit, because this is a guy that I feel since he came to Europe, we've kind of been up and down on our opinions of him. He would have games where he wouldn't do quite as much. He would be a much more utility, backline kind of player, and he would have like Orianna games and things like this. But he would occasionally break out. We've seen that more and more and more from him, and it's gotten to the point where he really has stepped up into a true carry role.
We've started seeing it more, and talking to a lot of fans here in Poland, obviously well behind the 2 men you see on your screen. The thing is, when fans are asking, like, who do you think is going to do well, and H2K have looked so great, to me, H2K have looked fantastic in playoffs, but the regular split kind of H2K is still in the back of my mind about, how are they going to perform? I think it's been long enough that we can get rid of a lot of the early split, but still, I'm a little tense when thinking about H2K and how they've improved and whether this improvement is going to stick for them.
I mean, we judge H2K around from week 9, basically, where they got Forgiven, and it was technically a new lineup, because your Ryu point actually fits with Forgiven rejoining the team.
Just about the same time,
yeah. Yeah, about the same time, and suddenly, not only Ryu, but Odoamne as well became much better up in the top lane. It was like everyone became better individually, and it became more of a little bit of a skirmish game, and not just necessarily big team fights only, a lot of communication, but actually a lot more 1v1s, 2v2s. Jankos could go off on this patch, obviously, because these individual solo laners, rarely we talk about them. It's like, oh, Forgiven is back, God-given, he's the man, he's the carry, Jankos, First Blood King. But both Odoamne and Ryu actually stepped up big time coming into playoffs, and Odoamne was good against Splice. I need to see these two guys step up and beat Exileh and Chachi.
All right, we're about to find out. We loaded up picks and bans, game number 1 in this third place match, and the Unicorns have taken Echo off the board first.
Right, so Unicorns of Love have a lot of options in terms of bans. I don't feel like there's anything set in stone for them because they are here on this blue side for game 1, and we talked about how H2K could ban out Exileh. Rise is one, Kassadin is one, and then the last one is obviously the Vladimir that he likes to play. But will he first pick something like Vlad, or can Ryu just take it for himself, and then suddenly you ban away a Rek'Sai or a Shen?
I think first picking the Vlad's going to end up being very, very risky, because we're about to go fairly deep into mid lane champion pools. There you go.
There's Kassadin.
There are your 2 mid lane bans already.
And you've got the Gnar ban too. This is something that we were thinking H2K really needed to do in their last series. Didn't happen.
Well, what Unicorns are doing here is actually they're setting up for a Shen first pick. They're removing some of these picks that does well against Shen because they can push him into his tower, they can outscale him like the Gnar. Problem is there's still Gangplank available. And Odoamne played a lot of Gangplank in the playoffs, so H2K don't actually have to ban Shen. They can give over to Shen if they want to, and then take GP against it, and it's gonna be okay.
So I kind of like this, but again, it's all about that jungle matchup here. So the Elise ban pressures Unicorns to have to take Rek'Sai. So this now gives H2K, you know, a little bit of a moment. They can maybe pick up the Shen if they want it, but as you said, I feel like Odoamne has been very comfortable playing against the Shen and you know, playing the GP.
Yeah, but now if you are Odoamne and H2K, as we talked about just before here, Chachi has so many different counter picks ready for all these different kind of things. So if you lock like a GP here to kind of prevent a potential Shen, well then Irelia suddenly comes in straight away from Chachi, and then you have to deal with that losing matchup from Odoamne. So that's why H2K has to be a little bit careful, unless they want to just go for Shen as the safe choice right now with Gnar and Echo being removed, and challenge Chachi to play GP, a champion he's actually not been that successful on.
And if they want to go that route, they could look for a Sivir, another safe pick that is going to come out. It depends on how much stock you put into Veritas laning AD carries, and I feel like Forgiven, even on a Sivir, will be able to hold his own.
Definitely. I mean, both bot lanes have actually just gone even in almost every single lane they've played. They've not been losing, not been winning. They've just been standard, nothing special. And we talked about, again, the Shen, how you challenge Chachi in a sense to pick the GP. Or Chachi says, you know what, I'm going to go for a pure split pusher. Something like a Fiora, something like Irelia, and trying to snowball, camp that lane, even though it's tricky against Shen, who is a good early laner.
Yeah, always a mystery what Chachi is going to take. He can pull all sorts of things out of his hat. Now, the Vlad has been locked in for Exileh here, and they do take the Tahm Kench.
So very standard, safe picks, honestly, from a lot of teams. If you have to blind pick a support and blind pick a mid laner, very often it's Vladimir and Tahm Kench.
Yeah.
Braum can be another blind pick support option, but this is super, super standard from the Unicorns of Love. They're also saving the AD carry. To potentially see the entire bot lane from H2K, but here, technically, you can actually save your support pick for H2K and be like, yeah, we're not going to show the bottom lane yet.
And that's the discussion now, is Odoamne very comfortable with something like it? Obviously, he's already got the Shen for himself, so we're looking for a mid laner.
Right, and you already know it's Vladimir you're going to play against, so you can show it from Ryu's side.
So as we look at this, it's likely jungle then, if we're looking for that with the mid laner as well. So Gragas is the likely one to come out here, and we talked about the counter matchup for the Vlad, so exactly as you say, they're going to save the support, allow them to get themselves a bottom lane that is, you know, fairly significantly good against Tahm Kench and whatever.
Yeah, and I'm very happy actually how this pick and ban phase went, because, you know, we talked about the potential Vladimir as the last pick for Exileh out of the 3. Well, we know Ryu has a big champion pool, so he has counter picks like Cassiopeia. Febiven played the same matchup as well back in the quarterfinals. And also saving support here. The reason it's important to save support is when you play Shen, you want to have a winning 2v2 bottom lane, because you want to be able to make the aggressive moves where you say, now we're going to TP down with Shen and like dive the enemy. You don't want to be pushed back to your own tower and only use Shen ulti defensively, then he doesn't have a whole lot of value. So that's why they want to save that support pick for last, and then suddenly something like a Karma can appear. Or maybe if they feel like it is Taric time because we're against Vladimir, a champion who gets slightly countered by Taric ulti, where it's easy to time it with the Vladimir ulti coming in at the same time. So there are definitely 2 good options in both Karma and Taric here if you're Vander.
So for Vander now, as you said, Taric, to me, has to be one of the more likely ones here as we're looking at this setup. GP was locked in for that top lane for Vizicsacsi. Vander in his home country can just taunt the crowd a little bit.
And this is what we expected as well with the GP coming in against it. But again, to me, that is H2K challenging Chachi to show that he's a good enough gangplank to actually punish this Shen. H2K still debating. Taric, Karma, which one do we want? Do we want the strongest lane possible? So we go for the Karma. Do we want a stronger team fight? Then we go for the Taric. Two big options, but remember guys, when you play Shen, strong 2v2 lane is key, so you can push the enemy team to the tower, and you can then Shen ulti down, force these dives, force these aggressive plays.
Yeah, exactly. Never has to be a 2v2 in that case. Have yourself a whole range of abilities to get very quickly where you need to. And there's a lot of speed on H2K's lineup.
There is, and over on the other side of Unicorns, there's a lot of late game. You got the GP, you got the Vlad, you have the Tahm Kench to maybe save like the Ashe as this game goes later, but still, Unicorns need to kind of hope that H2K and Jankos don't just go aggressive. Now, obviously, Gragas into the Rek'Sai may make that slightly difficult early on for Jankos, but as you said, the Shen is going to be so critical with this bottom lane. 4 versus 2 in the bot lane could very easily happen.
Yeah, only thing Unicorns will have to respond is that GP ult, and while it is powerful, it's not as good as sending a full champion down to that bottom lane. Good adaptation in the pick and ban, I feel, from H2K, challenging the gangplank from Vizicsacsi, and also getting some counter picks from mid and bot lane.
It's nice of them to mix things up a little bit as was
thank you, H2K.
They did it. They
changed
did it.
the pick and bans.
It only took them a series later, but hey, this is where it matters, down into the 3rd place match. They have finished 3rd place quite a few times, but now it's all here. Our champs are locked in. The players are ready. Are you ready, Poland? It's time to get into this best of 5 between H2K and the Unicorns of Love.
I think UOL is a good team. If it goes to 2-2, we lost, no matter what happens.
Like 2 versus 2 is bottom. I think it fits us pretty good, and I think we're a really strong team right now.
We have to kind of match early game with them and just play this.
And here we go. Let's load onto the Rift. Unicorns H2K. I think we said in a lot of ways it's a battle of the mind, but it's also a battle of very different styles. Let's see whose is better.
Battle of very different styles, and one of those styles is Forgiven in a 2 versus 2 matchup, which historically has been very solid. The crowd well behind H2K right now. You can hear them putting their support between some of Poland's finest players.
Yeah, we heard some H2K chants earlier, a lot of them honestly, but also some Unicorns as well. You know, they always have some fans here.
They're always loud too.
It is really an interesting matchup because H2K is kind of the team we always get to see in the 3rd place match. They have actually been here 2 years in a row, so 4 3rd place games in a row.
And
H2K has been here. They won it twice, they lost one of them. They're looking to win another one and potentially make it to Worlds.
We'll see, it's a long road there. I want to take a quick moment to talk about something Reckless spoke about when we had him on the analyst desk. There's a big trade in mid lane, but won't actually result in much more than Exileh needing to back. Hylissang took the Tongue Lash on Tahm Kench level 1, and that gives a lot of damage if you're looking for a trade against a champion like Vander, who we found in the bottom lane. Obviously, it doesn't help out quite so much when you're going for the Krugs or anything like that. The Devour is very, very strong at assisting with that. But honestly, level 1, a lot of the times actually getting that 3rd stack on Devour doesn't help you. So Reckless was saying it's very annoying to play against the Tahm Kench with Q level 1, because that damage actually starts mounting up if you get hit by 2 or 3.
Right, and against Sivir, level 1, she doesn't have spell shield, so yes, you can harass her. Problem for Tahm Kench later is it's really hard for him then to continue that Tongue Lash harassing, because Sivir just spell shields and gets free mana and can just keep pushing the wave then. And so you might see Unicorns try and all in for this like level 2, honestly, and try and be really aggressive very early with that Tongue Lash level 1, get a bit of an advantage. Otherwise, H2K is going to start just getting that push going.
They might just very well do it. A strong 2v2 we talked about in picks and bans, and Unicorns, although they have been holding strong against a lot of their opponents, that is a very impressive thing. Still, Vander Forgiven, this is a tough lineup to go against, especially with these champion lineups, so they've got the work cut out for them.
It's going to be, again, interesting to see H2K with this Shen now. We know Odoamne is a great Shen player. I actually think Odoamne is one of the more underrated top laners, despite he's been here for such a long time, and people do value him, you know, and say he's a good top laner, but people rarely talk about him as like a star player.
It's a bit quiet.
Big trade.
He's also a quiet guy. We see a big trade here. This is what's going to happen more and more against this Karma Sivir lane. Nothing happening top, but Odoamne in playoffs, while people talked about Jankos and Forgiven and so on, Odoamne has actually been one of the best performing players. If you look at the entire playoffs, just individually, he has like the highest % damage from any top lane on his team. 28% of his team's damage, he dealt himself. in playoffs, which is crazy as a top laner. Normally they're around like 22, 23%. He was on 28% of that. Just him. You know, he's been winning his laning phases. Overall, if Odoamne performs and keeps Chachi down, that's a massive win for H2K.
It really is. A lot of the reason why his high damage kind of came through was he's playing GP, he's playing a lot of matchups like the Echo as well, going against the Nas, so required a little bit of that damage to come out. But I think for Odoamne, he's had a bit of a quiet split because we've seen top laners like Smitty J, like Wonder, start really rising higher and higher through the standings when H2K was struggling. So I think this, honestly, is Odoamne's time to kind of come back into his own somewhat, and we have started seeing that through playoffs, as you said.
Yeah, we're going to have the chance to do it against Vizicsacsi, though, and that's somebody that people are rarely quiet when talking about. He's playing something a little bit more standard scaling. Yeah, he hasn't had quite as much success on the Gangplank, in all honesty, but we'll see if he changes things around now. Still, I think Unicorns have a lot of comfort picks for themselves. Let's see how this early game does develop. H2K shoved away down bottom side.
And this is kind of a bit of the problem for Unicorns, is this, again, this bottom lane is going to get pushed in. And when you play against Karma especially, and you sit on the tower, as support, often you want to step up and like give the caster minions just one hit, so your AD carry can then last hit them out after the tower hits it. Well, when you do that against Karma, she fires a Q in your face, and she just forces you to chunk potions. Look down here in your bottom of the screen. Tahm Kench is out of potions already. Ashe is already recalled. Like, Hylissang is staying on the tower right now. And there's really nothing Unicorns can do in this lane, because if they try and gank, especially after Odoamne hits level 6, well, H2K can just turn it around. And ganking a Sivir Karma lane is also extremely difficult due to the speed up, due to the spell shield. So Unicorns don't really have an easy way out of this bottom lane.
They might just have to sacrifice that lane, just know that they're not going to win it in the 2v2 and, you know, utilize Move elsewhere. But a lot of eyes are on this Rek'Sai right now. Move, you know, he was not in the best position most of their series against G2.
It's, you know, an interesting discussion because we're talking about where the focus is on the game. Move typically has been heavily focused towards mid for the Unicorns in, you know, previous games. And, you know, he came through the mid lane there, was looking for it. Now both junglers are up in the top lane, so we'll see whether there's going to be a first blood here on the game. But
would be Jankos involved.
It certainly would.
Somehow he's involved.
Throws the barrel out. It's okay. Move decides to back away. Still party up in the top lane for now.
But the focus for H2K generally has been a lot about getting that first tower blood. They took, I think it was 80% of the turrets in their semi-final game, whereas Unicorns of Love got 0% of the first towers in their series. They did not put presence on that, a lot of the time getting forced back in, and yes, they were facing G2 and there were issues in that game when you look at how their bottom lane kind of played out, but honestly, I feel like it's a fairly solid strategy from H2K.
I mean, I agree. Getting first tower is definitely the goal, I think, for every team right now. But H2K has been playing the laning phase pretty well. And when you have a jungler who benefits from this kind of patch because he's so smart, you know, when it comes to finding these openings in the lane, he knows when to gank, when the minion wave is in the right position, so someone has to overextend and he then punish them. Then obviously you get these early advantages because it's actually the opposite for Unicorns.
Yeah.
Due to Move being such a weak early jungler and a jungler that plays so risky, very often against players like Trick, you know, he gets figured out very quickly. He can't really do anything. He doesn't put any pressure on the lanes. He falls behind in CS. Guys, look down here. Again, bottom again. Move is on 29 CS on a Rek'Sai to 40 CS on a Gragas. He's already leveled down. Gragas does not win this matchup in the jungle. This should never happen, but the pathing from Move is just not good enough, and he sacrifices so much farm looking for these random openings that's almost never there.
Exactly, and this should only happen if he's been into the lane twice and got 2 kills already.
Or he died 5 times himself, or maybe he forgot to leave the fountain, I'm not sure, but you should not be falling behind when there's been nothing happening on the map that has evolved you as a jungler other than meeting Jankos once in the top lane. And when you have a weak early game jungler, in this meta, where so much is about the early game, the laning phase, the pressure, getting down these first turrets, it really hurts you as a team. So that's why Unicorns couldn't beat G2. Simply such a big mismatch, and also G2 have very strong laners. H2K right now with this pick and ban phase, where they counter pick bot lane, when they get a counter pick mid as well, are looking just fine, and Move has not been able to do anything other than fall behind.
Yeah, something has got to change if the Unicorns want to be able to have a solid early game. Right now, it's going to be a bit rough for them. Jankos has just had so much more impact already. And here he comes right out of nowhere, and they barrel Chachi back towards his tower, but they take first blood. Odoamne claims it.
Chachi pushing way up in the lane, didn't have the river warded, and it meant Jankos, with a little bit different gang pathing, just runs up the river, comes straight into the lane, gets him, and gives Odoamne first blood.
Yeah, now you would think, okay, where should Move strike? Because you just saw Jankos on the top lane use all these cooldowns, while bottom lane would normally be the target. Problem is, your Gangplank has no ulti, and the enemy top lane is a Shen with ulti. So if Rek'Sai goes bot lane now, well, Shen is gonna TP down, and Rek'Sai won't be able to do anything with that gank. So right now, Unicorns are in a very tricky situation, and Chachi as well, wasting his flash in the end. So not only did he die, he also used his ulti, used his flash, and can now get ganked again by H2K. Move is trying to the bottom lane. Remember, guys, there's a Shen ulti.
And there's also Shen TP, so they lose nothing once they regroup on it as well. So that's something Chachi couldn't match either. So it's a real tough situation. A Move looked like he wanted to go in, backs away pretty smartly in that sense.
Yeah, in the end, they didn't even need Odoamne to come and help them out. So Unicorns already in a bit of a bind here as Jankos, low on mana, finds Exile nonetheless.
He wants to trade.
Just walks on through.
To fight.
Yep. Ryu's still there. I mean, it has been a quieter picture in the mid lane. You do see Exile getting the farm advantage on this Cassiopeia, but still, scaling is there, and you can see how he's able to just put the damage right back on, and just a big trade. Good ultimate out of Ryu here. Sees if he wants to go for more. Here we go. Hema Plague's on, but the pool's already out. Ryu is slithering for it, but he can't find the kill.
Almost seemed like Ryu expected Move to be around the lane because Exile was playing so aggressive. He hesitated at first. Should I chase for this kill? Should I call for Shen ulti? Move is here now. He's going in. Odoamne can still join in case anything happens, but right now H2K seems happy just keeping the lanes in place and not force any globals. Honestly, fun to see how Ryu were like, wait, should I chase for this one? Ah, okay.
Yeah, he wasn't too sure.
He usually doesn't hesitate like that.
Pop the Ghost, doesn't have Ignite. Obviously now on this Cassiopeia wants a little bit of extra mobility, safety, because he knows he'll have damage as well the later this game goes. So Ryu, not looking for kill presence in lane from his summoners, already has enough of that when it comes to the Cassiopeia, but he is bullying Exile back away. Exile still has a little bit of a CS difference in his favor, but this is something H2K normally do later in the game, is bring everybody over mid. They are really heavily wanting to punish Exile here.
Exile has almost no health right now, and it's hard for him to push against this. Ryu actually tanking out the Prey Seeker as Hylissang is gonna try to pincer Jankos, who's still holding on to his body slam. Might have to use it. GPL's coming in. GPL not used just yet. Jankos still staying alive, and they knock Hylissang right in. GPL's there. Jankos is oh so low, but Hilly, he flashes and then just dies to Ryu right at the end of the channel.
Forgiven got hit by the arrow, but it doesn't matter at this point. They weren't close enough to regroup onto that AD carry. Jankos got himself out alive. H2K, 2 plays on the map and 2 kills on the board.
Yeah, and just a very smart play. We zoom the map out and we talk about the decision from H2K to move that bottom lane towards the mid lane. There was a Vladimir with no HP who can't wave clear properly when you're sieging on his turret, and then Cassiopeia is so good once she gets to that tower, puts down the W behind the tower, blocks the entire way. You can't really get into the minion wave, and H2K got some free damage on the tower, and while Jankos was setting up for either a dive or at least threatening the dive to force Unicorns away, he does get caught out, but with Shen ulti, never mind, let's go to the bottom lane. Here's Move.
And they're hunting for Forgiven. Turn straight towards him, put the exhaust down, and take him out. Move gets the kill, first for the Unicorns.
Forgiven knew he was dead in that situation, didn't heal, didn't flash, just soaked up a little bit more time from the bottom lane. And, you know, that's a kill going back over. It's the first use of that Abyssal Voyage that we've seen. And Unicorns are going to have a fair amount of global pressure. The GP, the Tahm Kench, the ability to, you know, control multiple lanes at once. But as you said, the Shen you cannot overlook. And that jungle matchup is just constantly...
it's painful to look at.
How is this happening? Can we...
Is it giving CS over to Yank?
Yeah.
Like,
hey, he got
getting
a
him
kill
low in the jungle, being like, Jankos, come here, come here. Just laugh at
this is
one.
rough.
I just want like a jungle-only stream where we're just following Move.
It is definitely looking rough right now. Move is going to go for the full tank Rek'Sai, not the AFK farming Tiamat build for himself, which is definitely fine. But when you fall this far behind, you're going to be down in levels and obviously down in gold. Well, your tanky items are going to be fairly delayed, and suddenly you don't really have a lot of impact on the map. But I like the play from Hylissang. When the enemy bot lane doesn't have their own Shen ulti and they disrespect that and push the tower with Tahm Kench out of vision, go gank them. You know, go get that kill. That's your kill.
And that was Veritas arrow. Didn't find its mark, unfortunately. Ryu's still healthy, and Exile's having to two-step just to get out of some of those noxious blasts. H2K continue to push on forward here, and they should be having no trouble picking up that first tower.
And it's a coordinated effort because Vander has already left the lane. They know Forgiven is getting that. They know there's no Abyssal Voyage to actually punish Forgiven moving up.
Now they can push.
Now he goes mid lane. They can push bot, now go mid. And look, Veritas is still in the bottom lane with no ultimate. This is another one of the globals that is not available.
Oh, Exile, he walks right into it. He's gonna get the pool off. Oh man, and he's poisoned to death.
Easy moves from H2K, sweeping over to the middle lane. Jankos was in from the side. Again, GPL won't be enough to deter this turret push.
That's going to be another tower, easy peasy. H2K are just running circles around the Unicorns right now, 3-1 in kills. It's about a 3,000 gold advantage, and they just keep moving. It's Ocean Drake on the menu.
Yeah, we get to see how important it is to have these strong 2v2 lanes, because suddenly you get so much pressure from the bottom side to not only get a first tower, but also move your bottom lane to that mid lane, where Vladimir, he would just love to sit and push the wave 24/7. You can't do it as a Vladimir against a composition that can actually siege on your tower. He goes down due to the poison, goes through the pool, obviously. Odoamne, well, he's not really been struggling up in the top lane. Yes, he will get outskilled later, but if H2K can keep pushing forward, keep extending their goal lead, they should be able to close the game before Gangplank becomes too relevant.
Yeah, Unicorns are just going to hope to have to stall this one out until that does happen, if it does happen. We're only 14 minutes into this game, and yeah, H2K have grabbed a real tight grip of it.
They are a little bit behind on this play. Veritas has moved up to the top side. It shouldn't be so detrimental that Unicorns get a turret from this. H2K will be able to regroup and deter and push back the Unicorns. But interesting, there is now a fairly sizable wave pushing into Vizicsacsi in the bottom lane. This is going to give him a little bit of extra farm. The GP ultimate is not available right now, so if there were a fight, he would have to TP.
Yeah, and this just spells it out for you. When you look at Unicorns and you talk about them as a skirmish team, they really are, but they're not necessarily the best at it. They do die quite a lot when they have those 3v3s, those 2v2s.
Yeah, again, it shows the playstyle. It's very focused on being very aggressive, constantly looking for these fights, looking for engages with something like an Ashe. But it's often, you know, it's a little bit too much. You know, they don't always
it's a bit
know
chaotic.
How many people are there. So as you saw here, they actually have more deaths than kills, even though they are a skirmish team who is a top 4 team right now. Which is crazy.
It's very strange, and you dropped a particular word, and you know whenever anybody uses the word chaos, all that really means to me is absence of strategy. It's like, let's just fight all the time. Now, Unicorns had improved in the strategy sense when we were looking a little earlier in the split, a little earlier in the year as well. So certainly I don't think it's quite the same as Unicorns of old, where they actually just were like, let's pick anything we want, and let's play it. But still, certainly they're rough around the edges.
Yeah, a lot of this you can attribute to how they build their team. Like, Sheepy's always been known to bring out the best in his players individually, but macro just hasn't always been the strong suit.
No, and it's funny because we don't often talk too much about coaches and their impact. Looked like a big fight in the bottom lane. Chachi also misses a barrel here. But yeah, it's hard often for us to talk about the impact of coaches. You know, who decides pick and ban phase always? Is it the player who has the last say? Is it the analyst? Is it the coach? And in terms of like improving as a team, well, Sheepy's been here for 2 years, so I feel like we now have enough of a track record to look at that and say, okay, we can actually judge what he's doing as a coach and what his goal is. And I feel that Unicorns of Love for 2 years running now have been able to pick up players where people didn't expect them to do a whole lot, who then improved a ton. Let's talk about that after, because H2K is setting up for a dive.
Yeah, Hylissang and Veritas.
No one
hits him. They're bringing it in. Jankos moves right forward, and Hylissang, he's got to get out of harm's way real fast right now. In comes Move, tagging himself in the Ashe Arrow. Nails Odoamne. This has suddenly not gone so well for H2K. Exileh around the side, gonna flash in. Hemo play onto Vander and Jankos. Can they pick the kill up? He's gonna have to pull over to the rest of his team. And just like that, a lot of summoners, but no kills.
Looked to be a very precarious situation for the Unicorns, but Tom Kench is there. Hylissang plays safety net for Veritas, who was dropping fairly low under his turret, gets him back far enough in the lane that Odoamne couldn't follow up with the taunt by the looks of it, and Unicorns hold strong. As you said, a lot of summoners we used. That's Chachi's TP is down. We also saw the Ghost from Ryu, a couple of flashes out of the mix as well. So the next fight may not be quite so lucky in certain respects for the Unicorns, but certainly that could be a pivotal moment with not losing out a bunch of kills to H2K.
Definitely, but that was the play we talked about. When you have that winning 2v2 lane, push it to tower, set up the aggressive Shen ulti for the dive. But because it's a Tom Kench, very hard to dive him, obviously. And also Gangplank ulti, it actually stopped H2K's bottom lane from chasing further and try and finish up this kill. Sadly for H2K, they don't get more kills for it. but we get to see what they can do. And cooldown on Shen ulti, especially after rank 2, is actually not that high, so it's gonna be ready fairly soon again for Odoamne, and you might see a repeat.
Yeah, there's still a small window before that happens. The teleport's just coming off of cooldown right about now. Exileh looking for Ryu. He will put some damage on him, but Ryu just sends it right back.
You can see Exileh turn back away as soon as he realized he was facing the Cassiopeia in the eyes. Exileh's already been caught twice by that.
And Exileh, again, is one of these players to go back to the whole sheepy story, getting the best out of his players on an individual level, but not on a macro level. Well, Exileh is, again, one of these players who came in, looked a bit rough in the start, but is now playing way better, and he's actually been really good here in playoffs for the Unicorns of Love. And this is the kind of style Unicorns want to play with. These individual players who can step up and carry on their own. It is just often very inconsistent because, again, you're lacking that macro strategy that other teams bring.
Exactly, and that's why we saw a lot of the Yasuo coming out earlier on in the split where he was like, I can play Yasuo, and we were like, oh.
Yeah, but then it's LeBlanc.
Yeah, exactly. That was the other side of it, is he did bring out picks that were a lot more successful.
Yeah, the Exileh, you talk about Sheepy bringing out the best in his players. Exileh's still a little rough around the edges. We heard from Perks the other week. It's the stupid aggression. And you saw him chasing, even on like a Nivea, for instance, just trying to hunt down Vladimir.
Big words from Perks.
Yeah, that's true.
Talk about that.
Yeah, it's something about a pot and a kettle. Yeah, I know.
Let's see H2K here. H2K has not been doing anything crazy, honestly, in this game.
Oh, okay. There's Master Arrow, Missile Voyage. They found Ryu. He's going to have to flash, but Hylissang is right on there, and they bring Odoamne to the party. Hilly is really low on this, trying to bail out as Jankos chasing him down. Exileh takes out Ryu. Exhaust is on, but the Unicorns are starting to win this fight. Vander and Ryu are down, just like that. And now they're chasing for the rest of H2K. Forgiven should go down, but this has actually gotten incredibly bloody here. Move picks up Forgiven. Jankos and Odoamne are just trying to hot-foot it out of here.
At the end of all, 3 for 2 in favor of the Unicorns. Finally, they found themselves a fight that turns it back around. It didn't look to be in their favor at first because Hylissang just put himself right in the mix.
Yeah, and with this tower, Unicorns, they can even up this gold gap. Odo and Jankos just can't quite get in the picture. The tower will not fall just yet, too much on the health bar. And Unicorns didn't think they had enough left in the tank to take it, but 20 minutes into this game, it is starting to look a lot more even.
And this is H2K misplaying their composition. When you play mages like Cassiopeia, you need your front line in front of her to protect her so she can deal that consistent DPS, but Ryu was on the opposite side of the team that gave Unicorns an opening. Great ulti in from Hylissang, honestly, to block Ryu from escaping properly, and then Exileh on this Vladimir. He gets to the back line, and then he can just destroy everyone. Crazy fight, honestly, very, very close back and forth here, but if you're H2K, don't walk into the enemy jungle when there's basically the entire team around and split up. You know, your Cassiopeia and Sivir, they need these tanks in front of them to sit there and deal that DPS.
Ridiculous amount of damage came out from Exileh onto Ryu. Basically 100 to 0'd him, and it was just the fact that it didn't get blocked by anybody, as you're saying. No front line blocked the E out from Vlad, and suddenly Ryu loses all of his health. Exileh's now past 2 completed items to go alongside it.
Very defensive items, though. Yeah. Double MR item. He's against Cassiopeia, Karma, Gragas, even Shen deals some magic damage. So there is a lot of magic damage on the side of H2K, but very often you would see like a Rylai's or Protobelt by now. He's gone heavy into defense because he thinks if he can just stay alive and out-sustain basically what H2K is doing in these fights, then he will eventually take down some of these squishies in the backline. Because if you look at Unicorns of Love and their comp, well, Vladimir will be diving the Cassiopeia and the Sivir every single time. And only assistance might be like a GP barrel and an ulti, and then he has to take them down on his own.
Well, we know they've been able to go toe-to-toe in these fights, but now Unicorns are starting to match the pace. They take themselves to Cloud Drake and even secure their first turret down bottom side. A few lower ones in the top and mid, so they could make up the gold difference just like that.
And the thing is, they're going to have pretty solid wave clear, at least from their top lane. One wave should be fairly neutralized when it comes to H2K trying to push out. Chachi, past that Triforce, now has Ghost Blade as well, so comfortably past the point in this game where you would even be slightly concerned for the GP, and now it's just all systems go for Unicorns of Love from that top lane.
And very often here in Europe, we see these like 1-3-1 comps, Kassadin, Lissandra, these kind of picks, even Talia, that goes side lane, and then you play like the entire map. Both these comps here actually are looking to just team fight against each other. No one is really like purely split push focused by any means. Obviously, Gangplank really late will be able to 1v1 the Shen and push him down, but that's not really your way to win the game. It is through fighting, so we're gonna get more of these big 5-on-5 team fights where it's all about positioning at first, and then if someone like Exileh can make it into that backline and take down Ryu or Forgiven. Otherwise, these two guys on H2K will kill their front line, and we say front line, it's a Rek'Sai on the side of Unicorns very, very quickly, and then get on to the squishies.
Yeah, I mean, I expected this from Unicorns of Love. That's what they do. They love the death ball compositions. But H2K, this is a little bit different from them.
It is a little different. Well, actually, it's not that different at all. We saw this exact style of thing out of H2K.
All right.
7 Vladimir games.
I was going to say,
that part's very true.
A lot of Vlad similar to Cass in some respects. We'll get to that if this fight kicks off a little later. But what I was going to say actually comes from that is that both Ryu's performance on Vlad was a little suspect at times, pushing out too far with a non-TP mid laner like Vlad, where he'd be trying to push the wave and clear it very quickly and get greedy, and then he'd die. That was the first series we saw out of H2K. They had tidied that up for the series against Splice, but it's not something we've seen a whole lot out of the Unicorns work successfully as we got later and later through the game. It's been a lot more about those fights, as you were saying. Chachi popping 2 people with a barrel is going to be key in this.
Yeah, and it's one of the reasons Exileh is actually the mid laner in Europe, if you look at the playoffs here, who deals like the most damage per minute. Obviously, that also depends on champions and so on, but he very often gets into these late game fights where he hits 2 or 3 guys, and obviously that just fires your damage per minute really high up because you get so much late game DPS. And it fits the Unicorn style. It's you pan out, you push in your lanes, and then you try and roam towards the mid lane, or you roam to the Baron, and you take the big 5-on-5 team fight. It's sometimes a good thing and sometimes a bad thing as well for them, where you're like, why don't you just play 1-3-1 here and just spread out the map? You don't have to team fight every single time, but it is what they prefer to do. And it's gonna be the same in this game here, and so much of it is on Exileh and Chachi, as always, to be the big carries.
So far, they're looking so good, and they've got scaling on their side. H2K might have that team fight ability as well, but it is going to get really, really hectic for them to deal with some out-of-control Gangplanks, out-of-control Vladimirs the later this game goes. We're 25 just about into this one, and Unicorns have shown no signs of letting up. H2K still trying to go on the aggressive through the jungle and whatnot.
It's another big fight.
We've got a fight on, and there's the Hemo Plague throwing down the Gangplank ulti as well. Shed's coming to the party. The Unicorns have been separated, though. Exileh, he's targeted out, but they just don't have the damage to finish the job on him. And Jankos, he's going to have to bail out as Odo is on the front line still, and we don't have any more kills in this one.
Now, one of the reasons people like Cassiopeia against Vlad is because when Vladimir dives towards that back line, you can ulti him as the Cassiopeia. You can force an early pull, and then you can CC him after and take him down. Well, this time around, Ryu completely missed his ulti. It was only the taunt from Odoamne, and they didn't have the damage because Forgiven had to flash away as well. Exileh stays alive. He's almost back to full HP, and H2K under siege.
Yeah, they can't really defend this turret, and they know it. They're going to back away, but Unicorns still a few more moments before they can take down the tower. They need a minion wave, which is short in the coming. Move is still hanging around this side. Pings are actually flying towards the Baron side here. Hylissang's thinking, can we go for this? I don't think so.
I think it's just more about setting up the vision control, making sure they have the ward stand and everything, so that if the opportunity arises, they'll pivot away to it. But honestly, H2K, because of the amount of magic resist that is now on this Vladimir, it becomes very difficult for the Karma, the Cassiopeia, to deal with him quickly, which means he's going to start regenning very quickly in his own right. So Forgiven, this, you know, a lot of times we don't chastise players or say that they need to get an item particularly quickly, but Executioner's Calling is actually going to have a significant effect from Forgiven. They need Sivir to hit Vlad, and they need to cut the healing because they are not running Ignite in this composition at all.
And if you're a Ryu as well, well, there's some very key items for you, like Void Staff. You need to get as soon as possible, but you also want to get that Archangel completed with your fully stacked tier, or very soon to be fully stacked tier. So you're like, could I get 3,000 gold, someone please? Well, no one is going to give it to you, and then you get into this rough spot as a team where you always talk about, guys, I need like 1,000 gold, then we can fight. But Unicorns of Love will not let you sit there and farm. They shouldn't let you sit and farm. They have enough ways of starting fights with the Ashe ulti, and then of course follow up from like knock up from move, GP ulti, like a lot of ways to slow down H2K. Gangplank has always been one of these great picks against Sivir because when she speeds up to either run away or engage, you put down the Gangplank ulti on her and it's kind of removed. Sivir's ulti suddenly means nothing because GP will just slow the team down.
The Unicorns have been able to match this pace. Now another objective opportunity will open up very shortly. The Mountain Drake comes on board. We've had an Ocean and an Air Drake so far. Jankos is still trying to invade in this jungle. He could get the smite away on the red. It does happen, so Jankos is still making sure he can deny a little bit, but it's hard for H2K to really do what they were in the early game. This Mountain Drake, though, should be theirs.
A little bit too easy, I feel, for them to get this Mountain Drake. Exileh had gone to the top side, and when you send your split pusher without a global to the opposite side of the map, well, then you're not looking to contest an objective. If they don't get Baron Vision for it as a trade-off, then they just gave H2K a free objective. Mid lane tower might be the goal for Unicorns, though, but the rest of H2K is already moved around to try and protect this one. Jankos does have flash if he wants to start a fight.
He might do. Still tower holding. They do get the wave clear out. Sivir coming in handy, and the spooky ghosts push them back.
And Unicorns would love to just take down this mid tower now and then rotate to this top lane wave that Exileh was building up before, setting up that side lane so it crashes into the tier 1 tower. You join with that wave, you take another tier 1 tower, and you open up for Baron Vision later once you take down these outer objectives. That's kind of the problem for Unicorns. They've done well in fights, but they haven't gotten any towers really except for one.
Exactly, and they were trying to push back H2K from that. Jankos has to be careful though, he's out on his own trying to de-ward.
Well, I don't know if that ward was worth it. He actually flashes and they bring Odoamne as well. The jump marine, it was not coming fast enough though. And Unicorns have turned it around. Hema plagues onto Jankos. Exileh is looking to hunt him down. Ghost is on for the Cassiopeia. Exileh's been pushed away. Jankos is bleeding low. And Ryu whiffs the ultimate.
Big whiff on the ultimate. Ryu's had a couple of good ones. He's got to be careful moving forward here because he's about to meet the whole Unicorns pack. I think this tower's just gone. H2K just need to reset back away and look for perhaps a follow-up if they can find any crowd control.
Ooh, Exileh's gonna have to pull. Ryu really wants to hunt him down here. Sinks the fangs in, but Hylissang has taken a bite himself. And Exileh will live. Ooh. Ryu flashing, getting knocked up. They take down Exileh. Ryu says #worth.
Ryu trying to solo carry this game right now. Another team fight where H2K butchered the engage completely. Shen ulti onto a guy who just flashed away, and then suddenly he's like on the wrong side. They're going for Baron here after picking up that 1 kill on Exileh.
Oh, this is bold.
Oh, we saw a slightly less bold play out of EDG yesterday. They killed 2. This time it's 1. We'll see if this actually counts.
Chachi's gonna get a big barrel on H2K. They peeled off the Baron themselves. Hylissang at half health, but he does still have the Gray available. Odoamne getting the taunt off onto Muvu. Runs in just too late. Smited down by Jankos. H2K have got the Baron, and now they're making it out.
Much better coordination here for H2K, trying to send Odoamne out to taunt move just when they want to finish that Baron.
They're trying to back.
Time.
They're trying to back. Oh, Hylissang!
It's just Hilly. It's just a little choppy time Kench walking around.
He didn't get the lick off.
Didn't get the lick off. And this massive wave we talked about earlier that Unicorns were setting up on purpose as a slow push so they could take it after the mid tower. Well, it never really mattered because this was the start. Look at Jankos, so he flashes out with the Shen ulti, so some miscommunication. And then Odoamne, when he joins, actually runs the other way. The entire front line now of H2K is gone.
The funny thing there is Odoamne had the read on the timing of his ult, but Jankos didn't. That's why Jankos went for the body slam forward, because he thought he just had enough time to deliver the Shen into the fight, and Odoamne's like, nope, not getting in there in time. I don't want to be anywhere near this. So H2K, this is where they got the reset, and Ryu turning on solo carry mode. He wants to maybe face up against SKT if he gets in that group of Worlds. He's like, take me to Worlds, I want the second try.
And this is Ryu on his own, popping Ghost, chasing forward, picks up the kill, gives his team the Baron as well. 3-1-1 on this Cassiopeia. He's had a good game, except for some of these with ultis. When it came down to the DPS, he's been there.
Yeah, and now with the Baron-empowered minions, they're able to siege on the inner, so 4 towers to the 2 that Unicorns have painstakingly earned for themselves. At 31 minutes into this game, they're not showing too many signs of letting up right now. Odoamne down on the bottom side, but there are a whole load of Unicorns here to try and push them back. Can't Forgiven, Vander, and Odo get the job done. Already down to half health. Ash Arrow at the last second. In comes the Tom Kench, looking for Forgiven, but they won't get it that easily. Odoamne gets a taunt off, and Exileh has to get chomped down by Hylissang, and Unicorns get nothing.
But Jankos wasn't there to follow up for H2K to continue this, so ultimately Unicorns are able to save their bot tower. They're wasting some of the Baron buff coming from H2K here, but H2K maybe want to look to reset. That's Jankos on his own.
I don't think Gragas needs to try and solo carry.
Back himself away from that bottom lane a little slowly. Otherwise, he could be in trouble.
But such a swing in this game after a mid lane fight that looked to be in favor of the Unicorns with how H2K were messing up that engage with the Shen ulti and then disengaging and then re-engaging. It looked like Unicorns would just get a free tower for it, be able to back away and take another fight later, because remember guys, the scaling is fantastic on the side of Unicorns. And then Ryu obviously turns on the power, picks up the kill, gets the Baron for H2K, and now suddenly they are able to play more aggressive, but Jankos is still in this bottom lane. He's just been here on his own, and now the team joins him.
Yeah, they want to finish that one off. The Baron's still ticking for another 45 seconds. They've done a decent job of getting the power play out of it. And unfortunately for Move, he can't quite easily get his own red buff. He does get it in the end, it looked like, or was that Forgiven?
I believe he did get one. Yeah, he picked that one up. He used Smite, got it just in time.
Well done.
Bottom lane tower.
Unfortunately, towers are falling.
Time. 2 towers, so ultimately Unicorns for stalling H2K ever so slightly. H2K go right back to it, recall, get themselves back out on the map and looking to push again. So Forgiven last time was caught by some of the crowd control. We'll see if he can get out this time. No heal, no flash. So if anything does go his way, could be in a bit of trouble.
I mean, just waiting to see if H2K gonna actually try and hit this tower and potentially give a chance for the Unicorns to engage. It's gonna be Gangplank ulti coming down from Chachi, honestly, and then move flashing forward, trying to knock someone up in that GP ulti as the way to start the fight. But they need summoners on Exileh. He's the man who's diving the backline, who's killing the backline. And right now he's missing Ghost and Flash, so he's actually not that strong and not that scary. H2K able to back away, secure Cloud Drake, woo-hoo-hoo, good for them.
Hey, man, it's good now.
It is good, but
I mean, H2K are in the
it doesn't
driver's
really
seat.
matter that much now.
This is the thing, though, that after it was a very tense mid-game for them and they look to be losing some control, H2K have gotten right back to where they want to be. They easily take down the Dragon. Unicorns are going to try to shove up mid, but they can really only deliver a wave into that inner turret here. And Chachi might finally be able to knock down this turret. Yes, he will. But at this point, Unicorns, when does it start looking a little too late for them?
Well, with this comp, I don't know whether it ever gets too late here. They are close enough in this that there is the potential for the one-team fight where GP and Vlad come together and just annihilate everybody's health bars. We were talking a little bit earlier about cutting through the Vlad healing. Of course, the Morellonomicon on Ryu has been there since the beginning, but you got to get this Vlad under 35% of his health. So that could be tricky as it is from the Ryu. Forgiven, keeping himself item capped after the Hex to stay alive.
Took an arrow.
Yep, nailed right there, and they found Jankos as well. Teleport coming in for Chachi. The fight is up, and Hylissang is already gone. Doesn't even have a chance to go gray health. And now Jankos, they're looking for even more to finish this fight out. The GP ultimate was there, but a big taunts down. They take down Veritas. A double for Ryu. Unicorns just caught with their pants down, and the rest of them are gonna fall.
Chachi isn't even here yet. He's running. He's around the mid lane now, and it was Unicorns who engaged on Vander in the mid lane. They get to disengage. You talked about Forgiven, his item choice. For him, going Last Whisper is probably not worth it if you consider how few tanks there is on the side of Unicorns. Again, it's just move, and he's building MR, so it's kind of like, we don't care about Rek'Sai. Forgiven is going for as much raw damage as possible on these squishies. Together with Ryu, he's able to take down Unicorns a lot in another fight.
And at 35 minutes, they've broken the base straight down the middle. They get themselves the first inhibitor of the game. Don't get greedy, back it on out. And they'll have plenty of time. Baron's coming up in 1 minute and 10 seconds. Unicorns are going to be scrambling after that one.
And it's a simple one now for H2K. Assume control of the Baron Pit, assume control of the river, and force Unicorns to come to you. Because H2K are very, very strong. We were talking about how, you know, for the Unicorns, their team fighting would be good. Well, this team fight wasn't so great for them. Hylissang dies before he even gets his thick skin off here. And H2K just turned this on. Ryu comes around the corner, Ghost already running and just outputs damage. As I said, Chachi was in the bottom lane. His TP even got cancelled, so decided to run up to this afterwards. And double kill for Ryu means this fight's already done.
Yeah, that's really all you could say about it. The Unicorns clearly didn't expect the counterattack that they were given from H2K, so the gold lead still doesn't seem that far up, but even with Vlad doing all that damage in that fight, it was so evenly split. I don't know about this.
Hang on, wait, Jankos
look
is
right.
going ham on this. Like, Jankos with 3.3k damage in that fight must have
Ryu
held
was stealing the kills, man.
I don't know whether I'm sold by that. Maybe it's the power of Poland behind Jankos in that. Something else.
Get a plus 500 damage buff when you play in the Tauron arena. 10
I mean, to be
seconds
fair, he was the guy who walked into the bush where there are 4 members being like, oh, you're setting up a trap here? Hey, guys. And
He did
hit
Q, E, and R on multiple people throughout that fight. So it is potential. You know,
full tank Gragas. Deadly.
Well, a lot of players that we were talking about, you know, on the desk always say about that Runic Echoes just walks into lane with the Gragas QE and you're kind of half health.
It is a lot of damage, obviously.
Hey, he hits hard, man.
And Unicorns on their side, they're trying so hard to get enough damage here to kill H2K. You see, obviously, Last Whisper completed for Vizicsacsi, even upgraded as well. And while it's not an item you always need on Gangplank because you already have like armor reduction, or you basically ignore armor, 40% armor with your barrels when they do hit. So therefore, Last Whisper never have insane value. But when you're against multiple tanks, it is worth it. And Unicorns are around, just trying to stop the Baron. Arrow actually went wide in the mid lane. Didn't get a flash or anything on the side of H2K.
They're going to go right back to it. They were trying with 2 members last time, but they've got full control of this pit. And you can look at what Odoamne is doing in the bottom lane. Yes, Chachi might be holding him at bay for now, but they've still got a lot to worry about. With a broken base down the middle, H2K can take their time on this, and they found move.
Hang on, Veritas is looking to come to red. And
don't do red
Veritas
buff.
is doing red buff when H2K are doing Baron and they know it, and now they're going to get forced to fight.
Yeah, they got the Inspire on the hunt as well, looking to hunt down Hylissang. They knock him right back into the team. He's going to have to flash this time. The GP ultimate was there. It slows them up for just a second. Move is going to juke around the side. But Unicorns, very, very strange decision-making.
Well, Unicorns of Love had so much defensive vision. I don't think H2K had any idea that Veritas was actually doing red buff. They obviously disengaged from Baron because they were looking for the fight and not take that 5-on-5 against GP ulti near Baron pit. Had they known Veritas was on red buff, they would just stayed at Baron, being like, yeah, we don't care then, we don't need to disengage.
Especially knowing his arrow's down as well. They just saw it go wide in mid lane, and again, they're going to go for it.
They chunked move.
Exileh can be brought into this fight by Hylissang. In fact, no, Abyssal Voyage is still down.
No, this is going to be so tough, and they throw down the slow. The arrow comes way too late. Baron's taken. H2K, once again, fully controlling it, and they nab the Baron with barely a scratch to show for it.
Took them slightly longer, can't really fault them. You don't know the animated carry is doing a random red buff in the late game. Now they do pick it up because Unicorns are not able to react in time. And it's been looking like an H2K victory for almost the entire game long, where Unicorns were not able to do anything in the start because this 2v2 lane was heavily in favor of H2K. Move fell down like 30 CS in a Rek'Sai to Gragas matchup. Well, suddenly you don't have any pressure on the map, honestly. It was about Exileh against Ryu, more or less, and that was a fairly even lane. Exileh won it slightly in CS, but not enough to make a difference.
There are, people that will ask then, if it's been so favored for H2K, how come it's taken them 38 minutes now to get to a point on their second Baron where perhaps they're looking to end? And keep in mind, there were those 2 fights, one of which resulted in nothing, where, Hylissang saved Veritas, they got themselves away from the tower, and the one where Exileh killed Ryu, and that actually slowed H2K down because they recognized a lot of the power that the Unicorns had. So H2K being fairly careful at playing this game out. Now got this tower down below half health, that one's gone.
Yeah, H2K has definitely made a lot of mistakes as a team when we look at the fights, the way they've been starting them has especially been poor in this game, and as you said, it makes it harder to then snowball and actually close out your game. It's been a lot more about just these individual lanes and then individual players kind of stepping up, like Ryu, when he takes down Exileh on his own, gives the Baron over to H2K, and they use that to kind of snowball the game further. And now they're trying to go for move.
They might just get him! Oh, right after he flashes it.
Sorry of
flames another. And he is not fearing a thing here as they take down another bottom inhibitor. 40 minutes in, and it's all but H2K closing this one out. The Gangplank ulti is only going to clear a few more minutes. Abyssal Voyage is coming in. Hylissang comes just out of the woodwork, and this is the last-ditch effort. Exileh tried to get the big hit off, and Jankos is going crazy. He takes down Hylissang. He's going to fall, but it's just a Guardian Angel pop for now. Exileh and Veritas trying to hold the line, but they get the taunt off Exileh. No pool for you. It's a double kill over to Ryu, and he is looking to make it more. Veritas on Fountain goes down. That's the triple kill for Ryu. That's going to be game number 1. H2K with a 1-0 start.
Ryu with perhaps his best performance all year. H2K, they're going to take game 1.
Just like that, they just needed the right place, the right time, and they do it. H2K will lead this series in the opening game.
Kind of crazy looking at Ryu in this game, how he missed so many ultis, and sometimes he got denied the ulti by like a Tahm Kench. But when it came to him dealing that single target DPS and finding the squishies, we call them squishies, Vladimir is not really that squishy, but he was able to go aggressive against him. He was actually able to take him down very often in the fights. H2K looked like the better team, but definitely with some issues when it came down to coordination in these team fights here, either going in or going out. Unicorns punished him a few times, but just not enough. Too many members from Unicorns falling too far behind early, and some problems in the pick and ban phase as well, where you end up in this losing 2v2 matchup and really no way to get out of it.
Coming into the pick and ban phase, we posed the question of what could H2K and the Unicorns do with the presence being put on mid lane. H2K were anticipating them banning out Exileh, and they go, okay, we'll remove 2 picks, we'll leave you with your third, and then we'll just show you exactly how we're going to take you apart. And yeah, Ryu was
9 kills isn't enough for him.
Hungry for blood in that game, and certainly crushed that mid lane matchup.
Oh yeah, he did. But it wasn't just Ryu. I mean, H2K overall, they showed that the way they play the macro game, in the end, worked out a lot better than Unicorns just trying to fight them constantly. And though it was a really, really tough mid game, you know, they still closed it out. They still got the picks they needed. And I don't think it's too surprising that H2K comes up with the victory in game 1, just even coming into today.
No, I think this game was really hard to predict because a lot of it came down to like the mental strength of a team like H2K after losing obviously that tough series to Splice.
Really close.
Win all 5 games, and the last game was decided by like inches basically. Well, with 10 HP on Vander, and he doesn't die, then he TPs back and kind of wins the game for Splice. So it's tough if you are H2K, but honestly, you have Worlds in front of you.
Right.
Like, win this series here, hope Splice loses tomorrow, and you will go to Worlds. So that should be enough motivation if you are H2K.
Yeah, so far looking so good for them. Now H2K has taken game number 1 in this best of 5. Let's go ahead and send it over to the analyst desk to break down how it all played out.
Thank you so much, Pyra. Indeed, H2K taking away game 1 here over the Unicorns of Love. Let's start by taking a look at the picks and bans for the first game of the series. And our coach of the split here, Yamato, also had a thing or two to say about the Vlad versus Cassio matchup. In the end, we did see Ryu completely taking over the game.
I feel like in this particular matchup, a lot of people think that Cassiopeia is heavily favored, but the problem with Cassiopeia is that she can't really run Ignite. Flash Ghost is very, very important. That kind of removes all the kill pressure Cassiopeia has on a Vladimir if he itemizes Doran's shield as the first item, but he didn't. And then eventually, you know, the big problem Cassiopeia runs into is also the fact that she can't buy boots. So if Vladimir is in a bad position, boots of swiftness, and he's going to be fine against those all-ins. But then again, another big mistake that Exileh did was Abyssal Spirit Visage as the sole magic damage dealer on the team is going to be very, very bad.
Well, it worked out until the rest also bought enough armor against that.
There was also the lack of teamwork, you know, with a slow champion like Cassiopeia having Cannon Barrage and Arrow from Asher Veil, but that should always be like one of them should stick and hit, and then the Vladimir closes the gap and she's basically one shot. Problem is that never came to be. But for me, what carried the momentum for H2K wasn't centered in the mid lane, it was Forgiven and Vander. Like that Karma pickup in last rotation was so vital, because if you look all the way back to the early game, first base for Ashe was a cull. Forgiven goes back, he gets a BF sword. First base for Vander was a full sidestone, whereas Hylissang came back with Ruby boots, with Ruby and then boots. So like they had nothing, no wards, no lane check, no power. So H2K twice rotated from bot to mid, and they played the map from that point onwards, and that was basically on Forgiven and Vander carrying the early game.
And it's like looking at it from UOL's perspective, like their pick and ban. Picking Tahm Kench into Sivir to me is very, very silly, because Tahm Kench usually, you know, the hard counter to Jhin, hard counter to Ashe. But picking it into Sivir makes very, very little sense.
Yeah, because you get poked out then too, and Hylissang even skilled Devourer level 2. If you play Tahm Kench, you rely on poke. If you play against the Spellster champion, not gonna happen. Then you're never going to get close for Devourer either. Get that great health, you know, sustain through the lane. This guy was running on 0 potions after 5 minutes of laning phase, which is why Veritas had to base. So these small decisions, you know, they really add up, and they just made so that Forgiven and Vander had sole control of bot lane. They were good. Mid lane matchup was fine. Odoamne is a really good low econ player. So Jankos, he could completely dominate move in this jungle matchup.
Yeah, and that is exactly what happened. We've had our eye on some of his pathing, and in general, we've noticed that he does fall behind in farm.
Yeah, you just gotta watch this guy. Like, you wonder how he falls behind. We can watch his lead play. So he's on Krugs right now. He has a tunnel network laid out, so he has the most efficient pathing. He walks by Wolf Camp. Nah, psych. Let's go clear a ward. He clears one ward, and he's like, you know what? Let's get maximum efficiency out of this Oracle. 35 seconds have passed by the time he hits his Gromp. He's one of the fastest clearing early junglers who spikes on a TM at purchase. He outpaces Gragas by a mile, but somehow was down, I believe, like 28 CS at 15 minutes. This is completely unacceptable at a professional level that you get dumpstered this hard.
I think in a lot of cases what Move does, something that he does good, while I completely agree that he, in this case, you know, his pathing is usually horrible. One thing that he does is good, like pressure around mid. But that is completely irrelevant in a Vladimir Cassiopeia matchup. It's not like Vladimir's going to run in and all of a sudden kill a Cassiopeia. That's not going to happen. So in this case, his way of playing the jungle is completely irrelevant.
So would you say, a quote from you as I was listening to you, where you said Vander and Forgiven, they won this game for H2K. Would you say just as much Move lost it for UOL?
I mean, they launched the game in the early game, which I think then H2K carried the momentum. Like, there were individual performances like from Ryu, but it's much easier to play when your bot lane has that side of the map covered, the visions covered. And then, yeah, I think Unicorns of Love either need to really make that aggressive jungle style work with their laners, or communicate where the wards are. If you're a jungler-like move and you want to sit in a brush, you need to be guaranteed that there's no ward in there. He sat on the expiring ward so often. He was waiting for people to return to lane to then gank. That is Season 3 ganking. That's Season 2 ganking. The game right now is too fast-paced to afford that much time sitting in a brush.
I feel like in this particular game, like I was ready to bash on the fact that UOL had this draft that is very, very weak in all lanes, and they have this Rek'Sai. And eventually they fell behind pretty heavily, as you're saying, because of these rotations that H2K did, but they managed to close the gap with this kind of composition that scaled very well into the game. The Vladimir, the Gangplank, the Ashe, but they didn't execute the combo that you, of course, mentioned. But then eventually, when they managed to close the gap, Exileh, as a player, very young player, managed to kind of overcommit into this situation around mid lane that eventually gave them the Baron.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that replay as well. As you say, it did net H2K the Baron after and kind of got the game more in their favor.
So in this case, you know, Exileh, he didn't press tab because the only person that has MR on H2K's team is the Spirit Visage on Gragas. And of course, Exileh burns both summoners. And then, of course, Cassiopeia with the Rylai's is going to be able to catch up to this Vladimir. So this Vladimir with half HP, has no summoners, is going to be eventually slowed down by this Rylai's. And of course, 1 kill 25 minutes of the game means Baron against a Cassiopeia with a Mountain
got
Drake.
the mid tower.
Yeah, mid tower. It also shows you kind of lacking communication, because at the start of the replay, it was very faint to see, but the Gangplank ulti was centered on Shen and on the Gragas, whereas the AD carry, low mobility Sivir, yeah, she has the ulti, but if she gets slowed initially, her spell shield's down, and Cassiopeia were this close to each other, approaching from the right flank. All Unicorns had to do was pop that ulti down, turn around, kill the carries with Exileh, who has Flash E and W, and everybody knows how annoying a Rylai's Vladimir is there. So there is hope, because despite misplaying these things, Unicorns was still crawling back from a sizable deficit.
You mean there's hope for your predictions?
There's hope for my predictions.
All right, so they have chosen blue, the Unicorns of Love, for Game 2. That face says it all.
Well, I thought it was just a bit crazy because in my eyes, in this particular matchup, I feel like Shen will fall through to the red side almost every time because they're happy with the GP Shen. But I feel like Shen has so much impact. While, you know, GP can be considered a good pick into Shen, I feel like Shen has so much impact in the early game for both of these teams that I think red side would be favored.
I mean, they could still first pick the Shen and not do the Rek'Sai, because in the end we saw that.
Yeah, but if you're 20 CS down as Rek'Sai versus Gragas,
yeah, okay.
I don't want to see what happens when you're Gragas into Rek'Sai.
Yeah, good point, good point. Well, we'll see what happens. H2K is taking Game 1. We'll see if the Unicorns can fight back in Game 2 when we come back after the break. Don't go anywhere.
No, today we go full unicorn, no?
We go full unicorn, okay.
Wait, I didn't buy unicorn. Wait.
Wait, I go into the shop.
Ah, crap. You don't have a unicorn like
Wait, of course I do.
Of course I do.
And here he comes, right out of nowhere, and they barrel Chachi back towards his tower, but they take first blood. Oh, okay, there's Master Arrow, Missile Voyage, they found Ryu. He's gonna have to flash, but Hylissang is right on there, and they bring Odoamne to the party.
I got to use better, I got to use better.
Gragas flashed on me, Gragas behind
Sivir no flash.
Fight! Vander and Ryu are down, just like that. Okay.
Go Hylissang.
GP ultimate was there, but a big taunts down. They take down Veritas, a double for Ryu. Unicorns just caught with their pants down, and the rest of them are gonna fall. That's gonna be game number 1. H2K with a 1-0 start.
bound only by frozen memories. Lost inside, racing all these broken dreams tonight. And we'll
In well.
The first weeks on scrims, I didn't know too much, so I did a lot of mistakes. And everything got pointed out basically, which is really important, so I know what I'm doing wrong and I can improve on it.
Yeah, he went through the process, he worked hard, he understood for himself what it means to win and what it means to lose. So I think this kind of helped him to grow if he tackles it the right way, and I hope I can facilitate that.
I'm like good mid laner now because everyone teaches me how to play. When I joined Unicorns, I was actually surprised because it's kind of like a family. Everyone, the coach, the manager, the other players, and I really enjoy staying with them, and it's awesome.
Well, we'll see if that family can come together and take game number 2. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Krakow, Poland for this third place match between H2K and the Unicorns of Love. We're going to see blue side Unicorns once more. They picked it this time around, though.
Well, as much as Exileh does play some different things, I'm not sure the Ari cosplayers in the crowd are going to be
not in the
I don't
meta
think there's
right
too
now.
much
Not quite
Ari.
yet.
Interesting to hear about Exileh, because coming into the split, we weren't too sure what to make of Exileh. I mean, Pulse and I had the pleasure of casting him way back on SK Prime in Challenger, and
years ago.
Yeah, like 3 years ago, casting him in Challenger. And honestly, he was just a player that never really left a mark in Challenger, even though SK Prime were a decent team. But coming into Unicorns, talking about what Sheepy can do with individuals, this guy has gone from week 1, where we're like, what is going on here with the
Picking
LeBlanc
Yasuo
performance, the Yasuo, into actually a fairly consistent mid laner who can stand up. Game 1's not the best example of that, but still, I'm impressed at the growth in just one split.
Yeah, consistency is the key thing, I think, with Exileh, because when he joined the first games we saw him play, he was like 0-10. I was like, oh, this doesn't work on like a Zir. And then he went for LeBlanc and went like 10-0 on the other hand against Origin, like back in week 1. It was crazy to see how up and down he was. When he got an Assassin, he was great. He then transitioned to play more Victor, more Zir, become more of a team fighter. And now a lot of Vladimir is being played, obviously because a lot of the other picks are being banned, like Kassadin and Ryze. The split pushing picks he does play are being taken away by H2K. And they're going to do the same, which is why it's kind of crazy to me Unicorns pick blue side again, because they're basically forced to change up their ban slightly, or their strategy, because they wanted to target Odoamne. So they ban away Gnar and Echo. They're like, here's Shen. There you go. I think most top bands are going to be like, sure, I'll take that. Also because Chachi is not the greatest gangplank, not mechanically, but it's not his style. He's the kind of guy who needs to win his lane, who needs to be a split pusher to really have high impact. When you play gangplank, it's a lot more about outscaling, fairly slow but surely, get your global ulti, and then like be very important in these team fights. It is not Chachi's style, so I don't think that is a correct choice from Unicorns of Love.
No, I don't think so, but we'll have to see if maybe they prove us wrong to start this one off. Maybe they've got something different up their sleeve. Sheepy certainly seems to be not too worried about it, not too phased after the game 1 loss.
Yeah, we could actually see them just first pick the Shen, because giving Move the Rek'Sai and giving him the better early jungle matchup clearly did absolutely nothing, because he fell behind like 30 CS anyway to Gragas. So first picking for Move actually has very little value for Unicorns of Love just due to how he's performing. So why don't you first pick the Shen instead, maybe for Odoamne? And that's actually something that worked for you in the semi-final. Play around having a strong bot lane with the Shen ulti, and then you also take that away from Odoamne himself.
Exactly, and you know, there are more questions as we go through this, because, you know, if they have the same bans again, we're going very quickly, we are at the same bans from game 1 as we get to the third ban.
Coming.
Kassadin would be correct. A different ban this time, though, as Sivir gets taken away. Don't want to give H2K an easy first rotation in this draft. That's what happened in the last game, when that Sivir was picked up alongside the Shen in rotation 1 for H2K. So now questions have to be made. Is the Elise still banned here, or do you ban the Vladimir to allow the good jungle matchup on both sides?
Yeah, and does Unicorns again go for that early Rek'Sai pick, even though it did absolutely nothing? Shen is a much more impactful pick for them.
Ooh,
Jhin is interesting here because Forgiven doesn't play Jhin. So often when you have these trades of AD carries, it would be like Jhin and Ashe being traded. Well, if you take away the Ashe as Unicorns, well then Forgiven doesn't play the Jhin. He does however play Lucian, he does play Ashe, he can pick it right here if he wants the Ashe pick now as a takeaway from Veritas. And Unicorns once again pick the Rek'Sai, even though it did nothing in the last game. It is their first pick. Shen is open again.
And it did nothing into a matchup that Rek'Sai should do well. Elise is available for later in this draft for Jankos when he wants to pick it up. If it's not that high priority for H2K, they don't need it now.
Like right now, if you're H2K, you could go Shen Ashe, and then wait for your support pick again and get another strong 2v2 lane with hard engage, and then just Shen ulti down to that bottom lane once Ashe hits level 6, get to ulti. And then suddenly you actually have a very powerful combination where you also take away 2 picks Unicorns really want to play.
And that's exactly as you guys say, they take the Shen, they take the Ashe, it's back over to Unicorns, it's going to be rough for him.
So at this point, last draft was Tahm Kench Vlad. We may still see the Vlad come out here because they basically know it'll force the Cassiopeia on that next rotation. Unicorns will go into this, if they lock Vlad, thinking Elise Cassio is going to be the last one. We just have to figure out what that support's going to be.
Yeah, we might see like a Karma coming in as potential flex choice and then save the Vlad for later, just to try and secure a stronger bottom lane if you are Unicorns of Love after losing that lane before. Veritas has played Lucian as well. Once he hits level 6, he is very strong, but it's hard against Ashe. She's a bit of a lane bully early on. It's difficult if you don't have a last pick or late support pick to really show the full bottom lane. I'm really interested in seeing what Unicorns want to do here on red side. That is...
Whoa!
Hang on,
Whoa.
No. Everyone looks very confused.
Calm down. That is not gonna happen, I'm sure. Like, you would not blind pick Azir in this meta with other picks available in the second rotation.
Some's gone a little screwy.
I'm looking down on stage and nobody is fussing around the Unicorns right now about it. Exileh is turning around, so perhaps it isn't. That would be an incredibly different...
Hi guys, this normally means pick and ban phase, something went wrong when you go to the casters. Yeah, Azir we don't want to see.
I would imagine that would be a Vlad if they are picking mid lane right there. Again, for the same thing. Because, I mean, the Kassadin's banned, the Ryze is banned. Looking at blind pickable, the Karma's the other one, as you said. If they're flexing it, want to try and get a little bit of...
yeah, I mean, the only question is...
Oh, it wouldn't if they have Tahm Kench.
Yeah, exactly. They already picked the support here before. But the problem, again, for Unicorns, if they go for Vlad, you know Cassiopeia is going to come in one more time for Rio. And while Exileh were slightly winning that matchup in terms of farm, it was hard for him to really have much of an impact late game. We saw his build as well, the double defensive item he went for, which left him, you know, not the strongest in terms of DPS, and then everything else was physical damage. So Unicorns actually kind of ran out of damage themselves, despite having Ashe, GP, and Vladimir, which is not something you see.
I do quite like the takeaway of the Tahm Kench, though. I say takeaway, they played it in game 1. Tahm Kench later on in the game... I believe it was Tahm Kench got locked in, but obviously if we do have a champ select problem, it will
rotation will get remade.
rotation. If it is the Tahm Kench taken away, the Tahm Kench Ashe pairing is very difficult to deal with later on in the game. Ashe, obviously, one of the drawbacks is fairly low mobility, so Tahm Kench solves that problem straight away. However, Taric is always there for H2K as well. I'm waiting to see Vander bring out that Taric because it was so good in the quarterfinal round.
I did want to ask about that because, you know, we talked a little bit last game about the 2v2 and what was necessarily better, picking for a strong lane or picking for a team fight. Well, you could kind of have both if you had the Shen anyways, but for H2K, you know, this is kind of a Vander special. Even though a lot of people have been picking up this Taric, it should benefit them quite a lot in those team fights, especially if we do see the Vlad coming out again.
Yeah, problem is just picking for team fights when you're already losing in the early game doesn't really favor you that much. It's, again, right now for H2K about getting that strong 2v2 one more time because they have the Shen top to support it, and then for Unicorns to not fall into the same trap. Because people will then say, why don't you just lane stop after 5 minutes? You know, you just send that losing bot lane to top side. You can't. If you're getting pushed to your tower 24/7, you can't leave your lane. You can't go to top lane because you lose that first tower almost instantly. So it's very hard to get out of these losing matchups. And that is one of the big reasons why pick and ban phase is so important in the current meta, because these winning early lanes can give you such a huge, you know, push forward and give you a big advantage outside of their, or just from the laning phase alone.
You know who generally doesn't do that in this meta, and that's why we were surprised to see him? The Azir. I've been given an update. We will be restarting picks and bans, and everything will remain the same until the Azir rotation. So that was an incorrect pickup. There were some issues with champions automatically locking in, so we will be redoing the draft. Up until that point, everything will remain the same, bans and picks. So that'll be the Rek'Sai, the Ashe, and the Shen are confirmed picks.
Yeah, so we'll be able to pick that one right back up from where it started as soon as we get into the picks and bans. They're still filling up the lobby, so we'll get back on that one pretty quickly.
And then also when we go into pick and ban phase, there will always be someone who messes up the ban and like, all right, remake again.
Yep.
And then here we are 5 minutes later.
Had that one before.
We've had it a few times already. Obviously, when something does go wrong in the pick and ban phase, we don't want to punish the team. Be like, yeah, sucked for you. You're playing Azir now. You know, that's how it is.
Yeah, on a big stage.
Yeah.
All right, I guess we'll just lock that one
no,
in.
it doesn't really work.
Not a matchup we have seen in a while, for sure.
But still, like, a lot of questions around Unicorns and pick and blue side. Dynamic side selection, guys. So after every single game, you know, the other team gets to pick. So H2K were higher seed. They pick game 1. Unicorns pick game 2. Then H2K game 3. And then 4 for Unicorns and 5 for H2K again. You would think, after the team just showed a good strategy against your blue side, that you would then swap it around. Because, again, this Rek'Sai first pick, while it looks good on paper, it really did absolutely nothing. So, yeah. It's weird.
And the Rek'Sai focus first. I mean, there were so many junglers left up. Yes, like we've highlighted move as a big weakness.
I mean, Rek'Sai is the best jungler. Rek'Sai is the best jungler.
But when you're not able to win a winning matchup with it, is it still worth the first pick?
That's the big question.
The thing is, it's the kind of jungler that has some sense of forgiving to it as well. You lose the matchup. It was bad. Like, there is no way around that. But as for junglers that aren't like, you know, you roll a dice, Rek'Sai is fairly safe.
Definitely, yeah, it's safe. It's more you're investing your first pick for this one, and you know you're going to give away 2 strong picks to the red side team and a potential last pick later for something like the support to get that strong 2v2 matchup. It's a lot invested into a first pick, where normally when teams go blue side, you know, it's because either they want a target ban with their bans, which is actually what Unicorns are doing, trying to hit Odoamne quite a bit up in the top lane, and then also, if that first pick, you know, if you're H2K, you get Rek'Sai for Jankos. Okay, value right there. You know, this guy can carry the early game on this champion. Move is not doing the same, and that's where the blue side first pick suddenly is not the great. It's same if you draft, you know, in any leagues, you know, that first pick, it got to count.
Maybe it's all about that entrance to Baron everyone's talking about with blue side.
Yeah,
that's why you want him always on blue side for that to fish.
All right, got some good news.
Better win rate.
We're back in, guys. Same bans as before. We will have it all the same up until the Unicorn second rotation.
Oh, Patrick!
Yeah!
Okay. Okay.
All right,
so
back to normal.
We are more anticipating the Vlad with the Tahm Kench from game 1 as well. That is the most likely setup here.
Tahm Kench, obviously a traditional counter, something like an Ashe ulti, as engaged later on, but it once again sets up H2K to last pick that support if they want to get that strong 2v2 matchup with the Karma. Again, if they want Karma Ashe with the Shen backing them up, it's super powerful combination. And then it's all about just getting Cassiopeia and mid for Ryu, and I think Jankos is more than fine taking Gragas again.
Well, yeah, he has the Gragas, also has access to Elise. If he wants the team play, the Gragas is obviously going to give him the engage potential alongside the Ashe. You got the Chub Marine that you were talking about. Elise, a little less cohesive with the direction that H2K are going, but still, Jankos, anytime he gets the opportunity to play Elise and get that early game presence, get himself in the mix, is always there.
Okay, now.
So that was one of the picks we talked about, the Lucian.
There's the Lucian.
For Veritas, when you try and go all in for that laning phase, specifically, Lucian is one of these carries who does get outskilled by most of the other AD carries in the meta, like Ashe, like Sivir. Obviously very strong, especially on a 2-item spike, and after level 6, he gets a lot of pressure in his lane. But if you're H2K, again, you have seen their jungler, you've seen the mid laner, Cassiopeia Gragas would be a perfectly fine rotation, and then once again, save that support pick for Vander. Don't change too much, because you actually did more than fine in the last game. The Sivir ulti wasn't even that impactful. It was against a gangplank, first of all, and a lot of them were actually whiffed, because H2K didn't have a whole lot of coordination in their fights.
I believe this again is a slight issue that we're having with champ select by the
Vi's not buffed yet.
I was getting hyped there. We got some Ryu, Ezreal mid lane.
Top lane Vi, it'll be great. So we are likely to be backing away out of picks and bans from this one.
All right.
Probably has not gone crazy.
Third time is the charm.
Hopefully.
Yeah, unless probably this is now the secret map.
We gotta show the troll picks,
Yeah,
and we gotta go out. We gotta go back in, show the real picks. And it's Unicorn's turn as well to do it.
This
Everybody gets one.
This is what we're calling dynamic champion select. We've got dynamic side selection. We know we're just going to start locking champions for players and go. Everything's great.
Yeah, I wonder what happens. Like, it's not a player like mistyping Vi, and he's like, oh, I like that.
Yeah.
You know, that doesn't happen.
That's a weird one.
Clearly, they have some issues on stage right now, but we've seen a few more picks. We saw obviously the Lucian. We saw the Vladimir. We talked about Vladimir. You talked about it being like the safe choice.
Yep.
Cassiopeia most likely for Ryu going to be the answer again.
Yeah, I use safe in like quotes.
Yeah.
Like, should be, but
it is hard to blind pick mid. Honestly, there is a lot of things that can counter like the meta picks right now, but none of them are like super hard counters where it's like, oh, you're going to lose by 40 CS and you can't win the game.
Yeah. We also saw the Gnar hover too, and I think that's something that they could bring out here on the side of Unicorns.
I think it is, and it gives Chachi a little bit more of that laning presence that we have grown to know from Chachi time and time again.
Laning presence and being able to split push more effective than a GP against a Shen, where it's about outscaling for big fights and match the global. No, we need something where Chachi can get a few ganks or move early, get an advantage, and then become that main split pusher for Unicorns of Love. And that's where Gnar will make a lot of sense. But again, they're giving some very powerful picks over, and by hovering it, you kind of hinted towards. I don't think it's a surprise for Unicorns, because suddenly Unicorns didn't ban it. You know, they banned the Sivir instead and left that Gnar open, knowing Odoamne would take the Shen in first rotation most likely.
It's also been a much more successful champion for Chachi this split. In the regular split, he had 5 games on it. He didn't lose one of them. And yeah, it kind of fits his style a bit better than the GP, that we just saw it not really looking too comfortable in his hands.
It's interesting though, because we haven't actually seen Odoamne play much of the Shen Gnar matchup, because a lot of times in the playoffs so far, it's been banned against H2K. They banned it in one game, so it's not actually a matchup we've seen too much. However, it's playing against Gnar is something Odoamne did in every single game, pretty much, just time and time again, whether it was a GP, whether it was the Echo. So the fact that he's got a Shen locked in already may leave him a little sour taste, but I still think he'll be fine with the match.
That's always been a thing for Odoamne. He's always been known as like the team player, which is why you wouldn't praise him as much if you think back to last year's like Kapashot, who was his nemesis, who was like the hard carry, you know, split pusher, Fiora every game, you know, and then Odoamne, the team player. And people would make fun of him and say, he just plays Maokai and Rammus and so on, just point and click CC. But that's obviously not true, because Odoamne is the guy who can play multiple different styles. We've seen split push, we've seen, you know, the big tanks, we've seen more of these defensive picks, like, again, a Shen. So he has multiple things he can play, and he's okay taking some of these matchups where he might not be favored to, like, stomp the lane because he doesn't have to.
You know what I really like about Odoamne in this? And this is one of the things that we criticize for Odoamne in the middle of the split that Shen leaps and bounds helps him with. We were always talking about how H2K, they look a little less strong when it's not Odoamne that's TPing first. When he's not the first one into the fight, when it's not H2K kicking things off, when they're trying to react, they always look a little bit behind the curve, even more so than you would expect. Whereas the Shen, obviously, you're the one trying to make the plays, you're the one with a global presence, and it worked well in game 1. There was a little miscommunication with Odoamne and Jankos at times, but
I still picked up the win.
Certainly seemed to fix some of those issues.
Yeah, and I think you really hit the nail nail on the head with the fact that H2K are always a team that are way more comfortable in the driver's seat. Playing from behind, this is how they've lost a lot of games and not shined in fights, is when they kind of get caught off guard. They reacted well a lot of the times to the Unicorns, but I think at a certain point, you know the Unicorns are going to go in on a 50-50, so you can kind of make that prediction ahead of time and say, you know what, we're going to fight now because we know they're coming for us.
Yeah, and that's part of the adaptation in these BO5s and why a team like Unicorns have struggled in the past as well. Like in a best of one, like we used to have in the LCS, these crazy kind of
good old days or
play styles, you know, yeah, but like these kind of 50-50 moves that a team would make could definitely work, and you could pick up that one victory. But once you get into BO5s, it's like you got to do this now a minimum of 3 games in a row, and that's really difficult to do to win that series. And that's where other teams can then kind of adapt on the fly after game 1, where you get used to it. H2K got caught a few times where they were like engaging from multiple angles with like a Cassiopeia, which didn't make any sense. They got punished. Now they learned. They still managed to win the game, so they're in a very good spot.
Didn't lose too much for it. And that's the thing. H2K have historically always had a bit of an edge on Unicorns. They were 12-4, now 12-5, or 13-4 all time against them. And look at that, same picks and bans so far. Take 3 on this pick ban phase here in game 2. It's finally happening.
So let's get another rotation in before we have to come back out of that. It won't be the Ezreal.
Don't put that out there, Stress.
It won't be Ezreal Fi. We were talking about it. If you haven't heard this the first 3 times, Cassiopeia likely to be the lock-in for H2K. The question of the jungle matchup is just what Jankos feels like he wants to play. And then we're on to the Unicorns of Love. We've talked about the Gnar. We've talked about other options that they have. That support is obviously going to be pivotal for that bottom lane.
Analyzed the hell out of this pick ban phase.
May see Hilly go for the Taric. We haven't seen too much out of it.
It's just a problem, again, if you don't see the support from Vander, if you are Unicorns of Love, almost no matter what you pick, you might lose out on the laning phase. Again, that's where Karma comes in. It's the like guaranteed good laning phase support pick, but then doesn't do a whole lot outside of lane as a support.
I wondered at that point whether we'll see Hylissang go for the Bard. Now, Bard isn't played a whole lot on this meta, but it has been banned away from Hylissang a lot. There's the support.
Okay, so basically H2K don't want to have Unicorns picking that Tahm Kench against the Ashe themselves, so they do remove it by now taking the Tahm Kench as well. Like, Tahm Kench is one of the safest supports you can pick. He can do well in almost every single laning phase, and when you have Ashe next to him, who is a strong laner herself, like, it's a fine 2v2 combination if you are H2K. Where you also have some safety for the Ashe in case the enemy team runs what European players like to call the bulldozer comp. Like, these mid laners like Vlad with Ghost who can just dive the back line against low mobility AD carries. Tahm Kench is here to save the day.
And I wonder now whether we'll see just full-on engage in team fighting out of H2K. Cassiopeia is the obvious option. We're coming back.
Okay!
It's the same.
Well, yeah, but still, this is, I actually could see Unicorns.
The problem is these don't actually
no.
be Unicorns. The Alawi, but I don't think we're keeping the Alawi in the Kale.
Sorry,
now,
boys.
I got excited.
I don't know, you could play Alawi into Shen, I guess.
I hope some people just tune in, see the picks, go like, whoa! Nice. Like,
but
tweet
still,
about it.
Unicorns, that would be something that we would see from them.
The Alawi, yes. Kale support,
Kale's
probably
less.
not. Probably
Less
not.
so.
Again, we mentioned...
So 3 times is not the charm, unfortunately.
I quite like the takeaway with the Tahm Kench.
Yep.
Even though it does show the full bot lane, and while you have last pick for mid, Cassiopeia is still a choice. Like, it's just stealing away Tahm Kench from Hylissang and not allowing him to play it.
There are a couple other choices for that last pick. If we see the Malzahar come out of Ryu, other options, if they want to just go, we don't care about the laning phase, but we want side lane and team fight, Lissandra is also an option for that bulldozer. We know Ryu's played a whole bunch of Lissandra as well earlier on in the year. So there are still flexible options for H2K. None of them, apart from the Cassiopeia, are really going to crush, I don't feel.
Right, and now they drafted the Gragas as well. Like, it is very focused around team fighting, what they've been building, a bit like in the last game. So we would expect a team fighting mage to come in and not a 1-3-1 comp specifically. Also with Chachi having that counter pick for Shen, once he starts losing his laning phase, or after laning phase, once he starts losing the pressure in the 1v1, it's hard to play 1-3-1 comps against it when your top lane is always under pressure. So most likely we're going to get the team fighting mage and not the big 1-3-1 champion.
Yeah, I was going to say, saying that, knowing Ryu, he'll just lock Twisted Fate and we'll go for EDG.
There we go.
We'll just be like, just snowball bot and Forgiven will be fine.
Yeah, I mean, that could work for sure. But this kind of presents a unique situation. When you have so much time to actually think, because we do get remade with the same picks and bans, you have a lot more time than you usually do to think about your composition. Now, is that a good thing or a bad thing when it comes down to it? Do you have the tendency to overthink that?
I don't think it ever hurts to have more time to think about your pick and ban phase. The question is, does the other team benefit more than you? Like if you've already
And then it
decided,
hurts.
like if you already decided all your
All right.
5 picks all the way down, and they're now trying to figure out what kind of comp you're drafting, they do benefit from it, sure. But it's the same for both teams.
I don't know, H2K had 2 hours the other week, so
Yeah, that's true.
they're probably like, get me into game as fast as
Actually, they
you
had
can.
2
they had
days
2
after.
days.
They're like, all right, what do we do in this pick
Yeah.
and ban phase?
They're well trained for this.
Yeah, they're in the city. They know how to handle for sure. So maybe the Unicorn's the ones in trouble.
Right now, after losing game 1, then the pause or the slow pick and ban phase, tilt, man, instant tilt.
It can happen.
This is where we're actually going to get one of those solo, like, give me a Lowy and Kale, like the next
It will,
rotation,
and then we'll drop out of the lobby erroneously.
Let's think about it here, though. If you do play Lowy in this meta, where so much is about like these standard lanes, as long as your bot lane doesn't get crushed so the enemy team can just swap on you after 5 minutes, you can actually play that 1v1 lane for quite some time. I don't think it's a good pick. It's way too risky. If you get shot down early, you are completely useless until that big team fight where you get 5 tentacles smacking on everyone and you win the game. But that is like so high risk, high reward, even too high risk for Unicorns.
Exactly, that's one of those things with those high risk
something to
lane
say for that.
focus where I'm like, somebody's gonna play Renekton into like
Hey, he's solid.
That's what I'm saying. He's like, somebody's just gonna go, oh, we're in standard lanes. We only need to win lane and then win the game from it and snowball. Let's just pick these ridiculous champions that don't care past 10 minutes. But as long as I get a lead.
I mean, yeah, if someone does crazy enough draft,
We've
like
seen
Fiora
Darius
blind
coverage,
pick,
by the way.
no Darius.
Yeah, that's
no.
too crazy.
But like, if someone is crazy enough to go like Fiora blind pick, then suddenly Renekton can appear and just like crush the lane and dive the enemy top laner. This pick and ban phase over with Unicorns. We talk so much about Chachi becoming a split pusher. Gnar becomes the obvious choice for him in that lane. Don't think like Fiora is a pick he's gonna pull out now. So Gnar again becomes the safe choice. And then support. Like really the question for Hylissang is like, does he want to build towards winning that laning phase even more? Something like a Trundle can also be an option if they want against some of these tanks. We're going to have to see.
Yeah, we will have to see. So I've just been told, while we're still investigating the issue, we're going to send it over to the analyst desk to break down what's happened so far.
Thank you so much. Yes, always the bearer of bad news if you see us before Champion Select is over. They are investigating what the issue is with Champion Select because champions are getting inadvertently locked in, and those are not the champions that the players had selected themselves. Hence, Divide, the Ezreal, the...
Which plays off?
Plays off?
Plays off, yeah.
Plays off?
What it's called these days.
All right, as a coach, it must be a little bit annoying, obviously, that you have this plan in your head. You show some of your cards, and then you have to take them back and maybe think of a new plan.
No, like from my perspective, what I do in terms of pick and bans is I always plan every possible scenario before I go on stage. So in my eyes,
Every possible scenario?
Like, of course, you know, if there's a random Ilaoi Kale, maybe I didn't plan for that. But there are some scenarios where things just don't matter, right? Where are some picks that are so useless that they don't matter. So in my eyes, I think it shouldn't change anything at all. But, you know, looking at this draft, I think maybe UOL has some regrets.
Well, we've seen some things, of course, the Rek'Sai again in the first lock, and the Shen given over, Gragas, Ashe, Tom Kench. We, of course, don't know if we're going to go for a full remake or not, but you do see some trends for UOL. Again, that jungler Rek'Sai is what they value the highest.
I mean, in the current meta, you have to play Rek'Sai. Like, I've talked to multiple pro players, and they say if the enemy team has Rek'Sai, it's over. More importantly, because Rek'Sai has a clear path where you can hand off blue buff level 4 to the mid laner, and we know European mid laners aren't always the most mentally stable, so when an enemy mid laner returns with blue buff early game, you know, that may just have some repercussions.
Yeah, for sure. Like with the mid laners that are being played right now, Cassiopeia with blue buff, holy moly. Malzahar with blue buff, oh my god, FF20. You know, these are things that are very, very, you know, mentally damaging in-game, you know, but I think looking at the draft, I think this is the first time I've ever seen, you know, a team pick blue side again, and then in my eyes, I think it's a poor adaptation. I think it looks worse than the previous pick and ban because, you know, very straightforward, Ashe first rotation on the other side, and all of a sudden you have Ashe and Dilution. This is not a match that you want to play ever.
I mean, it's exactly what happened from H2K versus you guys. You guys, the red side masters, as it turned out, but H2K always going for that blue side when they could, and you guys going for red.
Yeah, like I think in general, from my perspective, it was strange. I think in this particular matchup, I think while GP Shen works, I think this is a matchup that is very, very viable. I don't think it applies in this particular matchup because these are early game teams.
And if we look at pick and bans in general, we don't have insight in kind of the equity that a player or a coach has in deciding what gets locked in. What's it like for Splice these days, especially, or maybe does it change throughout the season or in playoffs, or is it always the same recipe? How much equity does Yamato have, and how much input do the players have?
I think it's very, very hard for me to kind of give you like a concrete answer, but the way I like to see it is kind of a pot, and everyone's just throwing their ingredients into it, and I kind of mix it all together and kind of make something based off everyone's ideas. But there are times where I have to make a judgment call, and the players, I ask them to just trust me. And sometimes I have this gut feeling to trust my players because of how they say things to me. So it's very hard to say a concrete answer, but I would say it's a stew.
Well, talking to Sheepy last year, at least, I know they had democratic shot calling in-game, at least, and maybe in the picks and bans as well. 1 second.
It's just, I feel I just have this image of like all in favor, hi, you know.
Are we going to do... Oh, it's already down. Well, then...
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, so let's look at this game then specifically. Unicorns of Love, you guys had them all pegged as the winner, so they're going to have to win this next game as a start. Who would you put your marbles on if you were the coach, and who would you give all the resources to carry?
Did you ask Krakow or me?
I mean, you're the coach, bro.
I was looking at him, but then he looked away.
Okay. Well, I think in this case, I think Vizicsacsi has shown to deliver. I think it's kind of hard in a pick and ban phase to say, oh my goodness, you're the one that's going to win the game today. I've never done that personally. I think it's very specific to who you play against. In this case, Exileh, has been the shining light, but all of a sudden these bans are coming in against them. You can't expect them to perform to an equal level. So I think it really depends on who you play against.
Chachi's Gangplank came on?
Yeah, I mean, Chachi was lackluster because he missed like at least 3 barrel combos on screen. But if you draft a Lucian, you kind of, for me, have to snowball that lane almost. I'm a big fan of the cheesy level 3 gank from Rek'Sai onto Tahm Kench because a lot of them don't skill great health until level 3. But that is like the ultimate cheese. If it works, you win the lane. If it loses, if you fail, like the enemy jungler will claim whatever's left of your jungle. But in Unicorn's case, where the jungler falls behind anyways, at least do it with a purpose.
And it's like in this case, with the Rek'Sai on blue side, it's very, very easy to gank bot lane. But then you run into this problem where you face a Tahm Kench and an Ashe. It's very, very hard to gank this lane. And
so you have to take the Tahm Kench level 2, or otherwise never visit that lane again.
For sure.
Picks and bans, we don't know, might of course start from the beginning once again, so we will see what happens. In all, H2K, the first win on the board, we said already, the crowd, you were mentioning it, how big of an impact it can be, and they have been pretty loud as well whenever the ball got rolling for H2K.
It's those little things, but it's so reassuring that if you make a play and the crowd's behind you and they cheer, especially nowadays, like people play on manageable delay. Back in the day, there was like 3 minutes, so if you made a play at like Gamescom, for example, 3 minutes later they were cheering. But nowadays, like it's almost instantaneous, and it is a major boost, especially for like Vander or Jankos. Like when Jankos got first blood, you can guarantee that damn hell that felt great that the crowd was behind him. So hopefully for H2K they can carry on that momentum because they have been playing well enough to continue on what they're doing so far.
Yeah, and if they don't manage to make it, or if they do manage to make it, rather than tomorrow, they'll be cheering harder, or you'll be cheering harder for Splyce, because if H2K win here and win the 3rd place match, that means that you can't go to Worlds on Championship points. So you're going to have to win tomorrow, Yamato.
Well, the thing is, the result of the day is not going to impact at all how we play tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to go in it to win it because we want to be #1 in EU.
Yeah.
That's the only thing we're looking at right now.
Okay, is that the way you've also worked towards it? No numbers game, no nothing, just Splyce, the project that is Splyce, going from Challenger, wanting to be the best here in Europe?
Well, we have to take everything step by step. You can look ahead. You can look so far ahead. Yeah, season 16, I'm going to do this. It's very easy to set like long-term goals. But in my eyes, I've always told the players, short-term, what's in front of us is what is important. And right now, G2 is in front of us, and we're going to tackle them hard.
And then to touch on something like preparation for playoffs, because it's a little bit adverse, because a lot of people that don't follow esports very closely don't realize it, but it feels to me incredibly hard to prepare for playoffs, because the teams that you can scrim go down in numbers a lot. The teams that you can scrim that are good enough to actually teach you something are almost non-existent, because you can barely scrim your direct opponent. So what, for example, has Splyce's preparation been?
Well, in our case, I think the regional qualifier is definitely a massive blessing. Whenever, since the addition of the regional qualifier, the teams that kind of fall out of playoffs, they stick around. They want to scrim, they want to play the regional qualifier. Of course, Giants and Fnatic have been scrimming. So I think in this case, in the last 2 seasons, it's been a lot easier.
But do you teach more than you'd learn when you scrim teams like Fnatic, who were in massive disarray, Giants who got quite easily swept away in the first round? Like, how much does Splyce as a team actually take from these teams and potentially run the risk of teaching them too much, making them stronger for the regional playoffs?
Like in this case, looking at 6.15 as a whole, I felt like we were the ones that truly needed the practice, because 6.15 was a hard patch for us, and we looked at the teams that would potentially be the best at this particular patch. And I think in our case, we practiced a lot against H2K, and eventually we had to play them, so we couldn't practice them. But it's been back and forth, and we've pretty much scrimmed anyone possible. It wasn't anything specific. We just made sure we had scrims, we focused on our own thing, and it wasn't really too much more like emphasis put into that.
Yeah, as we are emphasizing a bit on Splice and their growth, that is because we do have a bug in Champ Select in that second game. Between H2K and UOL, as you can see, they're testing some things out right now, so we hope to get a resolution for you soon and get into Game 2. We were mentioning the Gauntlet a lot, which is the regional qualifier, but we dubbed it the Gauntlet because that's what we always tend to say. I do believe we can get a bracket up in just a second, but that's going to be absolutely stacked. Let's make a hypothetical scenario that H2K, as it is going now, wins and G2 wins tomorrow. Then we have Splice, the Giants, the Unicorns of Love, and Fnatic in that Gauntlet, but that is a fantastic tournament. Too bad that all three teams of those will feel really sad.
Yeah, Spice gonna stomp that though. I believe. Yeah, I don't think anybody like. It's really hard for me to see Fnatic make the growth because it feels like they're in shambles. Giants also like kind of regressed a little bit. 6-15. Maybe the Unicorns can bounce back, but like from losing a third place match to then having to face off a Spice that is clearly top 2, unless G2 tomorrow kind of smashes Splice into pieces, but I don't really expect that. That would be the only caveat to that.
I think the only kind of contender is like the team that faces UOL in the final of the Gauntlet. I think that will be the deciding factor of the Gauntlet, because looking at Giants, I think in best of 5 scenarios, looking at their history in best of 5s has always been very, very weak. I remember playing them in the regional qualifier. I remember seeing them play against H2K as well in the past, and always in best of 5s they've struggled to adapt.
They have improved though, pick and ban significantly, mostly because Sunstar allegedly has been a major voice on that team. Maybe that leads to more best of 5 adaptation, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, as an update, they are running some tests and they seem to be in a final test. And if that works, we're getting into picks and bans. We did see that some players are leaving the stage maybe to grab a bite to eat or go to the bathroom. So
bathroom breaks, super
bathroom
necessary.
Breaks important. Like, imagine that you have to get into that game and you really have to go. That should be that would be unlucky. But to go to more interesting topics, I guess, about the Gauntlet, this was the hypothetical scenario 1. Hypothetical scenario 2 is that H2K loses here today. The Unicorns of Love
probably made it back in. He's like, put me in, coach. Okay, coach.
I'm going. There you go. Pose flag, chilling. Casual. Is that tied too long?
Depends. You need to see if he's standing.
Yeah.
Probably usually knows what he's doing.
It's hard to see with his posture. He's relaxing.
He's the gamer posture.
Yeah.
Maximum slouch. That's the closest probably he gets to playing for Worlds. I did
the analyst.
I did the play test too. Every time when nobody's in the crowd, I just go sit down in one of those chairs and like, still got it. And then I realize I don't.
Yeah, the players are getting back. They were given a brief break because they had a delay. So hypothetical scenario 2 is H2K doesn't win here today, which is what you guys had predicted. The Unicorns of Love win.
Yep.
That means they are the boss, so the final boss in the Gauntlet. And let's say Splice wins tomorrow, then G2 goes on points, and then we have a Gauntlet of UOL, H2K, Giants, and Fnatic. Do you then give it to H2K?
Ooh, I think if H2K managed to lose against UOL, I don't think they will.
It's over. It's over. If they lose the best of 5 against Unicorns, they need to wait a week and then play it again. And like, who do you scrim at that point? Because I imagine both Spice and G2 are going to take a small breather to prepare for. I don't know if you guys are planning on a boot camp. Don't need to reveal that. I've heard whispers that G2 might prepare a boot camp.
They announced it as well.
Yeah.
Oh, they announced. I was just afraid to spoil it. But yeah, great. So they're going boot camps. The only teams you can scrim is teams that you have to play for your race to Worlds then, which means you lose the best of 5 against Unicorns and you likely don't scrim anybody else to improve and you have to face them again. That's a really doomsday scenario.
So then Unicorns of Love go to Worlds.
Then Unicorns go to Worlds.
Like one interesting fact as well is like in the past, I remember when I was in Rockat with Vander and Jankos, we lost against UOL in like this really, really long best of 5. It was really, really hard.
Beautiful game.
Really, really painful.
A lot of macro.
Like the last game was, it was a catastrophe the way we lost it. And I feel like, I remember, I have memories of how the atmosphere changed within the best of 5 as we progressed. We played kind of worse and worse and worse as we progressed. And it was very, very similar. And I can imagine something similar might happen in this case.
This guy, though, if Forgiven makes it to Worlds, I will shave my head. We got you on tape. We are going to remember if it happens. A lot of bets. If you would say something absolutely ludicrous, a projection about or the playoffs or the European teams at Worlds, what would it be?
I don't know. I make calculated predictions.
Ah.
I mean, the most ludicrous thing I've said probably is that Unicorns of Love would win 3-1. So far, they...
Today. Oh, you're already taking it back? We're
Yeah.
one game in.
No, I still have the faith, you know.
C9 will go 0-6 in groups, you know,
Yeah.
the classic. Never doing that again, by the way.
Yeah. Get time for that one. No, one thing I do want to touch on is like how, I don't know, their manager is like walking around in like a pink, beautiful like unicorn suit, and that has to be great when you're winning. But if you have to go backstage to do pick and bans for the next series, and there's like a guy dressed like a unicorn, just like, yeah, I think we should pick Ash there. I'm like, no, just that would
That's
tilt
you.
me.
I'm sure they know good and well how to deal with all the unicorns everywhere. So looking back at this game then, and then Sheepy as a coach, maybe, I don't know how much insight you guys have, but he has had a lot of different, as this is a fire alarm, I do think. Or I don't know, actually. No. Oh.
It's not a remake.
No, it isn't. I'm going to wait for production to tell me what exactly is going on. I'm sorry for the panic. It's probably not a fire alarm. Just someone was saying something. Could use a translator right
Probably we need to move your car. You're parked in front of the entrance.
It's a car alarm. We're totally fine. Sorry.
Was it? I don't know. I'm just joking.
I'm
Chuck's
being
getting
fed.
notes.
Yeah, I'm getting fed misinformation here at this point. Oh, what is going on there? Oh, it was, dude, get out of that chair. We need to get back in the game. That's what the alarm is for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably your alarm.
Yeah. Got some laughs. Great. Fantastic. This game, though, I just heard that if they get back into the game, it's the picks and bans as they were before we dropped out for the last time. So Rek'Sai, Lucian, Vladimir, Shen, Ash, Gragas, no, yes, Tom Kench.
And we're almost ready here. H2K checking their shoes, because these days, these guys all have matching shoes, which is pretty dank.
I'm going to cut you off, and thank God our tests are completed, so we'll head back to the casters and give it another go.
That's not the cast.
Thank you very much, Shocks. We are about ready to go. All the testing completed. We had to make sure everything was working.
And now we
make sure
get a loud
gravity
kill
still
anyway
functioning
or
as
something.
normal.
We're like, oh,
yeah,
that'd be so fun.
Then we get a loud
It wasn't
kill.
a mistake.
Yeah,
you know?
unicorns are like, just kidding.
Well,
you know, they always keep telling me, like, whenever you ask like anyone on Unicorns, the manager or the owner, Sheepy's dad, you know, how are you gonna pick today? Heimerdinger, without any hesitation. One day it's gonna happen. One day.
Dear. He's not actually wearing a unicorn costume. I saw him earlier. He's wearing like some kind of like Tyler Breeze outfit where he's wearing like model shoes,
Well, see,
like leggings.
Here's what it is.
Like a
He's
star.
got to manage the team now, but he's going to a rave afterwards. He's just doubling up on fashion.
Oh dear. Well, as you can see, players are getting back on stage. The alarm sounded. That was the.
That was
Brawley alarm.
That was new.
That was new.
Like, even for us, that was new.
Hey, there he is, by the way.
There is the man.
Yeah, but get a shot of the legs as well.
That is a
His
unicorn
shoes.
hat.
It's the
a
shoes
staff.
alongside it that it is the one that really, like, if he's still wearing them from earlier. Look at this.
Yes.
Tyler Breeze right there. Seasonal residence in Berlin for Remain in the Unicorns of Love. But we'll see if we can give them the motivation to get
I
himself.
feel bad about our outfits now.
I know.
Yeah, I feel underdressed, to be honest.
I tried to put some flowers on. I know the tie looks weird, but I'm nothing. Yeah, even a flower up here.
Good one.
I heard
It's
there's
different
some mixed
fashion
reviews
sense.
of the outfit.
Mixed
I heard
reviews?
Really?
like it and ew, flowers.
There's only one person that really matters for you, though, Deficio. Keep in mind. Whoever's your...
It is you, James.
You're not the
your
one person
opinion.
that matters for my outfit. I'm sorry,
Well,
Deficio, but, you know,
there
it's
it
all
is.
good.
There it is. That's why I'm with Trevor. Not this
That's
guy.
why you're with Trevor. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's getting weird now. We have the unicorn
It's
on
been
stage.
weird. Let's be real, okay? Just to clarify, just to get back into the realm where things make a little bit more sense, it is the same picks and bans. We have not changed anything, and it just because the issue we have been seeing is, of course, the players, unfortunately, not having a choice in the champions they lock in. Apparently, that was the bug.
Yeah, definitely annoying as a player if you can't choose your own champion and you get random stuff.
It's Nemesis draft, but the computer chooses.
Definitely. So, recap. Rek'Sai first pick.
Yep.
And then we had on the other side first
Shen and
rotation
Ash.
from, obviously, H2K was Shen and Ash. And then it went back to Unicorns with Lucian and Vladimir, back to H2K, and it was Tom Kench and Gragas as the picks. So we still have the last pick for H2K and the last rotation for Unicorns of Love. Hopefully it works now. Next time we go back, I'm being told just a few seconds and we will be back into the champ select.
Just a few.
Maybe we'll
band.
see
Few
the exact same
moments.
band
Yeah.
and same picks all the way up
Yep.
to it. Really, a lot of suspense building to see what those last ones are going to be, though. We had a lot of speculation back and forth. Do we see that Gnar out of Unicorns? I think that's going to be the case.
I mean, that's what we expect, obviously, from Unicorns. We talked about it so much. Getting Chachi on that split pusher up in the top lane and play around him. Like, he's been one of your best players together with Exileh, but it's hard if Exileh gets Vladimir to kind of go like, all right, let's get Exileh fed. He was solo carry. Like, it's much easier to take full control as a Gnar up in the top lane, at least from the start. Get your Vladimir to 2 or 3 items, and he can take over, obviously, and start carrying the fights. But before you hit that point, well, you need someone else to do well.
Yeah.
Didn't happen in the last game. The man on the screen just before was Move, and that was the guy we criticized a lot because he was really struggling and had very poor pathing as well.
And he gets the first pick again in this game, so we'll have to see if that ends up being worth it for Unicorns. On the other side, Ryu still has the option.
Clap means we're in.
He can take the snake. We'll see if he does it. We're going to be going in to picks and bans. 4th time. I'm still counting them down. That's right. And we have the same bans so far. What do you know?
Okay, so we know it's going to be Rek'Sai, Ashe, Shen are the first 3, followed by
Rapid fire. Here we go.
Lucian, Vlad, Gragas, Tahm Kench, and from there, that is where we will progress.
And we talked about the Tahm Kench takeaway from Unicorns. Now that you already have the Ashe, I really like H2K's draft so far. I know the analyst was talking about it. One pick we didn't mention, you guys might have forgotten, was Trundle as a potential pick.
And it's locked.
It is good against Tahm Kench, and it's good against like both Shen and Gragas to remove some of these tanking stats from one of them. And then we also got to mention probably 500 times before we got back into this game.
498 actually.
Because guys, Chachi is a split pushing guy and he wants to be on a split push.
So we also put out 3 options for mid lane here. The Cassiopeia if they want the exact same matchup. They could go the Lissandra if you want pure team fight and that engage potential with the side lane control. The other one was the Oddball if you want to go full EDG, the Twisted Fate. I don't think it's quite the pick that we're going to see here, but you never know with Ryu.
Does that look like a man
has,
who takes chances?
I mean, he has played Twisted Fate.
Yeah, he has. But he's done well
very successfully.
Yeah. Definitely, but again, Cassiopeia is the expected one because of Vladimir being picked, and you look at Unicorns who will once again opt into these big team fights where Cassiopeia can shine against champions.
There it is.
Like Vlad, who's running at your back line. You try and ult here. Obviously, the ulti can also be used as a zoning tool. You don't necessarily have to hit it to land it. It's more about just DPS studio.
Oh, yeah. All right, guys, we did it. We finished the pick and ban phase. We got the lineups all locked in.
Yeah, successful.
Unless Cassiopeia was a troll pick.
Don't say that.
Well,
we got it, boys. We got it.
And what we've got for the Unicorns is a little bit of reliance perhaps on Veritas from the laning phase to try and snowball, but you're against the Tahm Kench, very difficult to do that. A lot of protection against the Ashe.
And you're against Forgiven, by the way.
I don't even like Lucian against Ashe, especially pre-level 6 for Lucian. I think it's very hard for him to actually win this laning phase, and he gets outscaled big time. So you have this problem if you're a Unicorns of Love that you rely a lot on winning both side lanes. The Gnar against the Shen, you want to get Gnar ahead, get him to throw some Mallet Black Cleaver, and he becomes that big bully against the Shen, but it takes quite some time to get there. And before you do that, you have to deal with a ton of hard engage, good lanes overall from H2K, and we saw how they played aggressive with the Shen ulti against that enemy 2v2 lane. Well, exactly the same can happen again once you hit level 6 on Ashe. And that's a way to fall behind if you're the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah.
Peel back the
you
curtain.
You don't want a way to fall behind. You want a way to get yourself ahead, and they're going to have to
Preferably.
figure this one out. It's difficult. It's difficult, especially after what happened in the previous game. H2K have some very similar matches for themselves in the mid, especially. It's going to be different up top. Want to see what can come out from Chachi.
Well, we'll see what comes out from Chachi other than some boomerangs from the Gnar.
Quite a lot of those.
Yeah.
Maybe
Like
some
boomerangs.
boulders.
So we're going. Yeah, it depends, I guess, what skin, whether it's a clock
that's
tower or ice
Yeah.
shard or...
All
we'll
right.
see as we get in game.
Well, you know, we've talked about what we think is going to happen. What do you guys think at home and, of course, in the stadium as well? Hashtag UOL win if you think the Unicorns are going to claw this one back. Or if H2K are going to take a 2-0 en route trying to finish off that series nice and clean. Hashtag H2K win. It's been some time. Thanks for sticking with us. We're loading on to the ref for game number 2.
Game 2, all-important one for the Unicorns to fire back with. If they can get some of this crowd control layered, allow Exileh to get damage off in team fights, perhaps we will see a bit of a turnaround. They had a bit of a team fighting composition in the last game, but H2K had their number. The early skirmishes went heavily in H2K's favor.
Definitely where H2K had a much stronger 2v2 lane that they managed to win. CS advantage for Forgiven, first tower for Forgiven as well. Not exactly the same kind of setup where it's a stompy lane on the side of H2K, but I like that 2v2 lane. I like that draft of wall again. And we talked about how surprising it was that Unicorns would opt into this blue side. First pick Rek'Sai once again. Nothing odd about first picking Rek'Sai, but just judging from how first game went. Early trading is just Chachi trying to scare away a few people.
Fear from Jankos and Odo. There we go.
This is what we see a lot level 1 now, where it's no longer about warding up the river. It's about warding near specific camps. So trying to see, is the enemy jungler starting on top side? Is he starting on bottom side? And you can then kind of predict his pathing from where he starts.
A lot of this is all because of the timing of how long it takes you to get to red buff. If you start bot side, it shortens your gank timing off red buff. If you want to cheese gank off the 2 camps or possibly just quick 3 camps, get red and go bot, there's that possibility before Tamkench is really able to keep Forgiven safe. But this time they've spotted on the Grom. It's going to be a later move down to the bottom lane if they even want to go down there.
Yeah, almost every single route I see now from champions like Rek'Sai involves getting red buff within 3 camps. So in this case, it would be Grump, Wolves for move, and then he will go do his red buff now. And the reason you want to do this is because you can then smite the first camp, and then you can smite the red buff as well. So by the time you have red buff on level 3, you're actually pretty healthy, and you now have 2 options. Either you can go gank, or you can continue farming. You're never really forced to go back to base. So you can see in your minimap move is now at that red buff. He's going to use smite again, get that level 3, and then see if there's anything he can do on the map.
And the shorter pathing was one we saw from Jankos in the quarterfinals, where he started on the Wolves because his duo lane started on Krugs on blue side. So they got their level 2 a little earlier. He got down to the bottom lane early. It was all about bot lane gank.
And look now here, Move has the option to go bottom lane. Early push from H2K. No wards. This is pre-3 minutes as well. They should have... You should expect some of it.
It's gonna be it. Vander, he ate up Forgiven, but will he give his own life? The Summoner Heal comes out, 2 exhausts are down. This is gonna be it. First blood, it's going over to Veritas.
And this is what we're talking about. This is why Rek'Sai is one of the picks that you can get these early ganks of. This is why early game junglers are so key, because your impact is already felt in this game. Jankos went blue buff because he thought Move was doing nothing on the map. His bottom lane gets punished, and now this turns it everything in favor of the Unicorns.
Yeah, but H2K's bottom lane here, they need to expect this. I mean, there's no surprise in the pathing from Move. He does 2 camps into red buff, and then you show up around this 250 mark. There were 2 wards available on the side of H2K. None of them were placed towards the river. They pushed up, they reacted too late, and then you get ganked and you lose first blood, and also a lot of summoners. So great start now from Move and Unicorns of Love, and really nothing Jankos could have done in this situation. That's on the lane.
Yeah, I think the surprise here for H2K is the fact that Move was doing a solid jungle pathing last time. He just didn't have
Pirate
the move. I'm sorry, man.
The family.
Yeah, well, yeah, calls it as I sees it. But all the same, Unicorns, they pick up a first blood here. That's only the 3rd time Veritas has gotten it all split long.
Now, importantly, off that first blood, as you said, only 3rd time for Veritas, he's got the double longsword. One build that we are starting to see a couple of Lucians trend back towards, as Vander was spotted on a ward in River, is the Essence Reaver build. Reckless was talking about this. It gives you better scaling through the game because Lucian does start to fall off with the Ghostblade Black Cleaver build. That's his spike, and after that, every other AD carry starts ramping back up.
Yeah, basically, Essence Reaver Lucian is better if you're against multiple tanks. Because again, you go towards the late game, you get the last Whisper later, you don't get the flat armor penetration, the cooldown reduction helps you a lot, getting more passive attacks onto these tanks and be able to kite around. And you have a Shen and a Gragas and a Tamkench on the side of H2K, so that is definitely a good option. Where Ghostblade is against a lot of squishy targets, where that flat armor penetration gives you almost true damage and you can just destroy people in the mid game. Ash on the other side, where she goes Essence Reaver as well, so going double longsword on her first back is not terrible. You'd prefer a BF sword, but in this case, a double longsword is not the end of the world.
No, certainly not. And Unicorns, with this first blood gold they pick up for themselves, playing a little bit more confidently here, seeing what Move does next. He just sends a Praise Seeker, but he was spotted on the ward. Let's see if he tries to influence this mid matchup at all, because at the moment, it has been very, very even, but Jankos is hanging around Ryu.
Right, and I mean, now we just want to see if Move can either keep up with Jankos or be more impactful when it comes to ganking these lanes here, because you can snowball multiple of these lanes. If you are Move, you force all the summoners from Vander in the bottom lane if you want to continue ganking that. Jankos obviously did a full clear, so that's why he's a level above right now. And he's towards the bottom lane. Hylissang just kind of walked the other way.
All right.
They do the ring around the rosy. Veritas and Hylissang are going to run into Jankos.
Oh, they're going to find
Actually, they're going to find him here.
Here it comes in the bush. Oh!
Oh, they know. They had a ward on
They
Vander.
stopped it.
As soon as Vander left the bush with the ward here, they're like, oh, we know he's in that bush here. Otherwise, Vander would never move because he wouldn't have vision in the first place.
Ooh, that was some Oscar-worthy acting right there. Veritas and Hylissang right back into the bottom lane, and Jankos loses some time here. It's starting to look decent for the Unicorns early game, and a lot of damage traded back and forth. Forgiven, just trying to put back on Veritas, not quite enough.
And just another small thing about that gank in the bottom lane. This is something that get mentioned quite a lot against Tahm Kench. Like, you can try and gank him pre-level 3, because normally he goes for the Grey health at level 3 himself, and then he's a bit squishy before that, and that's exactly what Move did. I didn't actually get to see Vander already skilled at level 2, and he was like, okay, there's a chance to get ganked, I need that defensive option. Just wasn't enough, because Trundle Pillar obviously comes in with the Rek'Sai knock-up and the red buff. Jankos is gonna find Move.
Yep, and Move is
leaving.
goodbye.
Just a little bit of a trade here.
This is my jungle.
But you can see how some of the early gold going over to Move from that assist and, has influenced his motivation here. Last game was a lot more about being a tank here. He's got a little bit more gold and probably wants to do more on the map. So he's like, Tiamat, we're going to go this route, go for that Titanic Hydra, and, have more presence when it comes to his own play here. They know Chachi is going to be fairly tanky. Hylissang will be fairly tanky the later the game goes. So potentially, although Hylissang has to suffer through getting
the
eaten
troll.
now.
Yeah, Exhaust is down on Forgiven, and Hilly has to burn his flash. Veritas is very low. Good move by Vander there.
A little bit of disrespect from Hylissang in this trade, walking so close in, getting multiple stacks, and near the enemy tower as well. Your AD was already done trading. He was out of it. So Hylissang does get punished for it, have to flash, and we're looking at Jankos, obviously. You have some laners now without flash in the bottom lane, like the Trundle. That is a very easy gank once you're at level 6 for Forgiven especially, and you have the Shen ulti like H2K and their comp. They want to play around ganks near this bottom lane. When you have CC to set it up, you have a jungler who can gank after 6, you have a Shen ulti, a lot of ways to punish Hylissang, and that's where it's so bad, honestly, that he loses that flash for basically nothing. So now he is just an easy target for H2K. Forgiven just hit level 6 now. If they do return to the 2v2 lane on the side of H2K, expect them to gank that lane.
Was going to be a red buff fight, but Jankos decided it wasn't worth contesting here. Bottom lane, yeah, a little bit of trouble for Hylissang. Time being, as Exileh in the mid lane gets turned to stone. Is he going to be able to make it out alive? In comes Jankos with the flash. Body slam, there's the pool. Exileh's got his flash, and he used it right before the barrel.
Went for the 3-point shot and couldn't quite hit it, but got both summoners out of Exileh. That'll do for Jankos. Burned his flash for it, but Exileh now has to be very, very careful in this middle lane. Can't really escape too quickly from Ryu. Gone for the swiftness boots first for the second game in a row. Obviously, the amount of slows that Cassiopeia can output, very critical to be able to get yourself away from the miasma and everything else and get yourself into a safe position. So that's what Exileh's looking for with this before he goes for any primary item.
A lot of fights over the jungle buffs right here, but Ryu's not going to have too much trouble picking up his own blue after Move and been chased off of it.
This might slow down everything now for H2K, honestly, because they got to use the flash from Jankos in the mid lane to try and pull off the gank against Exileh here. Yeah, Exileh used both his flashes as well, but H2K were in a prime position to try and set up a play towards a no-flash laner with an Ash arrow. They can't do that now unless they want to try and repeat a gank on Exileh in the mid lane. He can play a bit more defensive and accept that Ryu will push him into tower, because top lane, we know Chachi's going to push against Odoamne all game long. Once you get that Black Cleaver especially, you really start taking over the lane, shredding through some of that armor. Odoamne continues to try and taunt Chachi on the tower, and then Chachi jumps away. Every single time.
Walks into the tower while watching.
For charity, be like, here. This could happen more, but...
Oh, dear.
If only.
That's the curse, right? You say he's been trying it, then you look at it, and Chachi's like, I'll just stroll in. It's okay. Ryu, however, wants to punish that flashless
yeah,
lane.
Here we get the gank.
Easier to say.
Here we don't get the gank.
It's one of the vocal warm-ups.
Walking through the jungle.
Okay, decides to get a little bit of vision on here. So Chachi in Mega form still pushing Odo a little bit deep in. There was the taunt, but Chachi was out of range.
Every
time
single
for the
time. Chachi's ready to jump out.
He's got it.
It is the way to trade for it. Move is near the bottom lane, but hard for him to set up a gank now. Tahm Kench is very tanky now. He got the gray health, he has exhaust, he has heal from Ash. It is very difficult now to actually gank and kill the bottom lane.
And we've had the confirmation. After the double long swords, it's not the Essence Reaver for Lucian, it is the Ghostblade Black Cleaver build. So that's going to give him the potency earlier on in the game. That's going to be where Unicorns are going to have his damage. They're going to rely on Exileh for later. Oh, Vander's going to eat.
Great pillar, but yeah, that's what Tahm Kench will do for you.
Jankos is snuck down behind H2K's bottom lane. Move is trying to sneak down behind them as well, just come from a different angle.
But they know he's here.
There is a ping to spot him, there's another ward to spot him, move into the jungle, so they know exactly where Unicorns is on the map. They even see Exileh here.
Oh,
Rio?
they don't know if Boom is right there. The Ash Arrow comes in. Exile a little bit low, but they're bringing Shen in. Exile's got to get back to the safety of his own jungle to pool. He's going to get taunted and taken out by Odoamne. Meanwhile, there's a skirmish down in River, and Unicorns are getting bopped and barreled back and forth. H2K looking for a chase here. Meganar is soon to come. It's up, but they are still on the retreat path. Chachi, that just slowed him down, to be honest. Ryu throws down all the damage, and he claims another life.
Great defensive warding from H. I almost betted you there, Stress, being like, great defensive warding, and you want to yell about the fight. I actually want to hear that instead.
It's all good. I was going to say, Unicorns thought they'd set the trap. It was actually H2K that was springing it on Unicorns. Ryu knew exactly where H2K were. And as you said, the defensive warding, Deficio, your favorite setup.
I mean, it's so fun to see two guys setting that trap, you know, standing on ward, spotted Ryu, moves in like he doesn't see them, and then he just ultis on Exile, plus the arrow from Forgiven, and there's no flash in his Vlad, so it pays off that Jankos obviously traded his flash for Vladimir's, able to get the kill, and now just chase. You have the Ash Volley slowing them down, you have Tom Kench with his Tongue Lash as well.
And the Miasma, just for good measure.
Yeah.
And while Chachi could flash it to try and stay alive, he probably feels like he's gonna die no matter what.
That's the one time I've seen Meganar not be quite so useful compared to the mini forms. So, H2K right in the driver's seat. And they're the first in the ULCS to take 100 back. Go figure.
Well,
I didn't know that until just now.
Good for you, H2K.
Yeah. It's the spoils of war right there, the first Ocean Drake. There will be an Infernal coming up next, actually, and that'll really, really be heavily fought over.
I mean, that's the thing you're talking about, the Meganar, Mininar thing. I mean, Meganar is useful if you're super far ahead and you're super tanky and then you can be in a fight. Or you have the rest of your team with you. On your own, not so great if you're not super fed. So, you know, it's not going to be like Vizicsacsi is going to solo these fights without getting like 5 kills.
Let's look at the top lane here, guys. They're trying to dive the two members from H2K defending.
Chachi tanking.
Okay, Jankos has moved, and they're going to try to throw him against the wall, but Jankos with that clutch barrel pushes them back, and they might just have to settle for tower.
Really nice barrel because Chachi held his ult for just a moment as he was going in. Arrow comes in. It's
not over.
Tower should be down, though.
Tower is down. That is going to result in the first tower blood, and Exile right inside of the pool does not get hit, but flashes. And it's going to be traded. Ryu, with the quick fingers, tried to get the execution.
So Unicorns did get the first tower on top lane after setting up that dive here. Gotta give some credit to Odoamne. As soon as he saw the Meganar jump forward, he instant taunted Chachi, so he couldn't ulti them back. And then Jankos obviously follow up with a very good ulti as well. So perfect defensive play from H2K, avoiding their death here, but they still lost the first tower. Unicorns made that aggressive move. Chachi is 50% HP, but backup is on the way. Both Move and Hylissang.
Oh, that's fun, Jankos. Clutch Prey Seeker. Move's got to be careful, though. Yeah, it is uncharacteristic of H2K to give up that first tower blood. They have pretty much secured it 90% of the time across all the playoffs. And, you know, Unicorns made a good move, got themselves some extra gold there, but they're still finding themselves a couple hundred short.
And when you look at the semifinals and now this third place game, this is actually the first time Unicorns have secured that. For the last week, pretty much. So finally getting themselves a little bit of that objective game to get things rolling. This game is roughly even on the gold. So, you know, this is a lot of work, eventually, if they want to catch up and accelerate past H2K.
Yeah, a lot of work being done by Chachi in that top lane before they got up there.
Oh, here comes Hilly.
Ryu has no flash.
The pillar down, that is a quick exhaust. Ryu, he's going to have Odoamne getting his back. That's going to force the flash out of Hylissang backwards. And just when you think you've got him, they've got the backup.
And while that wasn't the perfect play out of Odoamne...
Odo is interrupted trying to TP down bottom side. Veritas should get that tower.
What I was going to say is while it wouldn't be the perfect play that Odoamne wants, he's going to use both globals and be able to hold on. But because of the interrupt, now Veritas is taking down the tower. So Odoamne was just forced to use 2 global abilities. Move, what are you doing?
Oh, he was caught trying to sneak himself a blue buff, but H2K collapsing on that. Veritas, he's going way forward here, trying to take down Odoamne, who blocked a lot of those shots, leaving the minions straight into the tower. Meanwhile, up top, H2K are trying to do the same to the outer.
Very fast-paced game here. A lot of trading back and forth.
Yeah, there is. Hylissang still here, but look at Jankos. He's coming in for backup right now. Gets the body slam and bops him with the barrel. Hylissang still there. That's going to be tower up top taken by H2K.
Yeah, all H2K is trying to do in the bottom lane is just defend the tower at first. Now they realize might be able to chase for more, not in range to land the slow on Hylissang. They back away now. Ryu has to be careful in mid. He still doesn't have flash or ghost. Move was around the mid lane, but actually didn't go for the play. He wants to go back to the scene of the
blue
buff. Like, what happened here?
He just ulted back to mid lane after respawning. weird play by Move to go in the enemy jungle quite that deep. He had the team around that area of the map, but they weren't with him, and that is the key difference here, is they're taking the turret already. You can hold for 2 seconds, allow Hylissang and the rest of the Unicorns to split off into the jungle and the lane, and then you at least have even numbers to get the vision to then take the blue. Trying to stretch to the turret and the blue at the same time is asking to get 3v1'd in the enemy jungle.
And a little bit sad we see that play from Move, because it was actually a fine play from Unicorns to go top lane. They pushed out the bottom lane, they recalled, forgiven, returned to the bottom lane, but they'd already gone top, and Chachi were building up a big wave. He pushed into tower. At tower, he's already knocked down to like 50%. So it was a good play to just force down that tower, get the first tower gold, and only give H2K a tower in the bottom lane, but not the same bonus. And then Move goes in, dies, and H2K are now still slightly ahead. Like we're talking 200 gold, 100 gold at this point. It's super even between the teams.
Very close game. 17 minutes into this one, hitting that mid-game stride. Next Dragon coming up, Infernal. 40 seconds. Unicorns have the map vision for it, but there are a lot of H2K members around here, and they've been skirmishing quite well.
Yeah, and the problem for H2K in this game has been this Gnar against the Shen, always pushing Odoamne back to his tower. That's why some teams don't value Shen as like an S-tier pick, because he gets pushed to his tower so often. He gets outskilled by a lot of these picks, like a Gnar as well, who gets this easy lane. And in this game here, H2K have not been able to make proactive, aggressive plays. They've actually been reacting more with Odoamne. It's like Ryu,
there's an arrow
mid. Arrow mid, he has the Shen ult to come aggressively.
Move, they knock him into the team. The tongue lash right into the arrow, and Move does not know what hit him. Had to flash, still eaten up by Vander, who claims the kill, and that's straight over to Dragon.
It wasn't quite from downtown, but certainly explosive cask into the arrow. Nice little combination out from H2K is going to net them the Infernal Drake right at the worst possible time for Unicorns. They lose their jungler, now they lose the Drake, and Veritas has to be a little careful here. He cannot afford to continue pushing. Tam Kench is here.
Oh, they're chasing him, and in comes Jankos right over the top of the wall. The gang squad just keeps on going. Exhaust is down, he flashes. The pillar was there for Hylissang to get them away, but will he just give his own life? These H2K members cannot be stopped. Ryu with the killing spree, and they take a big bite out of Hylissang, forgiven with one of his own.
Such a good play from H2K. First getting the pick on to Move with some great coordination, and then instant Tam Kench ulti towards the mid lane from Vander and Jankos together, picking up more kills now for this team. It looked very close before, and then suddenly multiple kills for H2K.
Well, it's happening again.
Let's see if Move could actually flash anywhere. So he gets ulted. Now he was in his tunnel.
He was tunneling out. Gets caught, eaten up, chewed up, spat out. And H2K go for the Baron. But it's happening again because Ryu at 3-0-3 after this fight is on par to carry this game along with the rest of H2K. As Jankos again going over the wall is able to just land on Veritas. Couldn't quite land the miasma in time to avoid the first dash, but it's a Lucian. You're never going to be able to lock him down quite that easily. You can see in the picture-in-picture the Rift Herald has been started. That's the kill that Ryu picked up and finished it off with another.
Dodges the Ash Arrow too at the last second. Chachi picked that one up. H2K do not want to stop this fight. We're getting into 20 minutes into this game, still holding that lead. They've got the Dragon advantage. But this is really good for Chachi right here. He's going to give Odoamne a much harder time in the split push.
Yeah, and that's exactly why H2K wants to keep forcing these fights. They have the Ashe to force the engage. They have the Cassiopeia just dealing tons of damage. Right now, Ryu is on slightly above 12k damage dealt in this game. Exileh is sitting on 3k. Like, he's not been able to join a fight properly, so it's not his fault specifically. But Ryu is just going crazy in Cassiopeia. Last game as well, he did more damage than multiple members combined from his own team, because he was like on 40k or something on his Cassiopeia, and the next was around 17, 18.
And just watch what Odoamne is doing. Bottom lane, push it out, try and drag Chachi down, because then you match global for global, and oh dear, Shen has the second one, so we can do this dance again in a minute's time. And Odoamne is just going to constantly push it out, drag the Unicorns away, and if H2K have an opening to engage with the Abyssal Voyage, with the Gragas, the Ash Arrow, any of these things, they're going to take it.
Yeah, and this is again where we have to go back to that Lucian build. We mentioned how there were two options. Essence Reaver is the better option when you're against multiple tanks, and you need a bit more scaling as well, because right now Lucian is not your win condition. It's actually the Gnar becoming a monster, Rift Herald and Black Cleaver, getting full control of that lane and always getting the advantage. That way, Lucian is kind of just helping the team. He's going to be a big part of team fighting, but if you go for the flat armor penetration build against Shen and Gragas, you're not going to deal a whole lot of damage.
Exactly, and the reason behind it is the maths and how the armor pen applies. With a Black Cleaver build, 6 hits is what it takes to get the total armor reduction that comes out from the Lucian. So against squishy targets, that's actually fine, because your hits are doing a lot of damage for every single one alongside it. Their armor typically doesn't play into it. But when resistances are built, to get 6 hits, you've scraped their armor down, you're doing ever so little damage. You need Critical Strike, plus that percentage penetration to hit often and hit hard and chunk through those tanks. That is why the two builds have very different power spikes.
Unicorns, their power spike, they're not going to have too much more the longer this game goes on in the Lucian. Exileh, they're needing him to step up and do quite a lot of damage. Chachi just wants to make that split push happen, but you can see Odoamne just keeps on running him around the map. Like you guys are saying, they're having to be drugged back towards this mid lane to defend this outer turret.
Yeah, and there's nothing you can do as Unicorns if Chachi is stuck in the mid lane. Like, he's the man who has to sit in that side lane and give you that winning lane, so you can push in that Shen to his tower and get some damage on tower, or have Chachi roam from that lane towards the mid lane when you collapse for these fights here. It's very hard for Unicorns. Otherwise, they're trying to do siege on his tower.
Or Ryu.
Ryu is slightly out of position on the other side, but you don't have a siege comp. Like, you have a 500 range AD carry and a Vladimir. You're not going to siege a turret. You're going to fight around objectives.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, and this is exactly where H2K want to be in the lead, obviously, but when they're the ones making the decisions across the board for the game, we talked about it before, they just do so much better when they're proactive about it, and they haven't been challenged enough by the Unicorns. Now, Ryu is just becoming this beast yet again, and Move regrets his decision.
Second Infernal Drake coming up 1 minute 15. H2K could do with a little bit more vision control just around that lower river area. Obviously, they want to try and get some sense of control around the Baron as well. But a big wave being shoved up in the top side shows the AD carry, and now will allow H2K to come down across the map and sweep, because they know Veritas cannot be there in time to at least stop any kind of skirmish. So H2K suddenly have the man overlap. You can assume control of the jungle and the river, and therefore have better position on the dragon.
And Exileh trying his best here to clear the wave. As long as you can actually walk into the middle of the wave as a Vladimir, you can kill it. But if you're stuck on the tower and the wave is hitting your tower, you can't really do a whole lot against it.
You walk forward, have to pull,
yeah, have to pull, that's
health.
it, you're kind of out, and it really doesn't work for him. Ryu has been able to just set up this push in the top lane over and over, because no one can challenge him 1v1, and we know the bottom lane is the Shen versus the Gnar. So if Unicorns ever try to do anything against Ryu, Shen is going to ulti in as well and just help him. So right now H2K is in a very good position. Finding Exileh. Whoop.
Nobody saw that. Just nobody remind Jankos that a lot of his home country fellows.
All right, whoa, there's a pillar there, Ryu. Instantly they respond with the Shen ultimate. Stand now, you got to cancel that TP right now. It's going to finish. Chachi hops right over the wall in time. No one's gone down just yet. Jankos is going to be able to body slam away another pillar. Unicorns think they can fight this one, but I don't think that's going to happen. This is it. Veritas is not a part of this. Hylissang got nailed with the arrow, but they weren't able to collapse on this. Unicorns aren't even sure if they want to take this fight.
H2K are going to back away and cut their losses here. All they used was the Greg Assault and the Shen ult that came from it. But they got the TP from Chachi, which means we rinse and repeat. Hang on, Ryu might be caught.
Oh, Ryu, the full channel of the calling, eaten up by Vander at the last second. Move and Hilly, incredibly low. Hylissang's walked it out. Big shutdown from Move. He comes in and gets a massive unburrow. Vander's going nowhere. Odoamne's trying to flap the wall. And all of a sudden, things have turned wonky for H2K. Move claims another kill. Vander's trying to make something up, and he will get the tongue lash, but he is stopped. Hylissang just backing away, and that's the ace for Unicorn.
Unicorns don't care about the Infernal Drake. They're going for the Baron, but something very strange happened between Vander and Ryu there.
Yeah.
Vander ate Ryu when he was safe, when Ryu still had flash to get over the pillar, and then Ryu and Vander just spat Ryu out into the fight.
Yeah, this one is on Vander, honestly. Even though Ryu was out of position at first, he got a great ulti down. And when he was supposed to then sit there and kill these stunned targets, Vander ate him. Archangel was popped as well from Ryu to get that extra HP coming in, but then Vander still decided to eat him. By the time people were out of the CC, even a Shen taunt, he spits him back out. Let's see it again here. So Ryu does get out of position at first, so Hylissang gets the kill on him. Now Vander thinks Ryu's about to die, but he just popped his Archangel. Now the CC is gone from both the Cassiopeia ulti and the Shen taunt. And then he spits Ryu back out in the face of Unicorns, and Exileh able to, of course, solo kill the AD carry. That couldn't actually have been a worse use of Devour from Vander.
Oh man.
Really hits the back.
That split second of, you know, Vander clearly thinks he's doing the right thing in that sense.
Yeah,
because Ryu hasn't flashed. Like, Ryu is taking a full channel of the culling and hasn't flashed over the pillar. So he's like, oh, well, I guess I'll save you then. And suddenly, all of the damage goes. And however, Infernal Drake did go to H2K while we were in the replay. Baron is on the Unicorns.
Yeah, so all said and done, Unicorns find themselves in a gold lead. They do have the Baron empowerment, and they're knocking down some towers. But look at the damage they were doing in that last fight. What really started to turn it on its head, though, was when Move came in, a massive unburrow, and we're starting to see these slight communication errors that we've seen seldom, but they are there from H2K. It bit them in the behind hugely that time.
I mean, I feel like we see H2K mess up mid-game team fights almost every game they play. They didn't manage to often bounce back and then win like a late-game fight. Obviously, in this fight as well, Forgiven was on the other side of the wall, so he got singled out by Exileh.
When that started, Veritas wasn't anywhere either.
Right, but like everything just went wrong from H2K after the initial engage, where they got caught out slightly, and then Unicorns kind of didn't know what to do. They were waiting for Veritas to show up. Ryu takes a path down the river. Like, a lot of things went wrong, but really the fact that Vander wanted to save his mid laner ends up saving him. At the same time, he just stuns two guys and he's supposed to kill them.
I want to go back and see the player camera for Ryu there, because there's definitely Ryu face going on in the middle of that. Maybe that's the most animated we'd have ever seen him.
But such a huge swing. It's like game one, where it was both teams, you know, winning and losing fights, and then H2K had that one fight in mid where Ryu gets a solo kill to take Baron, and they win the game from there. Same thing just happened. Unicorns punish H2K for some mistakes on the map. One team fight only. Win that fight, get the Baron, and now get this big goal lead.
And now look at the difference. So Odoamne is doing the same thing, trying to push bot lane out. This is to delay the Unicorns push that would come after the first tower. But he's not looking to put the tower pressure down for himself. It's not a play that H2K can make right now. Vizicsacsi is a little too strong and will be able to deal with him with the Baroned up minions as well, especially there's no way Odoamne pushes for a tower. So H2K just have to wait at the Baron buff and try not to lose too much. That's why you shove the big wave back out towards the Unicorns, because they can't turn it around in time to get significant damage done.
Well, Unicorns have already knocked down a number of towers here. They've opened up quite a lot of map for themselves, and you can just see you investing in this vision, making sure they can now keep H2K's jungle lit up for their own purposes. It's going to be difficult, but H2K do have two Infernal Dragons. That's going to start stacking really heavily the longer the game goes on.
Yeah, always helps, but at this point, if you are H2K, once you start falling a full item behind, you don't really care about the Infernal Drake, because...
Oh, it's a massive swing.
You lost so many towers now, you lost so much gold as well, and just momentum on the map. You were the ones looking to be proactive by engaging with Ashe and then having the Shen ulti on Jankos as like your way of consistently forcing these fights on Unicorns. And now you find yourself pushed all the way back to your turrets. Exileh is sitting on 3 full completed items and a lot of damage.
Yeah, and there we go. Another knock-up move. Just knows exactly what he needs to do here. Odoamne a little bit low. Exileh, though, point-blank arrow to the face.
Wait,
and he pulls out. Jankos is right around the side. Spotted by that ward from Move.
Still dangerous position, though, to be up against. Ryu has finally regrouped with the team. He wasn't there at the beginning.
He was looking for Forgiven, who gets swallowed whole by Vander here. Ryu, he stopped and separated from the rest of the team. He's got a Shen on, but there's Vizicsacsi. They keep chasing him. Ryu, Exileh takes him out now, and it's going to be H2K scrambling back to their own base here.
Vander will save Jankos. They only lose Ryu, but they trade mid laners. Unicorns still going to try and push this mid tower. Their wave is about to push up, and Chachi is already zoning H2K away. So this is going to be another tower going over to the Unicorns.
Ryu again, though, is a very greedy pathing here. Ends up finding himself separated from the rest of H2K. Vander had some good defensive devours this time around. But Ryu, from the side again, steps forward, gets pillared by Hylissang. Time and time again, and Unicorns find the engage and trade 1-for-1. So at first,
look at where Ryu is on the map right now. He's not running TP, so this whole engage from the Unicorns is they're trying to tempt the engage out.
But right now the minion wave is not even there, so H2K does manage to survive it. Step back, minion wave arrives, and now the threat of Jankos and Ryu on the side is enough to stop Unicorns from trying to siege on the tower. And then Ryu tries to pass through it here, get some damage on Move. And a pillar from Hylissang against a champion who can't dash away from it.
That turn from Chachi,
great turn. I mean, that's the key thing. Whenever you see Cassiopeia ultis, yes, it looks a lot like, he missed it again, you know, terrible use of ulti. But these players are so quick, especially now to play without any sort of ping to just quickly turn around, because it's very easy to react when you see the animation from Cassiopeia with the ulti. You just quickly turn around, you don't get stunned. So it's more on players like Chachi here for outplaying it than it's on Ryu for straight up missing it.
Yeah, that's such a significant, just little micro move in the middle of the fight that basically changes the difference of Ryu getting killed there and Ryu actually surviving, getting away and getting the damage out. One thing that I like to see from the Unicorns, even with a couple out on the map already, is 4 pink wards down the inventory. They're looking for just always advancing vision control.
Oh boy, Ryu thought he was only dealing with Veritas, but that was not truthful. And Vander and Forgiven just deliver themselves up. There's no tower here. Jankos has to ult them out. What is going on?
It is H2K pushing too far up in the side lanes. This is what they did in their quarterfinals at times. Ryu got caught once and ended up punished for it, but they adapted back. And they're still getting chased.
There's the Ash Arrow. It's just going to stop him up for a second. Exileh, they threw down an exhaust on him. Chachi is still charging the line here. They can start pushing for inhib towers on this one. They just keep driving for it. Jankos, he's got the Shadow on, but he's going to have to get eaten up. They just didn't time it the way they wanted to. Now the minion wave's here.
Now they had to use the Shen ulti very defensively here to keep Jankos alive, and then the Devour as well. So Unicorns Olaf managed to chase. That move from Ryu is something he likes to do so often, especially when H2K is behind. He hides in a random bush, tries to get a solo kill, and then get something for his team. This time around, it wasn't just Veritas in the bottom lane. There were multiple members from Unicorns on the way, and then it backfires. Ryu goes down, the crazy chase happens. Exileh now pulling a Ryu.
Whoa, the damage though on Forgiven is Vlad. I mean, to be expected.
Yeah.
2 minutes into
But Exileh had to ghost his way out. Jankos, they stop him up. Low health bar from Hylissang here. Jankos is going to try to finish him off. There are super minions, and Jankos has chased quite far himself, but he does have backup. Big channel of the culling. Veritas was separated from them.
Where's the arrow?
The arrow, they dodge it out. Jankos a little bit low, gets swallowed by Vander. Ryu covering the escape. This fight just does not stop.
Move wants to try and come in from the side now, and H2K, they're low on Forgiven, low on Jankos, and that Mountain Drake is up, but at this point in the game, you don't really want to lose a 5v5 fight over a Mountain Drake.
Move is looking for a flank. Can they get this off? They know full well he's here, and they're not going to
Unicorns are giving it.
H2K have no flashes on their carries. Both Ryu, Forgiven sitting right now without flash. They can't really survive a team fight when Chachi can just jump straight at them. Exileh will have his flash in just a few seconds. He can get to the back line as well. So they have to give the Mountain Drake over to Unicorns of Love. Massive goal lead for Unicorns as well. And a very back and forth fight before here. We see the start. This is a Ryu special. Hide in that bush, try and get the solo kill. Good dodge here from Veritas, and then everyone from Unicorn show up. Instantly pick up the kill. Not in time for Vander here to cancel as well. And now you have to just start running away. Trundle is fantastic at chasing. Just constant pillar on some of these slow targets. We're gonna get another big fight here, but H2K, they cannot afford losing another one. Summoner spells, Forgiven, no flash. Ryu, just a few seconds for him. Super important these carries can stay alive, because with the Rek'Sai, with the Vladimir, with this Gnar as well, they're gonna go for that backline. And Hylissang has been great on this Trundle, been landing pillars left and right. No flash Ashe who gets a pillar behind her. Well, you're not getting out.
And this is great timing as well for Unicorns. They've got a big wave built up top. Down bottom, Odoamne, yes, he can get out of there real quick but he's forced to deal with the super minion wave down there. And Unicorns can just bait this Baron out. Try to bait the Gnar. Meganar's on! Denied by Jankos! They've still caught Vander around the side, but it was only move.
And at this point, what Unicorns have done is place all of those pink wards they have and completely take away the vision control from H2K. Everywhere H2K want to come into this Baron area, there is just wards littered around. Look at the big wave that's going to die to top tower as well here. So H2K are losing gold and experience and timeout on the map as well. There's not too many options outside of Odoamne going over to collect some of it. But again, all of it is just losing control of the map, and the Unicorns, they're going to start this off.
Yeah, this is the correct move by Unicorns of Love. You keep a few members away from the Baron pit, one in the mid lane, one outside near the red buff, to kind of just tell H2K, if you want to go in and check if the Baron has been taken or not, you have to walk through us, and you also make H2K always hesitate, being like, are they on it or not? We can see 3 of them. So just smart play by Unicorns. It's very easy to 2 or 3-man Baron this late in the game. They pick it up, have the Mountain Drake even helping towards that little objective. Another Baron buff for them, and looking like a Unicorns of Love team who will even out this series. We get a 1-1. We get a BO3 then right after. But it's so tough for H2K because they were looking fine.
Whoa, Aaron, they're going to look for it, and they they just pinball it back and forth. Forgiven takes out Veritas, and now the tables have started to turn here. Exileh trying to pick them off in the back, but it just wasn't gonna be the pillar for the escape, and that was a quick pickup by H2K.
Oh, that could have gone so much worse for Unicorns of Love, but you're an AD carry with a dash and a flash. Should never get hit by Ash Arrow, especially not this late in the game.
Whew, that
Good hit
very
from
nearly.
Forgiven, though.
Good arrow. That very nearly was the turnaround that H2K were looking for, and Unicorns were not expecting. Why does it hit? Is there anything? No, actually just got hit by that. With the dash and the flash, you are right, Vizio. Yeah, straight up got
Ryu
hit.
lives through it too.
He was feeling so good firing away that calling is like, yeah, hitting Ryu, and then arrow in the face. And then you die. If you're an AD carry late game.
They did cut their losses though. You know, Unicorns, 8 kills to 8 of H2K. Still controlling the map here.
That's also the stuff when you are so far ahead that you can afford like having big screw up in a fight, and then you can still disengage. The enemy team can't chase because of super minions coming in. Unicorns get another fight for sure, and they're still quite far ahead.
It does give H2K a moment to
time.
collect, you know, push the waves back out before the Baron buff, you know, expires, slow them down again. Next dragon is going to be that Elder Drake, which if H2K pick up is going to have a significant impact on the team fights, because 2 Infernals and an Ocean being boosted by an Elder Drake, but that would rely on Unicorns making a mistake big enough to allow that to happen.
Yeah, at this point, Unicorns don't care about that potential Elder Drake. They're like, we are looking to continue pushing with the Baron buff, and they do get quite some damage on mid tower. It's only really Jankos here who can set up the fight together with Forgiven, but the arrow in itself, again, it's hard to hit that key target unless Veritas pulls the same play as before.
He's got calling up.
You're looking at that body slam flash from Jankos on someone like Veritas. Instant body slam flash him, knock him back. This is 6.15. Gragas has not been destroyed yet. You can actually pull off the combo.
For now, H2K are holding though. Half the health on their tower, but that will regen a little bit. Odoamne was peeking his nose in for a play, but there are minion waves building bot and top once again.
Yeah, and again, you have to be so careful if you are someone like Veritas, because there's taunt from Odoamne. There's again the body slam flash from Jankos, the arrow for Forgiven. There's no QSS on the side of Veritas. So if he does try and hit the tower, he is an easy target for these guys, and if they do manage to lock him down just once, they will continue and just kill him extremely quickly.
Sure. And that's one of the things, H2K can constantly have minions pushing towards them. Hang on.
Go Taunton. Odoamne does manage to find Chachi, but he was already in Meganar. Gets the shield on, but now they're looking for the back line. Exileh, he's chasing them off. Odo's holding in the front, but the tower is going to get cut through. No, they turn their attention away from it, over to Odoamne. Exileh takes out Forgiven in the back of it all. The tower's gone, and everything's going wrong for H2K. Health bars are melting.
Oh, Ryu's down.
Yeah, he's just going to be going. That's it. It's going in.
The game.
Unicorns, they're managing to fire back on all cylinders here, and they should be able to take it.
Oh, as long as Veritas is careful here, he can't. Exileh's tanking too much, potentially. Odoamne with the GA, hang on. Inhib is gone.
They got a lot of minions in bottom lane, a lot of minions in mid lane.
Long death timers for 39 minutes. Odoamne and Jankos would have to pull off the miracle hold here, but the Nexus turrets are already falling down. Veritas is low on health bars. They just don't care. They get the unburn, they get the knockup. Odoamne, one more hit would do it, and Exileh claims the kill credit. Last tower melted through. Jankos is going down, and this is it. Unicorns of Love will even up the series. What a game!
And what a turnaround in that fight. In the river, where Vander eats a Cassiopeia, who was out of position, obviously in the first place. Unicorns of Love aced H2K in that fight. Not a single member died on the side of Unicorns. They took the Baron. It was a massive swing. It was looking perfectly fine for H2K before that happened. But such a big mistake will always get punished, and you will always lose way more than just the 5 members. Because then towers, Barons, they will die as well.
And in that moment, the snap decision-making, where Vander's like, I need to save my Cassiopeia. I have to. If we don't save Cassiopeia, this fight's over anyway. And unfortunately, Cassiopeia was safe because Ryu still had his flash and didn't really want to burn it to get away from a pillar that he knew he was okay from. But still, that communication in that moment is perhaps the difference between going 2-0 up and 1-1, because that was the turning point in this game.
Oh, for sure.
And this is a really important thing, not just for Unicorns getting one game on the board and what that does for their confidence, But against H2K, a team that we know, you know, this is a battle they're going to have to fight mentally with themselves. They're going to be kicking themselves after that mistake.
Yeah, it's tough when you go back and talk about it. A lot of players will say, yeah, I knew exactly what went wrong, so it's fine, let's just move on. And that is obviously a good attitude to have in a situation like this, where you just got to get ready for the next game. You can't sit too long and talk about what happened and individual misplays and so on. You know, you go straight back into the pick and ban phase, and most likely we see H2K say red side again, because they could be happy with this pick and ban phase. It was perfectly fine for them. It was honestly just misplays that cost them the game. And Unicorns, for them, so important to even, you know, get the 1-1.
Move was big this game. He had some really good team fights. In the first blood was really good as well. But like in the team fights, he had the big on Burrows when H2K were grouped that, you know, were pretty significant, pretty impactful.
You mentioned going back to pick and ban. I wonder now whether this is going to adjust the Shen priority with the NAS still available, because we did see Odoamne, although it was okay the later the game kind of went, but you could see there were some struggles at just times, moments where Chachi was on a comfortable pick, had big impact in team fights as well. You compare that to the Gangplank that we saw in game 1, like night and day difference in what he could have done.
I mean, that's why we don't want to see him play Gangplank, because it's not his kind of pick. But if we go back again 20 minutes, we were like, oh, you know, this is great. H2K looking fine. Just keep sieging around mid lane with the Cassiopeia Ashe. You're just going to wait for that one pick. Chachi doesn't have enough time to become the big bully, and you can just keep forcing the fights. So it actually looked fine for H2K getting that Shen again. It was just once you make that misplay, then you lose the game, and that's what you can look at.
That's all they had to do. Well, with game 2 in the bag, let's head over to the analyst test to break down Unicorn's victory in game number 2.
Thank you so much, Pyra. We have a lot to run through, a lot of replays, so we're going to dive straight into the first one. But before we do, we had kind of a deja vu. I asked you, Krakow, before the game, what do the Unicorns of Love need to do to win here? You said, before Tam Kench hits level 3, down bottom, Move needs to come, get that gank off, and get the Lucian going. And let's take a look at what actually happened in game.
I mean, do we really need to watch it? You know,
Yes.
Krakow predicts it. Let's see. Oh, is it level 3 cheese gank? Is it Tom Kench that skills W level 2 and gets pillared? Guess what? He still dies because it's Rek'Sai. And that honestly snowballed bot lane quite a bit.
I think this gank is so standard at this point in competitive play that if you don't expect it, then you gotta be trolling.
Gotta be trolling.
You wanted to be just very proud of your
I was
prediction.
really happy. You know, I finally did it. I did it. I
Yeah,
predicted
there we
something,
go.
and our prediction is still in check.
It is still in check. However, it swung a little bit here and there during the game. First thing we want to look at as well is where H2K won a fight, got 2 kills back in the board due to a couple of misplays out of the side of UOL. Let's take a look at the vision here for H2K showing.
I mean, it's just so satisfying when you see some guy trying to bait you on a ward, and right before you go in, second guy comes to join him. It's like, guess what?
I knew you were
spotted
there.
all along. H2K in complete control here.
Yep.
I think it's, you know, looking at the game and the grand scope of this, when this happened, it was like, H2K have this composition that scales better than the enemy. On the enemy side, you have this Lucian, and all of a sudden, you are the ones that's making the correct plays on the map. And looking at it from this perspective, this should have been very, very hard to come back from your side of it.
But somehow they
managed to get back. Also, H2K got an Infernal Drake off that, so we thought, okay, 2-0 must be pretty clear. And then this happens, an ace for the Unicorns of Love that they pull out over a moment where for H2K, the Shen ult was down, the Gragas ult was down, and the Ashe ult was down, and still they decide to, well, go for it.
Well, I think H2K's, you know, Rio's positioning here, I don't think he had this flash up, to be honest, and it's kind of crazy that he kind of sticks in there. He loses so much HP, and then Vander kind of spits him back into the mix, and then, of course, if he gets one shot in a scenario like this, then, of course, the fight is not going to be good. And on top of that, Forgiven was cut off completely from his team. You're not going to win a fight even if you're 10k gold ahead in this kind of position.
Yeah, H2K just wasn't ready to commit to that fight, especially not with the way their lineup was distributed, and then it starts rolling downhill. Like, we were watching this fight backstage with both Spice and G2 members, and people like Zen were like, Fire Drake and 5 kills, it's over. It's actually over. And then suddenly, you know what? Guess what? This turnaround play comes from Unicorns, and it only went worse after that.
But then again, looking at H2K and UOL as teams, usually their macro game in these type of scenarios is where they falter. H2K have been heavily criticized for their team fighting in the past, and I feel like this weakness finally shows up again. So we have 2 games where a massive decision late into the game happens, and it kind of fails and kind of ruins the game completely.
Yeah, interesting you bring it up, because that is something we have criticized H2K for in the past, but there was just so many other things going on this split that we haven't seen it come out, and now it does. And you guys often talk about Tilt potential within this team, and you guys wanted to take a look at the last replay specifically. It was you guys that wanted it.
Yeah, Yamato, there was a player here in particular that has a pretty bad rough fight against a really balanced champion.
So Forgiven, the only thing he thinks about is like, Vander, why do you walk away from me? Why didn't you eat me up when this Vladimir walked towards me? And at that point, you know, Forgiven, I don't think he wants to fight this team fight anymore because he's walking into the Vladimir that has the empowered Q and flashes away way too late. I feel like that was, you know, Forgiven being pissed off for not being eaten up when Vladimir charged him.
I know you guys talk a lot about, maybe it sounds more like a meme of the tilt of this, but it is a very serious topic within this team, and it is a trend that we have seen.
Yeah, that, and on top of that, like, it's not even just nature of these players. Any person gets put in the position where they're at the verge of going 2-0 cleanly against this team, showing that you master them when they stick to the same pick pattern, you abuse them early, you win these fights, and you're at the cusp of going 2-0, which means you almost solidify your position to go into Worlds. And then suddenly, because one major turtle team fight, you now have to fight against the Vladimir out of all champions who snowballs incredibly hard. It's very oppressive to play against that as an AD carry that is like relatively low mobility. Yeah, that's going to eat away at you because right now you're playing a new best of 3 where you have like the mental disadvantage.
I feel like also, you know, we're highlighting Forgiven and this particular replay, but I feel like Ryu was the one that kind of dropped the ball. The situation where he didn't flash and then later on getting caught in a split push while trying to ult Veritas. And I feel like in general after that he kind of fell back and I felt like he was a true person that tilted in this game.
Yeah. And in true European desk fashion, we focused a lot on the negatives for H2K, but Unicorns of Love, who didn't have a good showing in game 1, show up here. Good play from Chachi, good play from Exileh once again. That gank that happened just as everything as you predicted.
Yeah, that's just as everything. That joke aside, I think Exileh is consistent in the sense that he just keeps trying and he keeps going for these fights. Sometimes it backfires a little bit, but like he was still the main driving force in a lot of these fights. And the Unicorns, when they're grouped, they seem to be playing more so as a team on 6-15 than they ever have before.
Hilly had a great game as well.
I feel like definitely their team fighting is very, very strong and stronger than H2K's for that matter. But in this particular game, I feel like macro-wise, these two teams have really no clue what to do past 20 minutes. Yeah, pretty much. Let's go ARAM. And looking at the champions, they have their Vladimir, Lucian, Gnar. You're supposed to split push. Enemy team have a Shen. He's grouping in mid. What does he want to do? Taunt people on the tower? I think it's really, really sad to see a macro game being played in an ARAM fashion.
So with that ARAM fashion, do you guys still give it to UOL, sticking by the predictions?
I mean, you don't change your predictions mid
True.
series.
Sorry I asked. If you're wrong, I'm just going to laugh at you for it. Anyway, we're 2 games down.
Sorry, what was your prediction?
I get exempt from that. I'm the host. We're 2 games down, and it's 1 game apiece. We'll be back after the break with Game 3, live from Poland. Stick around.
Oh, no one cares about me.
I care about you, Vander.
Oh, do you lie to me?
No.
Vander, he ate up Forgiven, but will he give his own life? The Summoner Heal comes out, 2 exhausts are down. This is going to be it. First blood, it's going over to Veritas.
Granny's from here, he has no mega. No Sams, no Sams, no Sams. Ult me maybe. Ult me, Shan.
These H2K members cannot be stopped. Ryu with the killing spree, and they take a big bite out of Hylissang. Forgiven with one of his own.
I go for Cass, okay?
Grass.
Shen, no W. Tap Kench, no flash. Tap Kench, no flash. No flash.
Baron. He's got a Shen on, but there's the exhaust. They keep chasing him. Ryu, Exileh takes him out now, and it's going to be H2K scrambling back to their own base here. Unicorns of Love will even up the series. What a game.
trapped only by frozen memories. Lost in time, racing all these broken dreams tonight, and we'll
Welcome back to Krakow and hello to Birmingham in the United Kingdom. You guys are getting a look at League Fest at Insomnia, 58, my old stomping grounds in the UK. Casted many a game over there, but we're casting H2K and the Unicorns. We're in a split series.
We got a good old tie. We love them here in Europe. There has to be a winner.
We've got to bring to the
This one,
tie.
We're sticking to it. No
That's
best of two this game.
1-1. They're both winners.
Yeah, let's just go home now. Who goes to Worlds though, Deficio?
I mean, looking at these two games, who goes to Worlds right now? If H2K does win, and again G2 wins tomorrow, then H2K will go to Worlds. But the way they're playing, ooh, I am not sure.
There were
I'm
definite mistakes,
interested in that.
But it was Unicorns really punishing in that last game.
I mean,
that
yeah.
was impressive.
Okay, so it's a bit of both, right? You know, someone has to throw it and someone has to catch it as well. Like it obviously
or just hit
takes
the ground
two to
and everyone
tango
just
in
kinda,
that sense.
looks at it.
But like
caught Ryu. He was thrown.
definitely caught Ryu. But like these games here, like, as the analyst was talking about as well, like the macro part is kind of removed. It's just like big team fights and team fights and team fights and team fights over and over around mid lane. Like everyone is just around mid lane. Randomly, Chachi sits mid lane, and they try and start a fight by him running towards him in the mid tower. But then suddenly Odoamne is mid lane, and you try to taunt someone, you're like, okay. But in the end, you know, when you have these big fights, one team messes up, the other team gets an ace, and then they win the game. And that's kind of where the game is decided right now. In the big mid-game fight, don't make a mistake.
This is the thing, Deficio. Like right now, when there's a lot of league going on towards the end of summer, a lot of LPL was on. Maybe the guys were catching it, watching a little bit more of that, and then there's like, hey, why don't we do this time?
I mean, I think
so far, so good.
LPL has almost been more coordinated than what we've seen from these teams' first two games. Anyway,
Spicy Deficio.
Anyway, bigger bands. Echo, Talia, Sivir. Same for Unicorns. Jin was the last ban for H2K. Here. Okay, so now H2K wants to play Vladimir, so they remove Anivia, who is the counter. If Unicorns go Rek'Sai here, H2K will just go something like Vlad Ashe again or Vlad Shen. So Unicorns now have to think, ooh, should we play Vladimir?
So,
but like, wait a minute, Cassiopeia is still there.
It tells you that H2K do not rate Cassiopeia from Exile in this setting. Because otherwise, you'd ban the other one that does very well against it, right?
Yeah.
You'd just be like, well, he's played a bunch of Anivia, get rid of that, we don't care about the Cassiopeia matchup.
It's a very specific ban, though.
Oh, yeah.
Almost trying to push him towards that early Vlad pick and give Rek'Sai over to Jankos for some more early pressure, but it's such a specific ban. Like Jin will be available for Veritas, and Veritas has actually been a good Jin player if he wants to play it. Now that we know Forgiven is not the biggest Jin player in the world. It is going to be Rek'Sai again for move, so with this ban here, you would almost expect Vladimir to be a thing.
So
unless they're just like, we're not sure if Unicorns want to still play it, but
that
this is the
was quick.
rotation we talked about, Vlad and Shen.
The Shen was the one I was going to pick up on. Obviously, as you said, the Jhin would be available, so no Ashe in this rotation. This was exactly telegraphed from the Anivia. We may still see the Cassiopeia. I mean, Exileh has to play Cassiopeia. Like, looking at the matchups in the mid lane, like, it has to be one that is in his champion pool, so...
But, like, this 5 mid laners now removed before he has to pick even 6 if you count Echo. Don't really think it's very relevant for these two teams.
Seen it a couple of times, but...
Let's keep it at 5. Then, you know, Vlad, Taliyah, Ryze, Kassadin, and Anivia. So your champion pool does get strangled a little bit, and you gotta find something new. But there's still, like, I was writing down, like, a tier list for picks.
Yeah.
And, like, every tier is, like, pretty simple to get most of the picks down for, like, everything but mid lane. Mid lane, you're like, all right, here's 1 pick, 2 picks, 20 picks, like, that can actually be used in the current meta. So there should be more picks for Exileh.
We may see the support of Tahm Kench come out here if Unicorns of Love don't want to pick both solo laners. The Gnar is fine for them. And hang on, that's been locked in.
They
as
locked a Victor.
Okay, well, we asked what did the Anivia ban mean? It means it pushed Exileh onto a champion that is so far out of the meta right now that has been meta before. But man, I was not expecting
He played a lot of it, but that's been a while.
So I said I wrote down like 20 mid laners. I actually didn't even write down Victor at all as like a relevant pick right now in this potential game. Yeah, sure, he's still up as wave clear, but like the last nerf that happened to Victor where his hex core got more expensive as well, actually hurt him quite a bit in the early game. And late game, he's still a monster. If you get him to late game, he's still a beast, but getting there is difficult.
Fun fact, the last time they did pick it up, it was against H2K back during the regular split, and unfortunately they lost that game.
We've gone full circle.
We have. And Ryu will be laughing at this because playing into the Victor shouldn't really struggle for the Vlad. Looks like we're getting the Elise come out, probably with the support here to hide the AD carry because that Jhin potential is here. We've now forced Veritas into a situation where he plays Ashe, and we get to see if H2K pick the Lucian into it, or whether they have picked up Jhin in the last few weeks.
Right, and if they don't play Jhin, it's Lucian or Tristana for Forgiven as like one of the last 2 picks for him if Unicorns want to run Ashe, a pick that normally suits them a lot. Some comfort.
Oh, I don't know whether I want to see the Lucian.
Wasn't that impactful in the last game. Didn't win his laning phase. Obviously not expected against an Ashe either. Had an okay team fight or few team fights in the mid game, was kind of also set up by H2K.
I think I like the Tristana in this case. Forgiven has actually shown he's pretty powerful, even in the early game on it, because they can still combo up. Jankos on this Elise should be paying a lot of visits to that bottom lane.
Tristbrom is fairly strong. We will obviously have to see what Unicorns lock in. That will dictate the H2K bottom lane. Lucian is the one that we're going to see from the Unicorns. We may very well see a couple of different picks out here.
Yeah, this is mind games that often happens in best of series where a little meta in itself kind of suddenly appears between the two teams where Unicorns are clearly not afraid of Forgiven on Ashe, like at all. So they actually rather remove his second choice, the Lucian. I mean, like, you want to play Ashe, you know, a lot of people would be happy taking the pick.
Now Forgiven's like, Caitlyn.
But Forgiven, like, it didn't work out well for him in the last game at all. Despite having some good arrows here and there, they started team fighting way too early, and Tristana is one of these options for him.
She can jump the pillar, man. I'm telling you. Last time.
Not to get interrupted.
Yeah, you get into
that's
so.
But so this is basically H2K saying, okay, well, we understand you're going to trade fairly heavily in the lane with the Lucian. So we're going to avoid the trades, but bring the Elise down potentially with the Shen and look for the tower, because that's all we really care about. Yes, Tristana does trade fairly well, but obviously they have to be a little careful around where Veritas is looking to put his damage out.
Yeah, a lot of this, honestly, is looking just at the junglers. Jankos now on Elise, had Gragas 2 games in a row, clearly didn't feel like he had enough of an impact in the 2 games, despite H2K doing fine early game. Like, them dying in the bottom lane to a Rek'Sai gank that is so predictable by now that even Krakow can predict it on the analyst test.
Wow.
That's a lot.
Wow. That is some harsh burn.
Well, he can't.
That was just a joke.
Defend himself.
Just a joke.
Oh, that's some banter right
but
there.
Yamada kind of said it as well, like, that is the path you see. 2 camps into red buff, into gank, you know, you had 2 wards placed him. Like, come on.
I see how it is. We're getting up to Worlds. You want to undermine as many other characters as you can. Just make
Only
sure you
Cripple.
put them down. Okay, yeah. But, you know, speaking about the gank, Trist has a jump, Brom has a jump. Maybe they won't get so caught out.
Can
this
get
time
interrupted.
around.
You said it yourself. It can definitely happen. But, you know, we'll have to find out as we get to see the picks and pans one more time. Fade to black.
Get
there we
ready.
go. Well, if you guys think that the Unicorns can keep their streak a-rolling and go 2-1, tweet hashtag UOL win at LL Esports if you think H2K is going to fire on back this game again. With the help of Tristana, Forgiven, hashtag H2K win is what you want to be sending out there. We'll check those up. We'll tally them and show you in-game a little bit later. But for now, let's load up onto the Rift. Let's see who's going to take this one away. I cannot wait to find out. It has been a back-and-forth slugfest. Mistakes on both sides, a whole lot of fights, and I think it's not going to stop anytime soon. But enough about that. Let's get on the Rift already.
We got to find ourselves a winner, see who's taken third place in the summer split. And will it be the Unicorns bringing back Victor, who has been in the meta the entire year up until the last few patches? But I don't know how they stop Ryu and Forgiven from really getting to the late game without heavily snowballing Veritas. Like, this Victor should not be able to shut down the Vlad in lane.
Again, we're looking at Gnar against the Shen, we're looking at the Lucian, we're looking at the Lucian. The bottom lane is like the two picks you want to get rolling early, especially Chachi. Getting Rift held is actually really huge. The buff is fantastic. It's just taking it is fairly risky. You know, you take a lot of damage, you need a lot of members, or you need the other team to be on the other side of the map, basically. So it's hard to coordinate. Okay, now we go Rift held specifically, or like in 1 minute. If they do get it, like last game for Chachi, yes, he becomes that split pushing force. Yes, he should use it and just have that pressure in the side lane. And then, of course, Veritas. We saw the Black Cleaver Ghostblade build from him last game. Want to see more of an impact in the mid game from him. H2K with that last team fight in the last game, it cost them everything. It means now it's 1-1 and Unicorns of Love might mentally now have the upper hand.
Yeah, very possibly. I think Veritas can pretty much afford to go the Black Cleaver route again. It's still fun.
Less tanks.
There's a little bit less tanks. Of course, Vlad will build tanky, but not build armor. That's the caveat to that.
Yeah,
it's like
I'd definitely go for the Ghostblade build in this game when you're against so many squishy members. Like, people look at Braum and go, he's a tank. Well, he's a support who gets like a lock hit, and then if he's lucky, he gets actually a full completed tank item after.
And then when his shield's gone.
And then when his shield is gone, yeah, he's no longer a tank. And armor penetration is, of course, extremely efficient then. The flat armor penetration. Funny enough, we get standard lanes. I was about to say, wow, standard lanes again. But
how could you predict?
So we've all heard of the fateful level 2 spike on the Lucian. But the level 2 spike on this duo lane from the Tristan Braum is fairly difficult to deal with as well. The jump forward with the bomb, the Braum Q is very easy to proc the passive from. So we may very well see a big fight around level 2 as these two teams head off in the bottom lane.
There's also a high chance we just see H2K kind of go for the farming.
Oh yeah, that's always.
Just wait for Shen level 6, wait for Jankos to actually be around bottom side, and then try and go for that kill into a tower. Because we know Tristana, once she gets to the turret, she can take them down really, really effectively. But most of her lanes are not fantastic. She doesn't really bully anything in the laning phase specifically, so they will get pushed back. And they're already sitting near the tower. Boom is around the bottom side again, not looking to gank, just getting the Rift Scuttler.
So is Jankos, though.
Here's Jankos slightly later, and he's too late for the party.
The scene move. Yeah, he is too late for the party.
For the party as well.
It's both.
Yeah, both works.
Still counts. All right, but he did manage to get some vision out there in the jungle. It's just been trading back and forth on that. Chachi had no trouble in this matchup last time around. See if things change as he hits Meganar. There's a duke it out a little bit with Odoamne just over the farm fest. There's a big difference in CS up top, though.
It's a big wave.
Yeah,
that's true.
It's the same for the bottom lane, why it's getting even back up. Just the way the ebb and the flow of the laning phase go. Once you concede the level 2 and the early levels, you just let them stack minions up. You don't last hit them because otherwise it pushes further back away from you. Makes the next couple of levels a little bit more difficult. That's where you see these swings of farm just in the early game. Back and forth, and it'll even up eventually.
It's much more about who can do it consistently and also where the jungler's moving with it. Jankos down towards the bottom lane. There is an overextended support and AD carry from forward.
And Veritas instantly exhausted. The bomb is on and in comes Forgiven. They're looking for Veritas. Hylissang trying to block, but Veritas is going down. First blood to Forgiven, and they're looking for more. They should be able to secure this to jump forward on the reset, but no, not enough, and Forgiven flashes back.
Even had to flash in the end, but as we talked about, if you are this Tristana Braum lane, sit back, wait for your jungler to show up. Didn't even need the level 6 on Shen. Jankos just moved behind them. Finds Hylissang.
Oh, he nails the cocoon. Explosive spiderlings on, not enough damage. Jankos is stopped up. He may need to repel out of this one. Well, looks like he's got enough leisure time to start on a Krug.
Yeah, didn't go in with the damage from the Q from Jankos there, so didn't want to all in. Didn't want to throw himself away, didn't have quite enough vision to know exactly where everyone was. But how many times a team's gonna do this? in these moments in the early game where after the first clear, junglers have the easy path into the bottom lane, being shoved up without vision control behind them. Like, great river vision control, but if you know exactly where Jankos is, but you're not watching the path behind you, and suddenly in comes the Braum passive to lockdown, Forgiven picks up first blood.
The problem is, if you look at the minimap, you see 2 wards near the dragon, which actually cover the same area.
Yeah.
You need one of those wards to be placed. Obviously, one with the Rift Scarlet, the other was a ward. That one ward should actually have been placed further up the river, so you could see Elise path towards your jungle and move behind you, because Elise is one of the junglers who can't jump the dragon wall. So she has to walk through the entrance towards you, or behind you, basically. If you have a ward there from your mid laner, you spot that path from Elise and you don't overextend. So that was a bit of a problem for Unicorns. They actually had a Rift Scuttler and a ward giving the same vision, and no vision around the mid lane where Jankos could just path in, move down behind them, and get an easy first blood.
And Jankos knew the way was clear because he had already placed the ward down there a little while ago. Ryu going a little bit low in this matchup to the Death Laser. But yeah, big mistake down on the bottom side. And it nets Forgiven a really quick BF sword here. In a matchup that Tristana is not always going to win early on. It's going to turn the tables a little bit more.
Ooh, Ryu's going to be careful. The disco ball's out and he doesn't feel like dancing at this point.
Today.
Oh, back
and
to
down
the bottom.
We're going to have some dances there. Veritas does take some bomb damage. Turns on up to Vander, who throws the Unbreakable down. Hylissang taking a little bit more in return. Everyone's okay.
And the significance of that BF sword, actually, Exileh wants to dive here. He actually wants to try and get the damage down onto
Level 6
Ryu.
on Shen.
Under tower.
Oh, he's stopped. There's the Shen ulti. And they're coming in. Jankos leading the charge. Can they get there in time? No.
Yeah. The bait, not Ryu, gets stunned, and then the Shen ulti comes in, and it's like, oh, we can't actually chase.
Not the greatest Shen ulti I've seen.
Ends up being used here from Odoamne, all because of the bait being set up by Ryu.
And the teleport burn. Now, Jankos has found Move here, but Move is actually dealing a lot more damage back towards him. And fortunately for Move, Ryu's already coming to the party, so now Move has to flash over the wall, avoids the gravity field. And he's out.
Not the tidiest of early games here by
Not
both
been the tidiest series,
No,
here.
that's very true. There's a couple of little weird plays, just holding on and Move not really respecting the cocoon, but getting himself out after all. A couple of summoners burned, but Move wants to come bottom lane here. Vander wants to push for Veritas.
Vander, he's taking everything. Unbreakable, no more. Move takes the kill.
Oh dear, that is...
I don't even know what's happening.
What caused Vander actually to tank that?
I mean, surely he just tried to proc Q on Veritas to force him away, because they had a massive minion wave. Jankos was on the bottom side,
And
but...
why would you run in?
So Vander moves forward, obviously, tags the Q onto Veritas, and then keeps chasing because he thinks, okay, my jungler's here, so we're gonna just force Veritas off. If he stays, we're gonna kill him. But then Move is already here in the bottom lane and just picks up a very easy kill, stops the push from H2K, and that bot lane tower now is sitting on like 50% HP, but he can't do anything more. This is the play, so he knows Jankos is coming.
So push him back.
Push him back,
away.
if he stays, you dive him, Move shows up. You have zero vision in the enemy jungle.
So effectively, Vander's assuming he'll take maybe 2 turret shots and then have backup with him, because
And
as
it's
you said,
out of tower range
exactly.
by then, and Tristana can jump forward, obviously force Veritas to then flash away. Problem is, when you have zero vision in the jungle, the enemy jungler can, funny enough, be there. And you die.
Yeah, that does work out sometimes. So it's 1-1 on kills right now. Big mistake. Allowed Unicorns to grab one back for themselves. It was in Move's pocket. He got the first blood last time around. Let's see what he does with that gold. He actually has been up in CS here. Jankos has been more on the ganking path for this Elise.
He has been. One thing we're going to consistently see in this series already, we've seen it already, I should say, is the supports just leave around this time and just go, well, we're going to go ward, we're going to go try and find a jungler, go pair up, and we'll leave 80 carries on their own. Only problem for that is Veritas just recalled, and that tower is in danger in the bottom lane. Already half health and under.
They're going to take it down now with Tristana. So effective, especially after getting BF, just taking down these turrets. And this time around, H2K did also play some deep ward towards at least the entrance of Unicorn's jungle to see where Move is.
They learned their lesson.
They're going to spot him very soon near this raptor. Don't actually commit fully for the tower. Want to get the recall off instead on the side of H2K. We're sitting on quite some gold. You get
they got 2/3 of it
full
down.
boots, you get longsword. And technically you can just return there if you are H2K and now set up a play where you have Shen ulti as backup and get down that tower. So they value the recall other than trying to rush down a tower and then maybe not even getting it in time because Veritas shows up with ulti as well.
Some of the value in this is Vander now being able to replenish wards. They all buy pinks, that kind of thing. You get that extra time just to control the map. If you rush down that first tower and overcommit to it, there's obviously the potential of that wave getting pushed away from you, and maybe Veritas or Chachi end up getting a wave pulled into them. It's large, sizable, you lose a bit of farm, so don't want to over push too early, but of course they're looking for that first tower blood. Get that extra gold for the team. H2K have been so good at doing it. Didn't get it in the last game though. We'll see if they can do it with the Tristan. It's highly likely that they will.
Jankos not able to find any success here in the early game other than that one gank in the bottom. Quite some success, but apart from that one gank, he's not been able to
not doing enough to
continue it.
For one of the first times, he's now down in CS though to Move at the same time. Move has the kill, has had, you know, arguably this equal or perhaps more presence in the game by being able to just kind of pick up a kill in the bottom lane when H2K overextend. But the first game in this series that actually Move is hanging on with Jankos in the early game. That's not fair. He got a kill early in the second game. I'll give him more credit.
Yeah, well, he's definitely been impressing. Since game number 2, continues to do so. Veritas spends a full channel of the calling, Forgiving can't quite finish off the tower. He does rocket jump his way past the pillar, and now Move and Jankos are mirroring each other, but Move's the one spotted by the ward.
Yeah, and again, H2K will get this tower eventually.
Flash the Glacial Fissure.
It's all on Unicorn.
Back around. Here we go. They want the 3v3. I don't know if Unicorns are on the same page there, though.
No, and if you are Unicorns and you do force a fight in bot lane, as soon as you see Shen ulti, just back away and let Chachi get that top tower.
He walks right forward here onto Exileh. Does he have the damage to finish him off? Not quite. Get ghosts on both sides.
Everyone backs away. We can remember, if Shen does ulti away, Chachi gets a lot of damage on that top tower. So as long as Unicorns don't fully commit, but just force that Shen ulti defensively and then step away, they can actually force H2K into a very bad situation. But if they don't do anything at all, H2K will eventually take down this tower. It's just a few more hits.
They do tag Hylissang with the cocoon.
Ryu is coming.
Jankos, the pillar was stopping him from getting where he wanted to. Ryu is here. They're going to make the power play. This is the time to get the gold lead in your favor, take down the first tower, and they will do it at 11.5 minutes.
And just Ryu's presence alone, showing the extra numbers, is enough to force the Unicorns back away from the tower. No reason for H2K to overcommit there, no reason to dive. You want the tower gold, that's it. Nothing else necessary.
Yeah. And now you just want to push another wave and then recall your bottom lane and take them to the top lane. See if you can save this tower before Chachi gets it down, and then you get quite a good early advantage. You don't want to go for early dragon here. The Ocean Drake is not worth it compared to defending on a tower. Good play from Odoamne. Finally, he gets the taunt on Chachi on the tower.
But not within range of
Sadly. He got the damage on him.
Yeah.
But he, again, holds the tower. This is the play you were talking about, Deficio. Look at the top of the minimap. In come Tristan and Braum up to the top lane. It denies Chachi the push onto the tower, and now Unicorns are in a tough old spot because they're going to be, in the end of all things, 2 towers down. And look, the recall is only just coming out from the bottom lane from the Unicorns, so they are behind the curve once again. And Odoamne stayed to make sure he could push that wave out so that they get there as fast as possible for tower damage.
Yeah, Unicorns reacting to try and defend another turret, which will still take some damage from this Tristana, and we've just seen what happened. If you continue the 2v2, well, H2K keeps pushing it in now with Forgiven being slightly ahead, and then constantly get some damage on tower. Bigger spike here, though, for Veritas with the Ghostblade completed, but you always got to remember that Shen ulti every single time you want to fight. It's right there in your mind. You're like, okay, Shen could join.
Move.
Nah, he's ganking the pink ward. Ganking the pink ward.
There we go.
Spotted out on the ward, so knows that there is no further path up the top. But Jankos is here as well. Shen ult, keep in mind.
Oh, almost walked right into it.
It's the same kind of situation for H2K. If they are forced to use defensive Shen ulti, they might lose the bot lane tower for it and don't really get a whole lot. If they can push all the way to tower and actually use it aggressively or use Jankos aggressively because he knows he has the backup of Odoamne, they're going to be able to take that tower as well and keep the tower lead.
Exactly, and it's about the net trade, right? Is you trade the towers, you're still 1 tower up, and you potentially have position for Rift Herald. If the fight goes well enough, you can deny it for the Unicorns, whereas the fact that the solo laners are on the bottom side makes any kind of dragon presence very difficult. Hang on, Move and Jankos going toe-to-toe. Jankos is in the lane.
Goes right on in, and there is everybody ulting, and Move is just gonna get melted through by Ryu. They turn their attention right over to Exileh right now, and that's a double kill for the Vladimir. Chachi comes
comes in, looks a little too late, but Odoamne is on the wrong side of this inner tower. Chachi's gone! Jankos picks him up, and they do not lose a man.
And this is why it was so important for H2K to not be forced to use defensive ultis from Odoamne. This was a very aggressive play, but when you know your top laner can join so quickly, you can stop playing around, diving the enemy. Even 2v3, like Jankos just set up here for H2K. Chachi goes down, Exileh goes down, and Move goes down as well. So many kills because now you can use it aggressively. Your minimap here, guys, you see Shen move very far back behind his tower so he can't get interrupted. Set up the play, pick up the first kill. Nice disengage from Jankos as well. And now you have Vladimir and Shen sitting here. They don't care about your tower.
And now you've got a Gnar with no TP. Nice cocoon from Jankos over the wall to be able to pick that one up. You've got a Gnar with no TP. You've got a Tristana and a Braum trying to hammer down top tower. So if Chachi even shows in the bottom lane, the same play can happen on the top side with Odo using teleport. They would obviously trade that tower, but H2K have got so much over these plays that that's an acceptable loss.
Because it's the same thing again, even if you don't use the global, the enemy team knows you have the global.
Yeah.
So if they start chasing you for like a kill, well, you're gonna TP behind them. So they will never chase you for that kill. And then you get pressure in the lane automatically by having a second global that the enemy team doesn't have. So it's all about mind games, essentially. And these extra cooldowns you can use to allow for Given and Vander to move in, give a few hits on tower, and know that Odoamne, the team player, he's always ready.
Yeah, he is, and they managed to make a big play there, swinging the gold in their favor. It's 3,000 up at 15 minutes into this game. They keep the pressure topside. No need to worry about the Ocean Drake down bottom. They have all the control they need. Jankos
can also TP dive.
Coming on in. They're looking for the dive. The calling's been spent already, but Move has already answered right on back, and Jankos is forced to repel.
Odoamne wasn't,
they're looking to collapse.
Odoamne wasn't in the right spot in the lane. He was getting attacked by Chachi as he was looking to find a TP position. And you can see Chachi's going to try and punish him just by shoving as hard as he possibly can into this bottom lane. Will transform into Mega now, which means obviously he can just kind of bully around and not really do too much damage to Odoamne himself. But it's a settling moment, though.
Good reaction here from Unicorns as well. Understanding, okay, tower dive can happen top with the TP from Odoamne. Move the Exileh up very quickly. Move was there as well to defend, stop the dive from happening. And it's all about, again, Chachi extending his goal lead or his CS lead. And then get that tower down. Like, you need now to get these towers because you're chipping away on top tower and bot tower. It goes, you know, down under 50%. But if you don't actually kill them and cash in, well, then it means nothing.
Yeah, they're doing what they need. They're getting stuff around the map. Jankos is able to solo out Ocean Drake, so that one falls. Just shy of 17 minutes into the game. The gold lead staying the same for them, but H2K are looking to push forward and fire down turrets. They've still got Tristana Braum hammering away up top.
And Victor has done nothing. Not that we expect him to do anything.
Right.
Like, he needs to sit and farm and scale into late game.
But you have to call into question the pick again.
Of course. Like, you have to call into question the fact that a lot of mid laners feel there are 10 plus very viable, strong mid lane picks in the current meta. None would pick Victor.
No. Well, Exileh might.
Yeah.
By, by the scene.
But this is the thing. This is a guy who came in, you know, effectively out of solo queue, and he had grown up quite a lot over this split. But if he's not feeling confident enough to play Cassiopeia into a Vladimir, you still have to question, you know, is he ready for this kind of stage?
I think it's a little too harsh on him specifically. Like, there were 5 mid lane picks removed here. And
that's true. They did have a lot of targets.
And obviously, Unicorns have had a lot of success with these specific picks. So for him, obviously, that's where he's been focusing a lot on being as good as possible. But that, again, is what happens in BO5s. People will target champion pools. And while it looks really difficult right now for Unicorns, like, we're waiting to see what Exileh can actually do late game. Trying to match someone's scaling of Vladimir.
Good knock-up. Okay, Exileh has come around the angle here. Hemo Plague's on. Jankos is looking for him in the back, but he might have found himself down. One more hit would do it. Veritas finishes it, but Ryu's right there, forcing the summoner heal out. Sends the autos, not enough. Going in. Ryu get the killing spree on that one, and he's going to try to pool his way to safety. And behind Vander, and they do keep him alive.
Got that empowered transfuse.
He comes forgiven. Oh, just out of the blue. He's firing him down. Exileh taking out the reset. Double kill. Hopping forward, looking for a triple onto Hylissang, and he gets it. Oh boy, is forgiven. Forgiven having a good day.
Massive triple kill is going to swing this game around. Odoamne was down in the bottom lane.
I didn't even need
the
it.
kill? Was Chachi TPing out and Odoamne just killed him?
We're going to have to see that one again.
We are going to see that again. I'm sure we'll get it in the replay. This will transition into the top tower that H2K have been looking for so long. The triple kill puts Tristana now at 4-0.
They get everything.
Oh, it is, and Forgiven must be just completely ecstatic with that kind of trade. On a Tristana, let's take another look. How did this happen? Was it a taunt under the turret?
Right,
Did he do it?
Yeah, so no, he stops their ulti from Odoamne, and then Chachi tries. You can't TP there! What? At least walk around the corner! You have a pink one in the bush over here, at least walk into that!
Oh dear. Well, we're going to watch the end of the trade here. As Chachi trading somewhat in the minions, Odoamne with the damage.
And meanwhile, Forgiven.
And this is Forgiven going off.
Also, Ryu setting that up really well. Flashing in and then pulling out.
Full credit to Ryu for that fight.
Yeah.
Diving into the backline, picking up kills, soaking up so much damage.
And Vander saving his life in that really clutch moment. And that was such a sick
I almost want to see the replay of the bottom lane again.
Why did Chachi think he could oh, Ryu, hang on.
Yeah, okay,
Ryu
three
play.
people right there. And no amount of pool is getting you out of that one. He does throw a 3-man Hemo Plague, but he is going to just try and keep himself alive. Not happening with Boop.
Gotta have one a game. Gotta have one a game. Great fight into bottom lane, trying to get a kill, maybe. We'll see the setup for this one. Maybe this one was just trying to catch
About this time last game,
yeah.
he was in the same score, actually, funny enough.
He was. Yeah, last game we didn't see the lead up to it, so this one for you just out. Why was Chachi trying to TP there? He's like, I'll cancel his TP. He can't do anything to me.
Oh,
I don't know if
Shen had
thought
taunt.
Shin taunt was on cooldown still. I mean, that seems to be the only thing you can kind of realistically
And then he runs out of Meganar.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, that was quite a play. They will get a bot tower for it.
All right, worth.
And now the diamond.
H2K looking for more, finding Exile. In comes Forgiven and takes him out. Move is caught with the rest of the team trying to tunnel away. That should be an inner tower here. H2K are really starting to fire on all cylinders. Chachi coming around the side. No Mega cannot take it.
Oh, H2K can't take the tower for now. They have to back themselves away. And again, this is like the discussion of acceptable losses. For H2K, bot tower to lose is fine here. As long as they can get more from this, that is absolutely fine. Odoamne looking to come around the side, looking for a taunt under tower.
Oh. There's no Meganar available. They found Chachi, and they take him down straight through the calling of Veritas. They don't even care. They get themselves an inner turret, starting to march forward on the base. H2K way ahead in this game.
Yeah, such a good position for H2K. Played a good early game and now finally got a lot of kills picked up as well.
Oh, look at that tower damage.
Punishing Unicorns of Love over and over. You got 5 kills now on your Tristana. Already 2 full completed items. Soon Forgiven is probably way above 1,000 gold again now. 1,400 he's sitting on. They can go straight back to base. That's great, by the way. If you go back to base, use all your gold, step out for like 1 minute, and you go back again, and you have like almost 2,000 gold ready.
He's 2,000 of gold ahead of Veritas on his own. Let's take a look at this fight one more time.
Yeah, this is H2K. A little bit, you know, split focus here. Obviously, they want the turret, but the fight is juicy for them. They go for Exile. Get him instantly in this fight.
Yeah, 2 members from Unicorns went the side lane to see Veritas recalling in the bottom lane.
Chachi not quite there. Yeah.
Very easy call here for H2K, and really the only way out is that you very early flash as someone like Exile, because you know they're gonna engage on you when you try and wave clear. Another good engage then, Odoamne comes in with a taunt, another kill, get the tower as well. H2K in prime position to win this game now. And so little Unicorns can do, because this Victor is still not even close to coming online. Like, he has only Hex Core fully completed, and that's about it. And like your AD carry, yeah, he's building for this mid-game spike, but he can't do anything on his own.
A mid-game's about to end.
And this right here, these items is the strongest the Black Cleaver Ghostblade Lucian, comparable to other champions on the map, if everything was even, should be. Unfortunately, he's like half an item behind against a Tristana that's 5-0, who is going to outscale him anyway, and that means the AD carry matchup is gone for the Unicorns. There is no way your Lucian is going to outdamage this Trist.
They need a miracle fight, and honesty, it's so hard to see that happening. H2 get themselves another easy dragon. It's a more regeneration if they want to keep those fights going. 23 minutes into this one, H2K still look like they can close it out. It may be a little while, but they are moving themselves forward.
Yeah, this point here, if you're H2K, you can start setting up around Baron. Is always going to be a fairly easy objective for you to take down with the 3-item Tristana once she hits that point very, very soon. or at least use it to force the fight. Because now, really, your 2 turrets you're going for are the 2 in the side lanes. Can be a little bit difficult now that you don't have like multiple paths you can take towards enemy jungle. So Baron is the logical choice, and they find the sneaky ward outside as well. H2K getting the jackpot. The support jackpot when you find that one ward.
That one,
yes!
They didn't clear the last Unicorn's ward, though.
Pretty quick Baron as well.
Yeah, you do
H2K
need.
have.
So when you play red side, you actually do need a pink ward, both outside the Baron pit, but preferably also one inside. Well, actually, you don't even need inside too much because people rarely get to sneak in that ward. Just sweep inside, put the pink ward outside the Baron pit, so you spot everything near that Rift Scuttle area, and then you're gonna be fine.
This is why blue side's superior to Visual. There we go. You don't need that extra ping. That's
Well, no, you only need that one pig outside. Again, the one inside, that's
You
a
don't need
lie.
to sweep.
Just sweep inside, yeah. You gotta sweep inside.
Chachi fancying himself the fight bot lane again. Not sure he really wants that. About half an item ahead for
This
Odoamne.
happens so often, though, guys. People or teams are like, all right, let's set up the pinks, clear enemy wards, and let's all recall.
Yeah.
So now you just got to do the same thing again, technically. They did get some few new pinks. But
At least they bought them again. Yeah.
They did buy them again. That's been a mistake we've seen from other teams. But now you can just go back and kind of place the same wards. So at first we're just
It's the
placeholders.
familiar dance.
They're like, yeah, we know, okay, this is where we had the last ward, this is where we had it. Just place the exact same wards.
They'll never check again.
And we're gonna be fine. And this time, when the enemy team shows up, we have our items. We have 3 items Tristana. Either we take the Baron for free or we destroy them. Oh, we sweep inside the Baron pit. Now pink outside. There's the pink.
There's the pink.
No, the ward was sliding too far away.
This is the whole vision range, invisibility detection range.
But that ward is so far away that if you stand on the right side, like Forgiven does now,
Forgiven can just auto-attack him out.
the ward doesn't actually see Forgiven hit the Baron.
Oh, wow.
Well, they know it.
Now we see.
I don't know if they can
around.
stop it, though.
Don't worry.
It's at 4.5 down.
Yeah, but they know it.
Coming
They
in
know
from
it.
Chachi. It might be a little bit too late. They've turned their attention off the Baron. Jankos is still taking a lot of damage from it in the pit. This is split focus here. They
got it.
secure the Baron, and now the fight is going to be on Veritas and Exileh dealing with this Vladimir, or can they even? Ryu is massive. They've caught Exileh exhausted.
the wolf
Right into
camp.
the wolf camp. Aggroed it. There goes Jankos hopping on up. One more auto for Forgiven.
It's a jump.
Gets himself a reset. Looking for Chachi now. Not enough damage, but this should be an easy tower.
Very easy tower going over for H2K here. Baron buff means they're likely just going to keep this bulldozer rolling through the base.
Forgiven dozer. It's coming.
Dozer,
Get him to that tower.
Just one bomb should be enough to take this down. There is no way this tower's
Oh, man.
look at that damage.
That's disgusting. Inhibitor
Finish
should be
job.
pretty easy. It's 26.5 minutes. H2K, all they've got to do is keep this going, close this one out. Unicorns are going to try a desperation fight here. Move is around the side, spotted by the pink ward. Jankos and Odo a little bit low. In comes Meganar. Chachi. Ryu instantly goes away from that, and Odo is still tanking. Move is looking for another one. Another pillar. Flash from Hylissang. The fight is still on. Chachi's going down. Jankos picks him up. Exileh's back in base.
Well, he was dead still when they tried to re-engage.
Yeah.
Desperation definitely for Unicorns of Love. You can't win without your victim. Despite him being 0-4, you still need him there for that potential fight.
Didn't look like Chachi could get the ultimate in time either. Something must have been disrupting him, and Forgiven had already jumped
Maybe
away.
Taunt again?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, he has nightmares now.
Odoamne has been taunting, and the crowd have started to come alive as H2K lead this game 13 kills to 3. This has been all about H2K right out of Champion Select. And again, Odoamne, Vander just going to block here. Ryu is just blocking the top side as well, because it's not about H2K putting damage down yet. They're waiting for Forgiven and Jankos to 2-man, and now they turn. As soon as Baron drops low enough, the turn is on. Forgiven goes right after the top laner and just goes, okay, you want to 1v1? Let's go for it, because Ryu is in the backline fighting them. Wolfcamp saves Exileh for a little bit as he was adjusting his way out.
Tried to block him a little bit.
Exactly. Friend for a little bit.
Yeah.
Not so much for the rest.
No, it's a rough game when the wolf camp is against you as well. Move is now behind enemy line.
Unfortunately, he thought it was still his own jungle, but he runs straight into 5 members of H2K. And what the hell? Give Vander a kill this game.
Well, if it wouldn't have been easy enough for H2K to push the remaining turrets on the map, that's going to make it just that little bit easier again. Move. Another death just in the own jungle.
That is all the turrets outside of base that Unicorns have lost here. They've only been able to take one for themselves, the one down bottom. It has been a real rough game for them. Unicorns will be scratching their heads, looking for some answers after this one finishes off. But for H2K, it is looking great. They will be 1 game away from a 3rd place finish.
Yeah, Unicorns definitely are thinking about the pick and ban phase. Sheepy sitting backstage. figuring out, blue side again, because obviously Unicorns will have side selection in the next game. They picked blue earlier, actually won that game, but now this time around here with H2K, just going Vladimir themselves. They're saying, yeah, we just take the Vlad first rotation. Even Vander Nivea to really set up for that Vladimir.
It was obvious.
And Exileh kind of ran out of options himself, so they removed that pick from him. Suddenly you start debating if it is going to be blue side Unicorns. Is the first pick Vlad suddenly happening, even though we know there are picks from Ryu against it? Because this game has just been domination, honestly, from H2K. And there's so little Unicorns can do.
Yep, and with that, they get the taunt off onto Chachi. He hops, he skips, he jumps, but even in Meganar, he cannot do a damn thing. Odoamne picking up a kill for himself. Forgiven is wrecking it. H2K are just doing everything they want this game. They have gotten it all. 16 kills to 3, 9 towers, make that 10, make that 11. 30 minutes into this game, it was a quick affair, and it's all Nexus. H2K will go one game up on the cusp of a series, 2-1.
Forgiven says, you want to ban the Cive, you want to take the Lucian, you're going to have to deal with my Tristana as a last pick. And oh boy, did he go off 7-0-4. It wasn't one man winning this game.
No.
H2K as a unit just crushed.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of credit has to go to every single member here. Odoamne did his job perfectly down the bottom lane. Even though Chachi kind of did hand it to him a little bit, he had a great game on Shen. Early ganks from Jankos, and then the tower dive he set up in the mid lane. And of course, Ryu in these fights here, reckless on this. Vladimir here, not the player, but the style, diving in constantly to the back line. And despite obviously Forgiven getting all the kills, like Ryu was great in these team fights. And he did so much damage and played so well on this Vlad. And obviously a lot of value and great for H2K to get that in the first rotation and then push the enemy mid laner to something like a Victor. This makes it even better for H2K.
It was a rough game for Exileh.
A lot of people look at it and say, well, in the laning phase, there's a lot of damage done to the Vlad by the Victor. Are you sure Victor's not a great pick? No, it's actually not a great pick, because when you look at the actual damage output for the rest of the game...
even in laning phase.
Exactly, but there were trades that went that way because of the way that the Q works, but because of, as you said, the increased cost on the Hex Core, it means you essentially like half an item behind, and Ryu's just constantly catching up and just moving further and further ahead of this Victor. So I really would have liked to seen a different pick out of Exileh.
Yeah, it's a lot of questions to be answered for Unicorns this next game. I mean, was he not comfortable enough to take the Cassiopeia matchup? Do they now maybe switch side selection and think, okay, even if we do give that away, we can get ourselves 2 power picks the next time around? There's a lot that Unicorns are going to have to show unless they want to give this one up 3-1.
Yeah, and then again, it's the whole debate between first picking Rek'Sai or maybe taking the Vlad, because they've gone Rek'Sai all
Move was good 2 out of 3 games.
Like
on that Rek'Sai.
Yes and no. I don't think Move has been like showing up at all. I think he had a good early gank. I will agree on that one for sure. But he's not really been able to have much of an impact outside that early gank, where Jankos obviously in game 1 had a good game, and now game 3 he had a good game as well on Elise. So there's still a big difference in terms of junglers. And that is a problem for Unicorns if they feel like Rek'Sai is the comfort pick for him. Because then suddenly if they pick blue side again, you have the same situation where they might have to ban Vlad on their own. And then we've seen like multiple picks from Ryu already. And we got to see something else then from Exileh. So I'm really looking forward to see what they pick. Wouldn't surprise me to see Unicorns go red side for that last game. Try and get out of this situation where they trade 2 very good picks like the Shen as well for Odoamne over to H2K in first rotation, because it has been a problem.
What I am glad to see, though, as a difference between this week and last week, is H2K with the adaptation in the pick and ban phase. The Anivia ban comes in, it's obvious what it's for, but they're not just like, bans are great, we lost, but I think our bans are great. They've changed up, they've changed a little bit on what they're doing and put the pressure really back onto the Unicorns.
Absolutely, and Unicorns backs against the wall. We're going to take a 3.5-minute break, but don't go anywhere, esports fans. H2K are 1 win away from Worlds qualification. We'll see if the Unicorns can stop them right after this.
You are loud, sir.
I'm loud?
Yes, you are loud, sir. Can you make coach much lower for me? Or you can mute him completely as well.
I do agree indeed, Your Grace.
They turn their attention right over to Exileh right now, and that's a double kill for the Vladimir. Chachi comes in, looks a little too late, but Odoamne is on the wrong side of this inner tower. Chachi's going! Gone!
Go to Rek'Sai. I can tank. Thank you.
He's that.
And he gets it. Oh boy, is Forgiven having a good day. 30 minutes into this game, it was a quick affair, and it's all Nexus. H2K will go 1 game up on the cusp of a series, 2-1.
Played with Vander like 3 years. I think he was always like very good mechanical player, and his mindset to the game was good as well. So that's why I kind of played with him, and then it just that I don't know how this happened, but we played like together for 3 years. I guess like 2 years in Lockout, and then we joined the same team. So that's why like we are together. I think we are doing like kind of good together.
Jankos is like really cheerful, and he likes to make a lot of jokes. Like we basically joke with each other all the time, like make fun.
I think we are best friends because we like each other and we have similar personality, and that's why we just go together well, and then we play well in game. We have very similar idea how to play the game, so I think we just kind of match each other.
I'm really happy that I will have a chance to play in front of on the big stage again. Playing in Poland is even better for us because it's our home territory for me and Jankos, so I hope the people will cheer for us in our third place match, and we will do our best.
Welcome back to Poland, where Jankos and Vander are at match point with H2K in front of their home crowd. As we see the team there deliberating, one game away from locking in that third place in the playoffs, and that would mean if they do that and G2 wins tomorrow, G2 goes to Worlds, obviously, and H2K goes to Worlds on championship points. So super important for them to win this game here specifically. Let's dive into a couple of things that we've seen over the series that could steer this in one or the other direction. Yamato, you felt pretty strongly about Exileh versus Ryu so far. Ryu has been showing up tremendously, but you feel like Exileh is getting exposed.
Yeah, for sure. Like Exileh as a player, definitely on blue side doesn't have a massive champion pool. Casted out, Rise out, and now his counter picked the Vladimir out. it kind of shows that he doesn't have anything to play into Vladimir. Victor coming out, obviously a nerf champion, does fine. You know, I thought, you know, maybe in these games that go for 30 minutes, it might be fine. But to be honest, it's garbage.
Also, and they didn't first pick the Vlad, you know? When the enemy red side ban is lost ban like Anivia, guess what, guys? Like, they're gonna pick Vladimir and all your counters are gone.
Yeah, but in all honesty, if you have a Ryze, a Kassadin, and a Nivea ban, and Vladimir is picked, then...
Yeah, but you picked the Vladimir yourself, first pick.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
you just open and you say, like, you know, let's play Vladimir and give Rek'Sai to Jankos and move, you know, like, solve that problem. But, like, they created way too large problem by not picking Vladimir in that game. And then H2K wasn't nearly as upset as we would thought.
Yeah.
So if we call them out for like, hey guys, you're gonna tilt right now, we have to give them praise. Mental stability was there, forgiven, hard.
Like they never lost it.
Carried that game, like he was boss. Like he jumped in a fraction like of a Teemo next to a field from Victor, and he just cleaned up a triple kill, and it was over.
Yeah, for sure. And on top of that, H2K were criticized for how they didn't adapt in draft, and this adaptation was immense because obviously UOL had nothing to come back with when this Vladimir was picked on the red side.
No, it seemed that they hadn't lost that game beforehand and just went in with a clean slate and very convincingly dusted off here. Your predictions were for UOL, but I do feel them crumbling here a little bit. With that Exileh being exposed on this side, with Chachi not being able to single solo carry, all those things are piling up.
Yeah, can't have them all right. You know, at least we got the gank.
Oh yeah, I don't mean to call out your predictions.
No. S6 is definitely surprising a bit. Not in the sense that they could win a series. I think that was always a possibility. But after the way they lost that game and like the final team fight against the Vladimir, to then bounce back the way they did, for me, was impressive and has shown like mental growth. Hopefully for them, they can kind of draw the line through and keep going on what they're building.
Yeah.
It's like the interesting part now is as well, UOL has a chance to, of course, pick red side in the upcoming game, but they need to win 2 games. And of course, the H2K are going to just pick blue side in the final game if it comes to that. Then you need to take a look at what UOL actually are doing on blue side.
First pick
like,
Vlad.
what is the reason for this echo ban? I think they have room to, for example, ban the Rek'Sai, so they don't need to make this trade situation and just first pick Vladimir. That is a simple solution because the echo ban doesn't give them jack shit.
Simple but risky.
If they go down that route and they ban the Rek'Sai and the flex comes out from H2K where they lost ban, for example, one either of Gragas and Elise, and Move has to start digging deep, then I don't know what counter pick he has if the top 3 junglers are out. He has to play like Lee Sin or something.
Yeah, but come on, like
Phil
I
Gillies,
think at this point, you know, I think any jungler has to have at least 5 champions, you know, the standard ones, you know, the Gragas, the Hecarim, etc.
Yeah.
I feel like if you have a weak champion pool, like at this point, you're not supposed to
Yeah,
win
you
a
don't
third
deserve
place
to.
match.
Yeah, you don't deserve to.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
That's
same
fair.
goes for mid laners. You need to have 5 mid
I mean,
laners
as
play.
Victor, you know.
Yeah, okay,
But,
revival. But there's not that many that come to mind as a topic if all of those are off the table, and the Ryze, and the Cass, and the Anivia.
I mean,
And the Vladimir.
there's no mid-lane champion pool.
Not Aurelion
is
Sol is not able to
massive,
be played.
But for him, like Exileh just needs to practice more and hopefully not pick up the ass.
I feel like that's something that we've seen from a couple of our mid laners, though. The fact that they do get strongholded in bans and picks like this.
It's because it's so rare that a player gets targeted like
Yeah.
with 2 or 3 bans and a first pick away from him. And usually, like in scrims, I guess you chalk it up to like unlucky game. You know, we'll be fine. But if we just focus always eggs in like 4 champion baskets and they get banned out, then it's a good read from Probably.
It's like the strange thing that happens in scrims is when you scrim, you practice to play towards, of course, a specific enemy, not the enemy you're scrimming against, because obviously that doesn't make any sense. So, of course, in scrims, you're not making a draft towards the enemy that is good against the enemy, and then all of a sudden you realize all these problems that appear when you're actually on stage. A team drafting specifically towards you, all of a sudden, you're caught with your pants down.
Yeah, unless you have like a sister team that you can like, can you guys play like this team? In case of like, if you want to prepare for Unicorns of Love, you need to ask a team to overextend on all 3 lanes at once. Because if you watch the game backstage with Senkux and Perks, they were saying, you know, Exileh, he has map hack because he's constantly playing up, even when there's a jungle to be ganking. So this guy, he plays super aggressive, and it works to an extent sometimes for Unicorns. But that's also why they have like the largest amounts of like solo deaths, you know, where they die with none of their team around, because these guys love to overextend on all 3 lanes at once, basically telling the enemy jungler, you can't gank all of us at once.
No,
and they're trying to get an advantage.
For sure, for sure. I thought it was hilarious that they actually died to the level 3 Elise gank.
Yeah.
They had so much vision in the river, they misplaced one ward, I think they could have put it in try, but then dying to the level 3 gank, I think it definitely speaks to the fact that they are playing without minimaps.
Minimap is broken.
Yeah.
They're saying backstage.
We saw the players there. They are getting back into their seats. That means they will be getting into picks demands and into the lobby shortly. So where do we see this going? H2K seem to have found their footing, but we did say that after game 1 as well. But a gut feeling says that they might be able to close it out here.
I mean, depends on the side. Actually, no, didn't get an update on what side the Unicorns.
1 second.
Yeah, Shox is gonna get that for me. But same sides again, so that means the Unicorns, if they get put in that position, they just need to first pick Vladimir. I think that has to be the adaptation. Or they need to be a massive change up in like picks and bans where they impose a champion lock on like H2K, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, it's silly. You know, I'm so stuck at this Echo ban. Enemy team is first picking Shen in first rotation every time. What does this Echo do? You know, obviously they want to just pick Shen every time. So why are you banning it? Change it up, ban the Rexas, you're not forced to first pick it. There you go.
Yeah. We'll see what happens in terms of experience. The teams and the coaches, they've found themselves in the 3rd place match a lot of the times, and UOL has the heads up, but they've even played a final once. So what can they say to their troops here, Sheepy?
I mean, if there's one thing that for Unicorns is that they can shake off a loss, just play as if they're always like the same way they have always been playing. The problem is that then they're playing like they always have been playing, which is a bit risky. I don't know, maybe just focus a single lane, try and like tilt the guy. I think that's actually a viable strategy against H2K.
I think it could be, you know, definitely. I think in this case, if they solve the mid lane like problem that they have, I think they have a fair chance. H2K on point, I think they look like the stronger team today.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off, but the players are ready, so we're going to head inside and see if H2K can take it here in Krakow. And we're going to head over to our casters.
Thanks very much, Shox. Could be the final game of the night here in Krakow. We'll have to find out. Unicorns, they're up against the wall, but maybe Sheepy whispered something magic in their ears. You never know.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, pick and ban is where he needs to work his magic, first of all, because as the analyst has just said, Unicorns pick blue side. They're happy enough being on that side again, giving over 2 power picks to H2K. I have to agree with the Yamato Cannon on this Echo ban. When you keep giving Shen, it doesn't make a lot of sense that you ban the Echo. So you could trade that. Question is, do they want to just trade it for the Rek'Sai? Or do they want to get rid of something like the Cassiopeia and kind of try and pinch the champion pool of Rio a little bit, maybe?
Right, and at that point, it then really puts the presence down on how that first rotation is going to go, because then H2K either still bank on the Anivia as a ban, or they change it completely and go, okay, I'll ban Elise, because it does change everything when you change up that last ban.
The good thing about red side as well is you get that last ban yourself, so if they see Rek'Sai ban as the last ban from Unicorns, they're like, well, we're not going to ban, you know, Anivia now because we know you're going to try and first pick the Vlad. But then technically H2K can just adapt and ban Vlad as well. And just keep pinching towards, you know, Exile's champion
7 bans
over and over, because by having that last ban, it is so impactful. Like, the Anivia is a filler ban in a sense. It's literally just like, we're going to pick a Vladimir. You know it, we know it. If we don't want to pick the Vlad because we can see you guys are now changing your bans and we know you're going to first pick it, well, then we just don't ban Anivia.
And they switch things up right on the fly. Shen right out the gates is the first ban by Unicorns.
And now that obviously is a change up from the Echo. If they're not giving the Shen over, now they're giving the Echo. So potentially we'll see Odoamne take it in the first rotation.
If they're really so afraid of Echo, when they then ban the Shen, technically they should also then be banning the Echo. But Rek'Sai comes in, this is where the Vladimir first pick, you know, the big alarm starts. Suddenly,
no, that was earlier. That was
that was earlier. That's true.
Card.
That's true. That was when Prolly was sitting in Jankos' chair. But now, H2K is like, we know Vladimir is an option as a first pick, or Sivir could also be an option right now.
It's also going to allow through the Talia later in the draft, wouldn't? We've seen it first picked in LCK. We've seen it first picked other regions as well. Not so much in Europe. So we're on track right now. Where would we estimate? Elise is still available, but Move hasn't played a whole bunch of it.
I mean, this for Unicorns of Love, either it's like first pick Elise to remove that from Jankos, or we're looking at that Sivir pick that is the strongest AD carry right now. Like, that's kind of the two options. If you're H2K, you can leave both open, you get one of them. Because like banning the Rek'Sai as well now, they actually do ban the Elise that we talked about as the first pick. Like, Sivir stands out.
Ooh.
First picking Gragas.
No, at this point, if the Echo wasn't available, it would be Nah. But man, this tells you everything you need to know about the matchup between these two teams. In the Gragas, to even get a tier 1 jungler or tier 1.5 for Move is that important.
If you're H2K, you draft Sivir here.
Yep.
And then later you can get something like Hecarim if you want, and just run like a full bulldozer composition where you can just consistently dive the backline and you just have. Because like Gragas won't threaten your jungle in the early game, so you can pick the farming jungle. Like Graves as well can be picked here. Like you should go Sivir for sure if you're H2K. Like get the best AD carry, and then you can take the Echo if they value that highly, or you just take Gnar yourself. Like you just go Gnar Sivir, and you're like, well, what are you gonna play top now?
Chachi would likely then pull out the Aurelia, the later
Probably.
go.
And then you can just camp that lane, like
Yeah.
G2 did.
That's also true. Yeah, exactly.
Unicorns don't seem to have too many options here as the timer ticks down. H2K, they do get the Gnar and the Sivir, so that's locked in.
So with Gnar Sivir, we may see the Aurelia come out from Chachi. We know he's a big Aurelia player. The Taliyah is available, and now previously in the playoffs, Exileh has not shown us the Taliyah since she was released.
That is one of the big things about Exileh in his champion pool. We were looking at his solo queue, and actually been playing a lot of Taliyah lately. So it was like, oh, this might be an option.
Oh, the cannon.
But I want to see it first. Yeah, we know this is another Chachi counter pick to the Gnar. But the same problem lies here for Cannon is that if you put jungle pressure on that lane, let Gnar get a hex string, and then he's gonna be okay. Like, Gnar can lane against almost anything. Yes, he might get pressured a little bit, and Gragas is the jungler for Unicorn, so it's not like they're screaming early game aggression with the jungle pick.
However, we had Maxlor on the desk for the day before they played against the Unicorns, and he said to me, the one thing I'm afraid of is that Vizicsacsi's going to play something stupid that's only lane focused, like a Kennen into the Gnar, and then they're going to wreck us with it. And then they played Kennen into the Gnar, and they wrecked them with it. So I hope H2K aren't underestimating this.
They will definitely not, and they also knew this was an option.
Yeah,
it's not
of course.
Like, you don't pick this against
So
Unicorns.
did Maxlor.
Wait, Kennen is a thing, you know? In this situation, Taliyah is a great pick for Rio. When he's played in the past, he's actually been very good. H2K has normally done really well when they have these very active, like, global kind of competition.
Oh! Ooh, see the Nidalee back.
I guess we can also just outpace the Gragas. If we are Jankos.
Great for the matchup, not so great for the team as a whole the later you go when it comes to having a focus. You can get fights started with the Taliyah, you can get things going, get the Nidalee poke down, but it's not the same as a Gragas, a Hecarim, for actually providing the crowd control that comes out. That's one of the reasons why we've seen the drop-off of Nidalee. It wasn't so much the nerfs that removed the auto-attack reset, it was more to do with the role of a jungler in a team, and Nidalee does not provide the same as the other tier 1 junglers.
All right, Braum locked in for Hylissang here, so they pair that with the Lucian. And as the timer's done, Exileh's putting all his eggs in the LeBlanc basket. This has been a favorite of his.
Yeah, he tried to do it against G2 and...
Most solo kills on that champion.
Yeah, definitely. Like, he also got the solo kill perks in that one.
Yeah.
It is one of these like super high risk, high reward picks. A lot of mid laners don't like LeBlanc anymore. It's very hard to get early kills on her, so you have to run teleport and be a little bit of like a split pusher in a sense. And if you get into team fights and you are not ahead, you just do very little.
Braum opens up the Taric possibility, and then against the likes of the Kennen, the LeBlanc, we may see it. If you want the lane, the Karma is still there.
Or you can just go Trundle as well, if you want. Like, a lot of these melee supports are definitely an option here for H2K.
I personally think Taric benefits them the most against the Kennen
as well,
against the LeBlanc, these picks that, you know, rely on having just small damage windows. If you can close one of those champions out in a team fight, suddenly, we're playing this team fight 4 versus 5.
Yeah, Taric also considered a little bit of a counter against Braum, because it's so easy to predict when Braum's all-in happens, and you can use your Taric ulti to mitigate it. Also, with the double stun, you can fire away. It's very hard for Braum to really protect his backline properly against Taric. So this is actually a very good last pick, and one of the reasons it's so impactful to have that last pick support in this meta, because there are so many different ones, and they kind of change a lot. Like, this is a huge thing for team fighting, and we know Unicorns of Love, like, their comp right now, it's a lot of snowball in there. It's a lot of focus on having a strong early game.
It's a lot of comfort as well.
A lot of comfort
when you look at it. That's what Unicorns are saying. It's like, hey, we want to win this game. We're just going to go for some sense of lane, a bit of fighting with a lot of comfort. For H2K on the other side, Sivir, Gnar, the Taric, great at team fighting. Taliyah can set that up for you. The only question to the puzzle is that Nidalee doesn't quite have the same impact, but what it will give Jankos is dominance in the early game against Move, and Move has crumbled when he's lost the early game.
It's definitely had quite a lot of trouble. The Unicorns are throwing it all in with the comfort for this. Could be their final game here in the third place matchup. It is going to be tough for them to try and climb back. If you guys at home think they can do it though, think the Unicorn magic is still alive, tweet hashtag UOL win with this composition at LOL eSports. Hashtag H2K win if you think they'll be closing this one out 3-1 on the series and claiming another third place finish.
We gotta look at someone like Chachi as well with the Kennen up in the top lane as this counter pick to Gnar. Chachi is a player we haven't really seen show up today.
No.
Last game especially was not good enough, honestly, from him on the Gnar when TP's away right in front of a Shen, gets taunted, and more things obviously went wrong. He gets a counter pick now. He loves to play these 1v1 lanes. Gotta see Chachi show up.
Gotta see Chachi show up. We need the whole Unicorn squad to show up, and we'll find out if they do. We're loading onto the Rift here in Krakow. Game number 4. Let's get hyped for it.
Getting hype, surfing in the middle lane with Talia. Finally, we're seeing actually a pick in this game. Seen it banned in every single one prior to this in this best of 5. So we'll see whether it's enough for Unicorns to take the win here.
And
First stone throw.
We know Talia will just sit in lane and start perma-pushing from the start. First back from Rio, he gets a Negatron cloak. He doesn't get destroyed then by LeBlanc in the all-ins, and Exileh will probably have to try and find success roaming around the map a little bit more, actually sit in the side lane later and have that teleport, obviously.
Yeah, I'll see it coming at least. Fortunately, Talia is one of those champions, like Sivir, just explains exactly what she's about to do. Throw another rock. Every time.
Every time.
It's ice on this skin, at least.
Speaking of things being thrown, top lane, as you can see, Doran's played for those shurikens. No, I'm going to the auto attack presence of Kennen. A lot of people will wonder why Kennen is actually ever picked. Like, you can trade very heavily with the Gnar in lane. Typically, Gnar is good because of his auto attack harass and once you get hyper, but Kennen, the crowd control mixed in with it, the empowered auto attacks, making sure you can effectively trade with a high AD, makes it a successful pick in lane. Outside of that, it's more about flanking, getting the right positioning in fights and getting the crowd control locked down.
We get to see the same kind of early wards from H2K. You see the one just here at the blue buff, just to simply spot where is move starting on the map, and then you kind of draw out his path very often. Vander gets a little stun on Hylissang.
Oh, gotta be careful. Oh, always gotta respect the Braum passive.
But one guy's trading into support while the other guy's trading on the AD carry. Yep. So it is a potion used by Vander, no potion used by Forgiven, and if he lands another boomerang, then Veritas is gonna find himself pretty low.
Oh yeah, and just like you say it, very quick exhaust onto Forgiven. Already starting to have a field day against this combo.
And that's a potion used now by Veritas very early on in this laning phase. And all they basically accomplished was actually push a big wave into the tower of H2K.
And Forgiven
and also use your exhaust.
Farm that one out as well. Didn't get that one, but it's okay. It's okay. And generally, Forgiven will just collect the rest of this and be fine. Jankos hasn't met move a little too early in the game for that yet, but as we crest the 3-minute mark, this is where the potential for both junglers to converge in the bottom lane actually arises.
And when you see enemy jungler start blue buff, you know, okay, he's going to smite blue buff, so he's not going to do Gromp. That means he's going to path towards the bottom side, and that's what Jankos knows, and that's why he can now walk into the jungle and try and look for that Gragas, see if he can find him. Another trade in the bottom lane where once again it's Vander taking the damage on the side of H2K. He still has potions, a lot of early sustain for these supports. Move is trying to pull up that early gank again.
Oh, right in there, Forgiven. Didn't know what hit him. Another auto attack and first blood for Veritas.
The bot lanes in this game are not respecting the early ganks. Both teams have done this in multiple games now.
To be fair though, that one was really hard to predict because Jankos was actually in the jungle trying to find him.
No, I can tell you why, Officio. I watched the lead up to this. Jankos placed a ward on Krugs and saw them die. He saw the Krugs were gone and dead right as he was coming away. Unless it was a split second away, he also saw the blue ward go down in the enemy jungle. I was watching it on the minimap because Jankos was trying for the Tribush gank and got denied. This time, H2K either did not communicate it or did not respect the potential for move to be in the bottom lane.
Yeah, just re-watching it over here. He does see the ward go down, so they know move is on bottom side. Don't see what HP move is on. They just see the Crux die. They have no idea if move is on like 50% or 20%, whatever it is. He's obviously fairly healthy after taking that red buff earlier. And then, yeah, just goes to bottom lane. And clearly, H2K's bot lane did not expect a Gragas to appear over the wall. Yeah, you get the ward, then you get another ward seeing the Crook die here, but not the HP of move. And then a step forward near the wall as well. No vision in the river. And he just body slam flashes. Oh, beautiful gank.
Great execution.
Oh, yeah.
But should never have been given that opportunity.
Good eye you have there, Stress.
Well played. Well played by the Unicorns. That was a really sick move from Move, who, as Exileh dodging out the Talia damage, the shove, Jankos hops onto Move, who hops his way over the wall, throws a barrel ahead of himself. Jankos is trying for a kill here, for some revenge, I should say. as he does sink in the spear, but he's going to be met by Veritas and Hylissang, and there's a party in the bot lane. Flash burn on both sides. Veritas looking for Jankos, but Ryu's already in the mix here, and Veritas is going down. Forgiven gets revenge.
Right now, we have a teleport and a LeBlanc down the bottom
Move is
lane.
really low.
And another TP.
They're going
They
all
both
in.
cancel. They both cancel. Okay, everyone cancel. H2K picks up a kill though, gets to push a big wave into tower. Nothing for Veritas here. He goes down, already down in CS as well. Only thing he has going for him is that first blood. And then he dies and loses a big wave at tower.
Oh, for what should have been a fantastic play out of the Unicorns in the beginning, the old switcheroo lands with Veritas getting locked down and taken out. And man, this should have been a good early game for the Unicorns. They had that first blood where Forgiven just made a mistake in the lane, a very rare one at that. And it should have been enough to tilt this matchup. You could see Forgiven even going Cull here on Sivir. Not a pick we see all that often anymore, as generally you have a lot of time in the laning phase to sit back and farm up. They'd forced him onto a bit of a later path to this build, but here was the trade onto move initially. This is the Nidalee into Gragas matchup, by the way, if you ever
just
wondered how this goes. I mean, first of all, Gragas loses half of his health to the Nidalee, as you would expect. And then Veritas ends up getting locked down. Actually didn't get hit by the crowd control in that. Oh, we're going back top. Hang on.
Mini Nard still there, and whoa, Odoamne slipped out of the move. Body slam there, nicely done.
Move going all in with the gank here, just body slamming forward. Didn't want to step in, try and slow him down with the Q first, and then try and go for the body slam after the flash of Chachi, or Odoamne, sorry.
Yeah, well, Move has been going all on the ganking path, but unfortunately he's lost out on a lot of farm that Jankos has picked up. Look at that CS difference.
It's normal that Nidalee wins the CS race, but not this much early on. Like, very early. But, I mean, that's kind of the payoff when you go for these ganks, where clearly H2K, despite seeing the guy kill the Crooks, are like, he's not gonna, like, flash over the wall here, is he? Like, oh, what? He just did! You know, and you end up dying to some of these crazy ganks early, but it worked for Move.
Well, there's going to be more action down in that bottom lane sometime soon. Ryu has his ultimate. Exileh does have TP. One thing we didn't quite touch on yet in this game is obviously LeBlanc forced to bring that TP in response to the Talia being able to roam
got Weaver as well.
As a matter of fact, it's the problem for LeBlanc is that playing like Ignite and relying on solo killing your lane opponent is very difficult in professional play.
That's true.
Oftentimes also with teams just going, players going like early MR, you just don't really one-shot them or destroy them. So you have to kind of run the teleport to get more global pressure later. Obviously to match Talia, but also just to have more of a role in a side lane rather than sitting on you know, as someone to spell with this. Not teleporting. It's really hard then to snowball the game.
I completely agree with you, Deficio. One man probably wouldn't after last week, and that would be Perks, who died 1v1 a couple of times to Exile.
I actually talked to him about that play, and he was like, no. I sacrificed myself for the team. I stopped him from roaming bot lane and get 3 kills by me dying alone in mid. So
okay,
we didn't get to see it. We didn't get to see it like in the game because camera was on bottom lane, but. Let's just trust him.
Yeah, okay.
He did die 2 other times, though, so...
Yeah. Oh, man. Perks has always got something to say.
He was ready to explain why he died.
He's been thinking about that one for like
I gotta say it.
Haunting him.
But Exile's always the guy that will try to go for the all-in. It's just the teleports coming in so much more handy. Unicorns are going to wander into that brush that H2K were spotted in, and they move on forward. Vander taking a big amount of punishment here from the calling. The barrel knocks him right back in. Summoner Heal on the hunt, and Vander is going to be able to get out.
Move is so annoying, honestly. Just going bot lane again with these crazy ganks he's pulling off. Didn't manage to get anything, and now mid lane.
Oh, Exile. Okay. Completes the channel, but Jankos is there. Exile can't really get in the mix and make anything happen. The spear doesn't connect on him. That's half the rest of his health bar gone.
Now Move is around mid where he's supposed to be trying to defend with
this has to be obvious, though.
But like his mid lane is so low.
Hylissang's coming up too.
Oh, he stepped in. Whoa, Jankos going low. A couple of rocks get thrown. Hylissang comes. And Ryu and Jankos, I think they realized there might be some danger in the future. They get out of town.
Yeah, so because Move went to the bottom lane, had to try and go for that gank, he only got the heal from Forgiven, and that was it. And then suddenly his mid lane is exposed. We know where the jungler is on the map. You can start sieging up with a ranged jungler like Nidalee, and you just get so much damage if you're H2K and that tower. 51 CS as well for Jankos. He's level 8 to level 6 now on the Gragas, so H2K, while they're only slightly hitting gold in terms of levels, they're looking great.
Yeah, and you can see Talia picked up that Negatron cloak, as you were talking about, going to really reduce the impact of LeBlanc actually being able to deal with the Talia by all-inning. Of course, that exhaust no longer available for the next trade, but Negatron cloak, so very efficient.
Yeah, it's actually crazy, the item in itself. It's 720 goals for 40 MR, but getting that 40 MR early. So in this case here, Ryu obviously has 30 base MR. He then runs with 13 MR from runes, and then he gets the Negatron cloak on first back, so he's on 83 now. Already at this point, he's going from your base armor to the Negatron cloak plus runes. Like, you take about 21% less magic damage now due to runes and your Negatron cloak if you're Ryu. So it's really hard for Exileh to kill him because you have the base, which already gives you a lot. So he's sitting at like 40-ish% now in terms of just overall magic damage reduction. Have fun bursting through it very early as a LeBlanc. So instead, you know, you pack the teleport, you say, well, no, guys, I'm going to be a bit of a split push instead. But it's one of the reasons people don't like playing her, because it's so hard to get these early kills. And then late game, it's so hard to win team fights as a LeBlanc.
Okay. Start pinching those pools, and you got to come up with something different. Exileh, we really want that ward. Jankos throws the spear, dodged out this time. Exile's okay. 11 minutes in this game. H2K still holding the lead, mostly off of farm differential.
Well, there's a lot between the junglers. You're talking about farm differential, still maintaining
always draws your eye down there.
A massive lead. But we haven't really seen too much from the top laners in this game. There are a couple of cancelled TPs. You can see the CS advantage going over towards Kennen in this matchup as a significant advantage, but that will start to kind of fade away as Kennen's impact is going to turn towards team fights and looking for flank potential, looking to try and lock down some of H2K.
And we just see here, like, how hard it is for Exileh to do anything because his jungler is always, you know, under pressure, he's always behind. Where Jankos is like, you can always, when you see this matchup, just look at the river and see like who controls the river. Well, right now it's purely H2K.
And this is the one thing we'll see any Nidalee picks when they're actually taken do time and time again. Ryu gets away from the trade, is just come and help with the siege. It's not so much about killing, it's not really about opening a CS difference, it's about pushing the lane in and then trying to get that tower down. You can see how low it is. This is the one real utility outside of the easy farm, and you can see Exileh having to deal with this by trading his health for his tower's health here, so it is a dangerous play if you don't have vision around the area, but there's no kill pressure.
Jankos gonna visit the top lane.
All right.
Hard for him to set it up against Kennen. It just clears away the ward instead, which also helps. It means Kennen has to be a little bit careful when he's pushing up, except for the fact he actually has another ward ready. He could just place that one and do exactly the same.
Fine.
But Odoamne is doing his job. Yeah, he's going to be slightly down, but he's just looking to scale on this Gnar. As long as his tower doesn't get chunked down really low, right now it's only like 5% down, so that means Vizicsacsi has not been able to really punish his lane, other than get that CS advantage at this point. And Unicorns need more.
It's interesting priority here because Unicorns are playing defensively by putting Veritas and Hylissang middle lane. This now shuts down Jankos in the middle lane, but Move wants to go aggressively into the top lane if he can find an angle in there. They've put Exileh down in the bottom lane because, of course, the TP, so he can join fairly effectively. But we're in a 2v2 in the mid lane. Doesn't normally happen very often this early on.
Veritas dodges the dazzle. Jankos throws the spear, it goes wide. It's 3v3 here in the mid lane, and nothing will come of it for now. H2K still holding that 1,000 gold lead as Exileh was pushing the wave down bottom side.
Yeah, so Exileh, because it was Unicorns who made the rotation first, are actually able to push in these waves here, and then you can always look to roam a little bit. That's why pushing waves first is always so important, because it gives you the chance when the enemy team is standing and clearing the waves, well, you can move from your lane and actually do something else. Problem is, no one else on the map could actually move with him, so he just kind of peeked into the jungle and said, never mind. Does have full completed first item, and Exileh needs to get some pressure here so he can actually start doing something.
Ryu's trading better.
Ryu's winning the trade right now.
Yeah, and he's not fooled by the clone. Oh my goodness, Ryu going forward. He needs a few more autos to do it. One, and that's done. Ryu picking up Exileh.
It looked like Exileh...
Wait, it's Hylissang alone.
Weaver's... okay, he's out.
Okay, he just doesn't want to lose anything else. It looked like Exileh went back to the wrong platform. The path from one was his ult, one was his W, and it looked like he chose the wrong one because he jumped away and then back halfway towards Ryu. He didn't have any damage left to output at that point, and Ryu just takes him down. And I mean, an uncharacteristic one if that is the case out of Exileh. Normally his LeBlanc play is super clean.
Yeah, normally he's solid on it, but 2 games in a row now where mid laners have been banned away, they've been removed. H2K were fine taking that trade. Like, yeah, we have tons of picks ready. Let's see the play again. So Exileh jumps in. Remember, Rio has exhaust as well.
It's the ult pad he wanted to jump to, and jumps back to the original W. He lost track. This is something that, you know, if you've ever tried to play LeBlanc, is difficult, but at this level, really, if you're pulling LeBlanc out, that's such a difficult mistake to swallow. To make a play like that, it's difficult to try and use those Ws, but should be on point.
You've got to be able to shake the a misplay like that off. Exileh, he's just not been able to snowball. The Unicorns, the game plan, they need to get ahead in this mid laner, and this AD carry just hasn't happened.
Top lane as well.
Yeah,
I didn't know them.
Yeah, well, at least Chachi's not farming.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
There is one thing about the way the map is now set up for H2K that they probably won't like quite as much, as we see defensive ultimate used out from Sivir. And that's the fact that their Taliyah now is in the bottom lane. Doesn't have Weaver's Wall right now anyway, but obviously you want to be able to go to both lanes if possible. And the way that Unicorns have forced the 2v2 in the mid lane now forces H2K to even the numbers. And this is where Unicorns with 2 TPs can actually utilize this and use both side lanes. It means Ryu can only come mid. He cannot look for the top lane right now. And H2K, it's not bad for them, but it's also not what they're looking for.
Right, but for H2K, it's also about just holding the LeBlanc really and not allowing her to snowball. If you put the Sivir down there on her own, suddenly you actually give Exileh a chance to play aggressive.
Of course.
He can't do that against Rio right now. Abyssal Scepter is already completed. He sits on a ton of MR, 60 MR from just one item. Again, he won't die 1v1, and then it's just about waiting for that cooldown on his ulti, get rank 2, which he has now. And yeah, okay, you can only go mid. Sure, you would love to go to both lanes, but you have instant wave clear mid, you have a winning matchup on bottom side, and you have scaling in your favor, so H2K are more than happy, honestly, just kind of waiting out now. And this mid tower, by the way, super low.
So low. They're going for it. Here's the roam.
Weaver's Wall. Veritas has to flash away. One ult traded for the Summoner. They get themselves a tower, and you can see when H2K get themselves a first turret, they tend to win pretty hard.
They do. This first turret blood does give you a nice little boost of gold in the early game. And honestly, like that play, again, it's H2K. They don't have to chase Veritas. They get his flash, they get the tower, they back away, same as the last game.
Move is on the other side here. Odoamne did see him on the ward. Hylissang is coming as well. Never mind, because actually the rest of H2K could move into the river. So nothing really happening for Unicorns of Love. Not able to put Chachi further ahead. And Chachi likes to go this very defensive cannon build as well, where he goes Abyssal, Hourglass. No proto build like a lot of other cannon players likes to do. Hylissang comes in very late for him as well. So in this situation here, by him also being slowed down, this build comes in a little bit later. He needs to be really good in that first team fight. If he gets 2 items completed, that first team fight is where you need that 4-man cannon ult for Unicorns to really turn around.
Yeah. Probably's car's blocking the entrance again.
Again, probably.
They turned the alarm off this time. It's okay. We have a pause, and Jankos did manage to pick up the Cloud Drake before it all happened, soloing that one out.
Yes, not exactly the prize of the Rift right now, but it's nice. It's a nice little boost.
Hey man, it's
them.
free.
H2K would quite like to get themselves the Rift Herald, as always with Na. Get a little bit more of that side lane control. Just a little bit more presence, because we're kind of past the point now where the cannon is going to dominate the Na. Typically at this point, once you got an item or 2, you should be okay. Would like to see maybe a little more magic resist for Odoamne. He's got the Mercury Treads.
He's going to go Hexstringer now, probably.
Probably will as a follow-up. And once he's got that, he kind of laughs at the cannon in lane.
But we also, what we need to see here from Unicorns is actually use the fact they have this double TP. So if you are Unicorns, we just talked about, Rift Herald value. Well, for cannon, it's great as well, because you're trying to play 1-3-1. If you have this TP in the bottom lane against a Taliyah, and cannon can actually push in the Na on top side, well, that's where you make a play. You put a ward behind tower, you TP in with the LeBlanc, and you try and all in for that tower and a kill, and then you can maybe take a Rift Herald after to kind of try and speed up the game, because if you keep playing these standard lanes where you don't make aggressive moves now, which sounds weird that Unicorns are not doing, because it's normally what they like to do.
They're trying.
Well, yes and no, they're actually not trying at all. It was just, they haven't used this teleport from Exileh for anything. Like, we are now 17 minutes into the game. We haven't seen it being used.
He's just roaming down on his own.
So
teleporting.
H2K is happy sitting back, playing this game where there's wait and farm. You need to see an aggressive, high-risk, high-reward play from Unicorns, preferably on the top side with a TP from Exileh away from the Taliyah, to try and really snowball this game. Otherwise, in 10 minutes from now, H2K is going to be in prime position to win.
Well, they're already looking like they're controlling it in the early game now. Quick update for you guys, of course. It was a bug splat on Move's side, so as soon as he's able to load back in, we'll be getting right back into the game, but it's at 17.5 minutes in, H2K still controlling it.
one of the most interesting things talking about Ken, and we don't see him too often, a lot of people will be like, well, his ultimate cooldown timer, that's the important one. It's actually his flash that tends to be the most important one. Proto Belt will let you a little bit further through, but if you don't have flash on Ken, and getting an optimal flank is not very easy. To get onto the backline and get in there, really that's what it's all about. So Chachi has to be sparing when he uses that, otherwise his potency for like 5 minutes just runs completely dry.
So now Move is sitting top lane. Right now, Talia is sitting bot lane. There is TP for Exile. Right here, Unicorns could have gone all in for that tower. Just literally move in with your jungler, place the ward behind tower, because then Odoamne knows, okay, I have to back away, otherwise I'm gonna get TP'd on and I might die. And just force down that tower, speed up the game a little bit. The slower you take it, the more time you give H2K to just sit here and get the items, you know, defensive item on Rio. Odoamne's gonna get some magic resist now as well. He's gonna be more than fine later on in the game as Gnar. It really is only like the Nidalee who gets outscaled, but Gragas on his own is not able to change the tides of the game. And when you have this big of a CS difference, not a whole lot
Exileh needs to do some work here. Ryu is dodging, and he's even able to sidestep on that. Gets a 3-man knockback, but it is not enough to prevent the kill from Exileh, but he needed help.
So Unicorns realized actually Ryu had no flash for just a few more seconds in the bottom lane. And went all in for that one. So good for Unicorns, good call. A few seconds later, Ryu will be able to flash away from this one.
And surf his way out.
And surf all the way back to the lane. They will lose a bit of jungle camps, and now H2K technically can cross-map play this and put pressure on top side.
Yeah, they can look for damage on the tower, maybe look for Rift Herald, depends on how Unicorns group. They're a little close, so Rift Herald would take too long here. So H2K won't get a successful cross-map, but they have set up the vision control around the enemy blue side jungle. It will allow them to make that play in the future.
So we definitely cut a Unicorn some slack here, because it was a good play going bot lane and actually taking that kill on Ryu without flash. Problem is you just got to kill. And like a kill in itself, you need to get a tower down here. You need to open up the map. You have 0 towers at the moment as the Unicorns, 20 minutes into the game. You want to play 1-3-1 without a turrets alive. It is very, very difficult to do. Because it's so easy for H2K to defend and just like hide under these turrets.
Yeah.
And it's very hard to get deep vision when like mid lane turret is still alive and get into that jungle and actually set up that vision. You can see the jungle of H2K. Right now there's 0 wards in it. Because Unicorns are simply not able to push into that jungle with these outer turrets alive.
And you know, people will look at this and think, you know, what's
they're gonna dive Ryu again.
They are.
Yeah, he's got his flash this time though.
But H2K, no, they should be able
spotted. Oh, he just hops right over the shove. That's the flash from Ryu. So the flash is traded.
That was what
can't
they
get
were
much more
looking
done.
for.
But now again, you can cross map one more time. Exileh does have TP.
Oh, Nidalee's
Oh, Chachi!
That's the cross map.
Pounced right on him.
there.
Jankos getting that kill. There's your cross map, and H2K are moving up top side.
Wait, you 1v2, mate.
Whoa.
Calm down.
He just blocked him.
Try to buy some time, maybe. But seeing if we could actually pick off movement. That's going to be tower now, again for H2K on top side. And once again, Unicorns are not able to execute. All the focus towards Ryu. End up dying here. Exileh even used his teleport. I think he started to challenge it towards top side and then had to instantly cancel it.
And also the pushback on mid lane, which means there is absolutely no danger of H2K losing their mid tower once they will recall from this play. Rift Herald was gone after this, and then this was the play. So Gnarl into the wall. Chachi doesn't quite flash out at first. Flash is late.
Feels
Down
bad,
he goes. Not sure whether the flash was purely necessary. At that point, you know Nidalee's already behind you and hit you with the spear.
Yeah, well, that was a lot of damage.
Milliseconds for him being like, oh, if I can flash the spear here after the stun.
Yeah, but that means it's going to be down for him for a little while here, and as we talked about how crucial Chachi's flash timing will be to get involved in fights, I mean, that's what Unicorns are hoping to do with this composition.
Yeah, but same also with the TP for Exileh. Him trying to challenge it towards the top side and realize, whoop, can't actually do anything.
They also need deep wards to do it, and I don't see any.
Well, that's again the problem when you have these outer turrets.
Yeah, well,
like,
exactly.
You can still invade in and put up your vision. It just is very risky. Move has actually been around the enemy jungle, but not really been able to place any wards.
And the difference in style of composition is the big difference between why Game 2 was Unicorns. They were able to turn it around by team fighting their way effectively after the mistake from H2K. This composition can't really do what it's supposed to, as you said, without the objectives, without towers early, and they're getting caught in these skirmishes. This move caught out again.
Oh, he
Jankos
barrels Jankos right into tower range. Jankos is still able to pounce away. Meanwhile, Ryu continues to do work on the wave. Up top, Exileh and Vizicsacsi will look to try and trade, but you've already got Odoamne taking a tower down.
Yeah, Exileh and Chachi in the same lane.
Oh! He has to dash. Veritas trying to get out of danger here. Hylissang and move here for the defense, but look at the damage they're already dishing out on the turret. The Dazzle does not connect onto Hylissang. They've still got minions to work with, though, and they should be able to finish this off. They've got themselves an inner turret.
H2K not afraid at all. They have Taric ulti available, and this is because Unicorns put 2 split pushes in the same lane, all aiming for 1 tower. Well, H2K were already in position. I've got 2 towers for that 1
and they're
tower.
not stopping. They're going down bottom side here. And look, they put Hilly against the wall, and he is just evaporated. Jankos gets the kill credit. Veritas is still here. Chachi comes in, but it is way too late. Moves arrived now. The minion wave is gone. They've got half the damage on the tower, and they find Exileh. Going for the wrong LeBlanc, unfortunately. He's already flashed out, but still way too low for this defense. H2K can keep on pushing.
And this is one of the worst positions for Chachi to be in. Oh, here comes Ryu.
Oh, Vizicsacsi move. They're all separated. Veritas still trying to get the damage out. Odo was a little bit low there, but they are still doing work, and they take down the inner and bottom.
Great use of Talia ulti here to just zone away half of Unicorns of Love, forcing them very far back on the map, and then you take that tower. That was 3 towers for H2K. And everything Unicorns got was a top tower.
Yeah.
2 members going straight forward and leaving mid open, leaving bot lane open.
Unicorns behind the play consistently this entire game. But, you know, Chachi TP's in on his tower and then is trying to come in through the front door on Kennen. His ultimate's still available because he was never getting that opening to go forward. As soon as he even takes a step forward with Lightning Rush, he's going to get shut down. Taric ult's going to come out. He's going to end up doing nothing. So this TP actually does nothing to help Unicorns of Love in this scenario. He has to come in from the side. There are no wards there. And Chachi just stands here. He doesn't have enough wave clear. He cannot get into this fight because he got his flash bird earlier, and it means it's an easy set of pickoffs at the side.
Yeah, greedy play from Exileh as well, jumping in, trying to assassinate Jankos when Ryu with exhaust is like right next to him. Like, yeah, you jump in, he's gonna exhaust you, and then you're forced out.
This is starting to look a lot more like the last game. H2K managed to finish that one out in 29 minutes. We're hitting 25 here. Unicorns, they have to find answers fast because they are running out of options in this 3rd place match.
Definitely, like, the next big team fight is where Unicorns, with flash from Chachi, with rank 2 ulti, 2 items completed. Again, you're gonna get Black Cleaver on this Lucian soon as well. Like, you have to be able to win that next fight if you're the Unicorns of Love. Otherwise, H2K will again just be able to win every single fight out.
He knows.
Oh, he's gonna get
more people are coming.
Does have some friends. There we go. The Maelstrom's on. They do get the stun up, but Odo is about to go Nard, and he hits Chachi up against the wall. This is going to be really bloody now, and they take him down. Odoamne finishes the job. Spear still lands after the flash. Jankos looking to hunt down more, moving Veritas around the backside, but H2K, they will not be stopped. They will not be stated. They're looking for more. They've got it on. Ryu just separates them all, and they're taking him down. Jankos will fall at the end of it, but it doesn't matter. Double kill over and forgiven. That is a 3-for-1 trade for H2K.
Another huge fight in favor of H2K. They tried to get the engage from Chachi and the Unicorns, but it wasn't quite enough, and the rest of H2K filter into the bottom lane. They have the Taric ultimate to keep them alive. They catch up, wall them off, and H2K crack another inhibitor in this series.
25 minutes in, they managed to do just that. They are rolling their way forward, looking for this 3rd place finish. And they're looking like they definitely can take it.
All right, let's see the fight again. So Chachi pushing for the tower, gets ganked by Odoamne and Jankos, and while the rest of Unicorns are running towards the bottom lane, they're not able to be here first, and good disengage from Jankos. He was going to be the target, but he jumps out, and now H2K flashing and still getting hit by the spear, that's taking more damage.
And then Ryu comes in.
And now Ryu comes in with the ulti.
Just comes up here, the very second it's up, bumps Veritas off to the side.
Yeah, just get him in prime position, take down a few more members of Unicorns, and we talked about it so much, how Unicorns have to do well early.
Yeah, we're right back into it. Veritas is already half.
No, you guys getting baited.
A big channel of the calling. Hold on a second. I don't know if we can
maybe
call that one.
off.
In goes Veritas. Oh my goodness, this is getting big. What a slicing Maelstrom that was. And this might be the Unicorns finding a fight, or is it? They were a little slow to react with move and Exileh. Low health bars for H2K, but I don't know if they can get it. Exileh picks off Vander, and they're looking for more, but Odoamne's got Meganar.
It's not quite enough though. Look at how little health the Unicorns have remaining. That was the setup that Chachi needed to get into the fight. The follow-up damage wasn't quite there in time from Exileh, but Exileh wants Ryu.
And Ryu wants Exileh. They threw the exhaust out on him. He's already down way too low on health. The wrong LeBlanc gets popped, but it doesn't even matter. Jankos is going in once again. They stop Hylissang from hopping where he wanted to. He throws down the fissure, but he's already deleted. Ryu with another.
Crazy game now, just fights everywhere. Chachi had a great ulti, but he's not really dealing enough damage right now. Locket is already completed on the side of H2K as well, so he was not able to kill anyone. The very defensive build plus the Locket from H2K, and then they managed to turn it around.
And from there, H2K can outlast them because Unicorns don't have enough tankiness to stay alive for extended fights. The crowd are behind H2K as they're taking down another Baron in this series. And they're going to back away and look to reset. Top lane, there was a TP that started and cancelled from Chachi.
Whew, oh boy, Unicorns are really itchy trigger fingers here, but they're just not getting enough done. H2K are doing so well as a team. People are standing out on this roster all across the board. Jankos has done work on this in Italy, by the way. The Poland buff is real.
Definitely been a great series from Jankos. Vander as well here on this Tarek. It's a pick that really suits him well. But for Unicorns, I mean, the fights we've just seen, they would love to have these fights 10 minutes ago. You know, looking for the same kind of thing. But H2K has been outplaying them in this game. So this is the start. It goes a little bit crazy. Ryu is back in base right now. H2K is pretty far ahead, so they feel like they can go for everything. But now, exhaust plus Locket comes in. That means Chachi not really able to deal enough damage with his ulti. And H2K can then turn it around. Roof does a flash here, but he doesn't go aggressive with it. And they only get the kill on Vander.
Oh, we're back in
right to the siege. They've got the Baron buff. Not enough minions here to finish the job just yet, but H2K can take this one nice and easy. They have got a massive gold lead for themselves, and they're just looking to try and close this one out as methodically as they can. Odo in Meganar, he gets tickled by the LeBlanc.
Yeah, I was going to say Exileh's a bit ambitious there. Just trying to push back the wave as much as he can. He's not actually looking for the all-in as Ryu steals his blue buff away. This tower's gone. There's no real way of the Unicorn saving that. However, if Chachi had his TP, there are wards spattered around, but he just cancelled it in the top lane and doesn't have his flash. So Unicorns are at the mercy of H2K just pushing constantly towards their base.
They keep on doing it. There's nothing left for them to take but the base turrets themselves. They've already taken out the inhibitor down bottom. They're still dealing with some super minions there. H2K looking to close this one out, looking to improve their position for Worlds. See if they can do it. Odoamne about to go Mega. They just keep on hurting these minions in here.
Yeah, H2K wants to make sure they've done their job here. And it's all about G2 Splice then, deciding if H2K will go to Worlds or not.
Ooh, he wants to make the Destiny his own, but it's not going to be enough. They throw down the Cosmic Radiance. No one from H2K is dying today. And they get right back in it.
Right back to the siege. Bottom lane is pushing in. Odoamne is pushing top. This tower is now gone as well. No one can stop him. And looking for a second inhibitor. The third inhibitor tower has gone as well. H2K, the last two games have been pure destruction when it comes to the Unicorns base.
Not much left for the Unicorns to try and do. They're trying to hold on as best they can. They've got two inhibitors, a pair of Nexus turrets, and that's all that stands between H2K and victory here. 30 minutes on the clock. They're just looking for the end game.
Do you want to go back and shop real quick? You want to make sure you got all the
pick up an Ocean Drake. It's okay. Yeah, do it in style.
Win. Yeah, do it in style. Go back, pick up your items, go back down, and then you have two open inhibs to fight around. Gonna be three now, actually, open inhibs to fight around. Like, you can pick whichever one you want, and you just take that team fight. Your composition is stronger. You've managed to shut down everyone. We might see Unicorns pulling off like the crazy Death Bush just hiding there.
You know, there is a bit of desperation at the moment.
Yeah, in the items purchased, I don't know how I feel about Duskblade, Ghostblade, Black Cleave Evolution. I'm not the biggest...
I mean, we like two
It's a sharp build, but I don't know about
I like two out of the three ain't bad. And neither was this tower push, because
Look at Goofy, though. Comes in, actually ends up flashing after body slam is already done, and then also
shield is up.
Fires a pull ulti, and now good ulti, obviously, from Vander. Great job, he clicked R. Good for him. The skill of Terry Goldie in fights. Oh, you gotta know the timing, to be fair.
Yeah, that's important, man.
So normally Duskblade is built on champions that don't auto without a purpose of autoing, whereas Lucian likes to throw those things out like they're going out of fashion.
Desperate times, desperate measures, you know, something about that.
This is where it'll like get a kill and everybody will stop playing it. We'll be like, oh, maybe this is what works.
Good. All right, well, they're going to have to survive this push again. As you said, 3 open inhibitors. H2K can choose whichever one they want. Odo just keeps on throwing out the autos and a few boomerangs for extra measure. Exileh tried to get the execution off, but the Weaver's Wall cuts them all off, and Unicorns are forced to watch as their inhibitor goes down. Veritas does go over. It's not done yet. That's been hypey right in the back. Chachi! In comes Chachi! Can they get the fight forgiven going low? But Odo is already in Mega. Unicorns are getting melted through. That was the last grasp for them to try and hang on to their hopes. But this looks like it's gonna be it.
The last-ditch effort. They found the fight. They're too far behind. H2K have got it.
And that's it. H2K, it's been a long split for them, but they will claw back a 3rd place finish, and they are one step closer to Worlds.
Oh, Vander's strong.
The hug from Vander to Forgiven, the lift of Ryu, and I think we all know what is coming next from H2K as they just secured the 3rd place spot and perhaps have put themselves in prime position to go to Worlds.
All they need now is for G2 to win it, and they're in it. For
Definitely.
Unicorns, a lot of questions for them to answer, but they still have a chance in the gauntlet.
Yeah, Unicorns will be in the gauntlet. H2K, as you said, if G2 wins, they will go to Worlds. If G2 loses, well then H2K will have the highest championship points in the gauntlet and will just have to play the very last round of the gauntlet and win 1 BO5 to make it. Could be against Unicorns, very likely, to then make it to Worlds.
Couple of touch and go moments, perhaps.
There's
you can see Freeze on stage. Like the majority of the regular split.
And that's what we gotta remember with this H2K team. Like, we all expected way more. Let's just hear it first. Never mind, they're fading. Let's not hear it. But this is the team, you know, with so many problems, honestly. Looking at the entire year, Forgiven when he played in spring, and suddenly with the military, and then you had Ryu with the visa, and you had now Freeze getting injured. And they managed to make it anyway, win this 3rd place game.
Improving on the spring performance, so much adversity, but this team did show that they could triumph when it mattered. And of course, for Jankos and Vander, representing in their home country, this has got to mean a lot.
Let's get it. Come on, H2K.
We know you want it.
They've done it
twice.
All year long. They all look very confused, but also happy.
I thought it was going to be just going to bask
That's a well-earned one indeed.
Want the crowd to join. Of course, they've been very loud today cheering for H2K from the start.
Oh yeah.
Crazy cheers, obviously, when Jankos and Vander walked on stage.
And you got to look at those last 2 games and say that with the hype behind them after a rocky game 2 where the Unicorns would win, H2K found that form that we've seen from them in the playoffs, at least against like the Fnatic series where it's just dominance. Just open up with the right draft and the right set of champions with the early game going their way, and H2K just steamroll the objective.
Yeah, I would just like to see, you know, an H2K lineup like this without all the problems they've had during the year. Because we know they can be a fantastic team. We know a guy like Jankos, you see on screen here, can be and is one of the absolute best junglers we have. Not only in Europe, but in the West. Like, the guy is fantastic in-game when he gets to just go off. This game, he had a free game on Italy, honestly. There was absolutely nothing really move, and Unicorns could do against him.
They put the investment in early, and then it paid out in game 4.
Definitely. There was the one sneaky move, gang. Well, I'm really glad you actually spotted it, because it was... They didn't see him in the bottom lane, and then he flashed over anyway.
I'm so sad that happened.
Yeah, it's like, he's bottom lane. But, like, no one on Gragas, like, body slams over there, flashes in, and kills the AD carry level 3, except for move.
Pulled it off.
There's a couple of stories here, though. I mean, we're one step away from Forgiven at Worlds.
Yes.
We've already seen Jankos and Vander this time turn around their playoff fortunes. You know, last
It was
split-
very different from what we normally see from an
Yeah.
H2K story. You know, you see them surge in the regular season, the regular split, and then in playoffs, they've just had a lot of trouble. This time around,
All the way around.
last minute, they start picking things back up.
Ryu's back. We've
Oh,
seen
yeah.
a couple
Ryu's
of
definitely
great
back.
games.
Oh, and
out of
he's,
Ryu.
you know, he's just one G2 victory away
So
from
is
going
Odoamne
straight
as well.
for Faker.
Like that's the thing. We talk so much about the return of Forgiven, but if we look at H2K, it's actually a lot of the soul laners. It's Jankos really stepping up here in playoffs. Odoamne had another good series here, where it doesn't always look very flashy, but he does his job every single time, and that's why you can always count on him, you know, to support the team when needed. He takes it for the team, goes Shen 3 times around. He doesn't get to carry.
But then he gets
but
Gnar.
very
It's okay.
effective.
It's worth
then
it.
he gets
Yeah.
Gnar in the end.
And the last thing we can say after last week, Prolly's back. That adaptation.
They actually changed the bans, and it worked. They adapted really well to pick a ban.
Last week they were just messing around. They were saying, "Oh, it's okay." You're not
Maybe he
gonna see
couldn't
this one
turn the
coming."
page in the book or something. It's like, oh, we got the ban.
We only got one
Go.
playbook, guys. Yeah, but this time he had the full one, and it really worked out. Unicorns, you know, they just couldn't keep up with it.
Which I think is a little bit of a shame. You heard the analysts predicting Unicorns. Everybody's been talking about how good they have been. I feel like H2K showed up better than expected from a lot of people today.
Yep.
But the Unicorns, they got to now focus on the gauntlet.
Absolutely, they do indeed. But with third place in the bag for H2K, let's head down to Pulse to hear what he has to say and what the hometown heroes want to talk to them about.
Thank you so much, guys, and great work on the casting desk today. I'm, of course, here with Jankos and Vander. I'm just going to give you a second for the crowd to get behind you. And they have been behind you today. First question over to you, Jankos. Unicorns were looking, honestly, very good coming into this matchup. Analysts were even saying that they would pick up this series, but you handed it to them. Talk to me about how this series went for you.
Well, I think the series wasn't that hard, simply because I think our pick and ban improved a lot since the Splice game. I also believe Unicorns have worse individual players. So that means if you have similar team play, we'll just kind of easy win, you know? Also, we didn't... Go ahead. Also, I'm really happy that we didn't choke this time, like last playoffs, and that means we didn't go to the 5th game, which could be very hard for us, as per usual. And as long as G2 wins tomorrow, we are going World Finals, so I'm happy.
Go G2.
Go G2.
Go G2, and over to you, Vander, as well. Ending up now in 3rd place, maybe I'll give you the microphone, no problem, or maybe you can interview him, it's all good. But now looking at the split and also the playoffs as well, how have those been for you? Because maybe 3rd place, a bit of a disappointment?
Well, I'm really sorry for everyone who came here that we don't play tomorrow. We are 1 game off, and I think we should have taken the series against Splice, but we beat ourselves, I would say. So obviously there is a slight disappointment we don't play tomorrow, but if G2 wins and we go for World Finals, it doesn't really matter.
Absolutely. And I just have one last thing for you guys before we head up to the analyst desk. So talking about playing here, of course, in front of your home crowd here in Poland, what does it mean to you to pick up this win? Would you maybe be able to give me an answer in Polish as well to your Polish fans here in the arena?
Dziękujemy za przybycie i za doping, za liczne flagi, transparenty, to niezmiernie miłe, także cieszymy się, że byliście tu dla nas. And going back to the question, we play in LCS since 3 years, I think, and we were really close to playing IM Katowice twice, and we missed the chance really by the slight margin. So it's obviously we always wanted to play in front of our Polish crowd and our country, so we felt like it's our home advantage today. So
fantastic. And Jankos, of course, extending the same question to you. What does it mean to you winning this series in front of these guys?
Well, it was my dream to play in Poland. So dziękuję wam za przybycie. Polska!
Good stuff, guys. Well, congratulations on the win. Very convincing at the very end. And got the chant going as well. Thank you very much, guys, for taking the time to talk to me. We're now going to send it over to the analyst desk to break down this day.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Paulson. Fantastic crowd. They're standing behind their guys. And as we we wrap up today's action here in Krakow, I also want to give a shout out to everyone at the Air Canada Center in Toronto, as those guys are waiting for CLG versus Immortals. So hello to everyone over there. If they can hear us.
We don't know. There's delay. It takes a while for us to get there.
Yeah, it does. But before we send it over to Immortals versus CLG, we are going to take a look at a player that carried harder than the rest, or equally so, to secure his team a third-place finish, and that is Ryu. In this case, Krakow, you especially advocated for Ryu and his stepping up in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I asked the guys backstage too to weigh in, some of the players backstage, and Ryu just outclassed Exileh and really showed a lot of his vulnerabilities, I feel, in this series. The same can be said for Jankos and Move, but I feel like Move just shows his vulnerabilities to whatever jungle he plays against. So Ryu definitely controlled a lot of the series for me.
I feel like in this particular case, 2 games that he had on that Talia, on that Cassiopeia, definitely stepped up. I think Ryu played better in this series than he ever has this entire split, but then again, I have to give credit to the draft as well, because it was completely tailored for the fact that Ryu should succeed in this kind of environment. And then again, I feel like the one game that they lost, I have to put the blame on Ryu because of that team fight that eventually gave UOL the Baron.
Fair enough, but in the end, it's H2K that walks away with the win. Interesting interview there. We didn't choke in playoffs, third-place match, and we didn't go to Game 5. Yay, in 3 games in the third-place match next split, I guess, or...
Yeah, hopefully, or maybe just get a little farther. Hopefully they don't get a group of death at Worlds. That's a bit unlucky for them last time, but hopefully they get a better draft here. But they still have a lot of work, let's be honest.
They have a lot of work if they get to Worlds, and let's look at that scenario, because with locking in third place for H2K, they are one step closer to Worlds contention. If G2 wins the whole thing here tomorrow, that means G2 goes to Worlds auto-qualify, and H2K has the most points to get there, so we'll see what happens. The Unicorns have loved to touch on it. Finally, we're going to the Gauntlet or the regional qualifier anyway. After seeing what they did here today, what kind of a chance do you give them?
Like UOL,
yes.
Pretty much. I feel like if they have to face us or H2K, I think they will struggle once again, because I think 6.15, not a lot is going to change, and there are very glaring weaknesses in Unicorns of Love's draft. Maybe Exileh can pick up a few champions, but I think in this short amount of time, it's very, very hard to accomplish that.
Well, we will see what happens there, as we saw Vander there. It must be really cool to be able to celebrate this with friends and family on site as well. Fantastic performance for them, for H2K.
Yeah, I mean, it's just great to be able to play or even just like host in front of your home crowd. We had a little bit of a taste of it in Brussels. Never got there on stage, but it's just fantastic.
Yeah, we were on stage for a second.
Yeah, we were on stage for a second, you know, as hosts, not as players. But it is a fantastic feeling, and I'm overjoyed for them, at least, that they can deliver and especially break like a history of choking and not performing very well in playoffs, both for H2K and both for themselves as veteran players.
Definitely so. Finally, let's look ahead to G2 versus Splice tomorrow. We're all warmed up. Fantastic 4 games here.
The banter backstage is ready.
The banter is ready because Jankos and Vander will be joining us on the analyst desk as well. So, Yamato, how are you feeling?
I'm kind of happy H2K won, because it would just make the feeling winning against G2 would just make it so much better.
I always like confident coaches, because that means they have a lot to learn once they go to the Gauntlet.
Yeah, let's go over the scenario. This means that you guys have to win, but I don't think there was any doubt in anyone's mind that you guys absolutely did want to win. Same for G2. Multiple times they have said, yeah, we are automatically qualified for Worlds, but to sit there again and Sven then and take the confetti to the face if you lose, nobody wants to go through that. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I even asked Sven about that backstage, and he was like, yeah, nice joke. So it's going to be a super interesting match. Most importantly, I want to see a best of 5 of like on standard lanes, Carbon Mickey versus Van Mithi for me, very fascinating. I personally think Wunder is going to beat up Expect, but I don't know to what extent that's going to work. Trashy versus like Trick, the difference in styles and approach to the game, both just deliver consistently, but slightly different approaches to the game, in my opinion. It's just a clash of styles that's super fascinating to watch, and especially since their strengths are in different parts of the map.
What's your biggest mismatch? I mean, I want to ask the coach, but I don't know if it could be or good for your team or bad.
Well, you know, what I can say, I will just stay away from your question and say, like, about this particular matchup. I think, you know, the fact that we've had UOL and H2K with G2 and us have faced them, and I feel like these teams play very differently on 6.15. I feel like because we've practiced with G2 the entire split long, I feel like we have a lot of similarities, and it's not that heavy early game centered as Move and Jankos like to be with their team all around. So I feel like this particular best of 5 will look very different from any of the other best of 5s we've had in
Yeah,
playoffs.
we may actually see people split push in the mid game. Big surprise. But the biggest mismatches for me are, a mix between bot lane and top lane. Spice take the top lane, G2 heavily take the bot lane.
Okay, so who wins it?
G2.
G2? I guess Splice for the coach, that would be.
Gandalf, don't hurt me.
We'll see tomorrow. It is time for us to log out of the Tauron Arena for now. Thank you very much, Yamato, for joining us. Good luck tomorrow, and it's hot in here in Krakow. And tomorrow, the competition will reach boiling point. We'll see you tomorrow for the EU LCS Summer Split Finals. From Tauron to Toronto, good night. Welcome to Krakow, Poland. We're coming to you live from the Tauron Arena with the EU LCS Summer Split third place match. H2K is looking to qualify for Worlds, but to do it, they'll have to fight the magic of the underdogs, the Unicorns of Love.
It's time to get into this best of 5 between H2K and the Unicorns of Love. Chasing it down, Exileh takes out Ryu, Exhaust is on, but the Unicorns are starting to win this fight. Vander and Ryu are down, just like that.
Go.
I don't hit him.
I'm not fighting you guys, I'm taking him though.
Yeah.
Okay, we can end, no? Yeah.
We're loading onto the rip for game number 2. These H2K members cannot be stopped. Ryu with the killing spree, and they take a big bite out of Hylissang.
Catch a note. I go for Cass, okay?
Trust.
Shen, no W. Tap catch, no flash. Tap catch, no flash. No flash.
Baron.
But the tower is going to get cut through. No, they turn their attention away from it, over to Odoamne. Exileh takes out Forgiven in the back of it all. The tower's gone, and everything's going wrong for H2K.
Guys, everything good on audio now?
Yes, my lord.
I do believe so.
We got like 7 minutes to your huddle.
What?
Are cuddle?
Cuddle.
Cuddle with the ref.
We all cuddle.
Oh, cuddle with the ref. Woo.
They turn their attention right over to Exileh right now, and that's a double kill for the Vladimir. Chachi comes in, looks a little too late, but Odoamne is on the wrong side of this inner tower. Chachi's going! Here comes Forgiven! Oh, just out of the blue!
Go to the next side.
Nice.
Thank you.
He's a nice.
We're loading onto the rift here in Krakow. Game number 4. Let's get hyped for it. For more, they've got it on. Ryu separates them all, and they're taking them down. That's been hypey right on the backside. Here comes Chachi. Can they get the fight? Forgiven going low, but Odo is already in Mega. Unicorns are getting melted through. That was the last grasp for them to try and hang on to their hopes, but this looks like it's gonna be it. Third place finish, and they are one step closer to Worlds.
When I'm burning like fire and you walk all the sides, I'm drawn in desire and you have to think twice.